Dragon's Heart, A Tale of Two Worlds, a romantic fantasy audiobook written by Thora Ravencroft. Copyright 2025. All rights reserved. The synopsis can be found in the video description. Chapter 1. Just a few more steps to the summit. I encouraged myself, gripping the hiking poles tighter as I navigated the rocky terrain. The morning air was crisp, and my breathing came out in small puffs of vapor. "Kaia, wait up," Sarah's voice called from behind. "Not everyone has your superhuman stamina." "Sorry." I turned around, grinning at my 3 friends who were trailing behind. "I just really want to see the sunrise from the peak." "The sun will still rise even if we take our time," Mike chuckled, helping Jessica over a particularly tricky boulder. I waited for them to catch up, taking a sip from my water bottle. The pre-dawn light was just beginning to paint the sky in soft purples and blues. That's when I noticed it, a strange shimmer in the air, like heat waves on a summer day, except it was barely 40 degrees out. "Hey guys, are you seeing that?" I pointed toward the anomaly. "Seeing what?" Jessica asked, finally reaching my position. Before I could answer, the shimmer intensified, expanding into what looked like a rippling mirror. My curiosity got the better of me, and I took a step closer. "Kaia, maybe you shouldn't dash." Sarah's warning was cut short as an invisible force yanked me forward. The world spun violently, colors blending together like paint in a washing machine. My stomach lurched, and I screamed, but no sound came out. The last thing I heard was my friends calling my name before everything went black. When I came to, I was lying face down in soft grass that smelled nothing like the mountain trail I'd been on. Pushing myself up, I froze at the sight before me. Gone were the familiar Rocky Mountains. Instead, I found myself in a dense forest filled with trees that seemed to touch the clouds. Their bark was silver, and their leaves shimmered with an iridescent blue I'd never seen before. "Sarah? Mike? Jessica?" I called out, my voice echoing strangely in the otherworldly forest. No response. "Okay, Kaia, don't panic," I muttered to myself, checking my gear. My backpack was still with me, but my phone showed no signal. Not even emergency services. This has to be a dream. Maybe I hit my head on the trail. A rustling sound made me whirl around. Through the undergrowth, I spotted something that made my blood run cold. A creature that looked like a cross between a deer and a dragon, with scales instead of fur and small horns that glowed with a soft blue light. Definitely not in Colorado anymore. A twig snapped behind me, and I spun around so fast I nearly lost my balance. The scaled deer-dragon creature had vanished, but now I heard voices speaking in a language I didn't recognize. "Hello?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is anyone there?" 2 figures emerged from behind the silvery trees, a man and a woman dressed in what looked like medieval clothing, but with an otherworldly twist. Their clothes were made of fabric that seemed to shift colors with every movement, like the surface of a soap bubble. "Oh, Bela, look at her strange attire," the woman said, surprisingly in English. "She must be from the other world." "Indeed, Mira." The portal brought another one. The man, Bela, replied, studying me with kind eyes. "What is your name, child?" "I'm Kaia," I managed to say, relief flooding through me at finding someone who could understand me. "Where am I? What is this place?" "You're in Aerilon." Mira stepped forward, offering me a gentle smile. "The portal appears every 100 years during the celestial alignment. We've been expecting someone to cross over." "Expecting? You mean this was supposed to happen?" I gripped my backpack straps tighter, trying to ground myself in something familiar. "Come with us," Bela gestured toward a path I hadn't noticed before. "Our village is not far, and you must be hungry. We'll explain everything over a warm meal." I hesitated for a moment, but what choice did I have? I was in a strange world with no way back, and these people seemed genuinely willing to help. Plus, my stomach was already growling at the mention of food. "The dragons will be curious about you," Mira said casually as we walked, as if she were commenting on the weather. I stopped in my tracks. "Dragons? Like, real dragons?" "Of course," Bela chuckled. "The Dragon King rules these lands. Some say he's as old as Aerilon itself. And then there are the Dragon Lords, those who can shift between human and dragon form. My head was spinning with questions, but before I could ask any of them, we emerged from the forest into a clearing that took my breath away. A village straight out of a fantasy novel spread before us, with houses that seemed to grow from the trees themselves. Spiral staircases wound around massive trunks, and bridges made of living vines connected various platforms and buildings. "Welcome to Silver Mist Village," Mira said proudly. "Your new home, at least for now." As we walked through the village, people stopped what they were doing to stare at me. Some whispered excitedly, while others bowed slightly. I felt like a circus attraction. "Why are they looking at me like that?" "Because you're marked by magic," Bela explained, pointing to my hand. I looked down and gasped. A faint silvery pattern had appeared on my skin, swirling like starlight beneath the surface. "What does it mean?" "It means, dear Kaia," Mira smiled mysteriously, "that your arrival here was no accident. The dragons have been waiting for you." "The dragons have been... what?" I stared at my marked hand, the silvery swirls seeming to pulse with my racing heartbeat. "I don't understand. Why would dragons be waiting for me?" "All will be explained at the council meeting tonight," Bela said, leading me up a spiral staircase that wrapped around an enormous silver bark tree. "For now, let's get you settled." The room they showed me to was unlike anything I'd ever seen. The walls were alive, literally growing from the tree itself, with luminescent flowers blooming in various corners, casting a soft, ethereal light. A bed made of woven vines covered an impossibly soft moss waited in one corner, while a basin filled with crystal-clear water stood nearby. "Rest, refresh yourself," Mira said, placing a bundle of clothes on a wooden chest. "I'll return in a few hours to escort you to the council." Left alone, I sank onto the bed, my mind spinning with everything that had happened. Just this morning, I'd been planning to watch the sunrise from a Colorado mountain peak. Now I was in another world, apparently marked by magic, with dragons waiting for me. 2 hours later, after changing into the provided clothes, a flowing dress made of that same color-shifting fabric I'd noticed earlier, I heard a knock at my door. "Enter." "The council is ready for you," Mira announced, then paused, taking in my appearance. "The dress suits you. It's made from moon weave. Very rare, very precious. A gift from the Dragon King himself." "The Dragon King sent me clothes?" "He's been preparing for your arrival for months." "We all have." As we walked through the village, now bathed in the golden light of sunset, I noticed more details I'd missed before. Dragon motifs were everywhere, carved into doorways, woven into tapestries, even formed by the natural growth patterns of the trees. "There's something you're not telling me," I said as we approached a massive structure that seemed to be the center of the village. "Why me? Why now?" Mira stopped at the entrance, turning to face me with an expression of both excitement and concern. "Because, Kaia, you're the first person in 1,000 years to cross through the portal bearing the mark of the Dragon Queen. And tonight you'll meet Lysander." "Who's Lysander?" "The Dragon King's heir. And according to the prophecy, your future husband." My knees nearly buckled. "My what?" But before Mira could answer, the massive door swung open, revealing a grand circular chamber filled with people and creatures, all staring at me with expressions ranging from curiosity to awe to outright hostility. And there, at the center of it all, stood the most striking man I'd ever seen. His eyes met mine across the chamber, and I felt something deep within me shift, like tectonic plates realigning my entire world. This had to be Lysander. And judging by the way his eyes were glowing with an inner fire, he was definitely not entirely human. The council chamber fell silent as I entered. Torches lined the walls, their flames casting dancing shadows across faces both human and not quite human. Some of the council members had scales glinting beneath their skin, others had eyes that glowed like embers. "Welcome, Kaia of the other world," a deep voice resonated through the chamber. An elderly man with silver hair and golden eyes stood from his throne-like chair. "I am Draken, King of Aerilon." I attempted a curtsy, nearly tripping over the unfamiliar dress. "Your Majesty." "Father," Lysander stepped forward, his eyes never leaving mine. "The mark grows stronger in her presence." I glanced down at my hand again, noticing the silvery swirls had indeed brightened, pulsing in rhythm with my heartbeat. When I looked up, Lysander had moved closer, close enough that I could see flecks of gold in his steel blue eyes. "May I?" he asked, holding out his hand. I hesitated for a moment before placing my marked hand in his. The instant our skin touched, a jolt of energy surged through me. The markings on my hand flared with brilliant light, and matching patterns appeared on Lysander's skin. "The prophecy speaks true," Draken announced. "She bears the mark of the Dragon Queen." I don't understand. I pulled my hand back, though the connection between us seemed to linger. "What prophecy? And what's this about being someone's future wife?" 1,000 years ago, Lysander began, his voice low and intense, my ancestor made a terrible mistake. He killed his dragon mate in a fit of rage, and with her dying breath, she cursed our bloodline. Since then, any dragon lord who takes a mate is doomed to lose them tragically. The prophecy spoke of one who would come from beyond the veil, Draken continued, marked by the first dragon queen herself, with the power to break the curse. "We've waited centuries for you, Kaia." "No pressure or anything," I muttered, earning a surprised laugh from Lysander. "You have a choice," Lysander said softly. "We would never force this upon you. But know that if you choose to stay, to try, you would have the protection of every dragon in Aerilon." I looked around the chamber, at all the faces watching this exchange with such hope and anticipation. Then I looked back at Lysander, feeling that strange pull between us growing stronger by the second. "And if I choose to leave? Then we will help you return home," he answered, though I could see the pain the words caused him. "The portal will reopen in 7 days. 7 days to decide whether to return to my normal life or stay in this magical world and potentially break an ancient curse. 7 days to determine if this pull I felt toward Lysander was worth risking everything for. "I'll stay," I heard myself say, surprising even myself with the certainty in my voice. "At least for the 7 days. I want to understand what all of this means." The smile that broke across Lysander's face was like the sun breaking through clouds, and somewhere in the distance, I heard the triumphant roar of dragons. After the council meeting, Lysander offered to show me around the dragon's lair. As we walked through torchlit corridors, I couldn't help but notice how the other inhabitants bowed respectfully as we passed. "They're not bowing to me," Lysander said, reading my thoughts. "They're bowing to you. The mark of the Dragon Queen is sacred here." "About that mark, what exactly does it mean?" "Beyond the whole prophecy thing. It means you have dragon magic within you," he explained, leading me onto a balcony that overlooked the entire valley. "The first Dragon Queen was the most powerful being Aerilon has ever known. She could command all elements, heal any wound, and speak to dragons in their true form." "And you think I can do all that?" "I know you can. I can sense it." He turned to face me, his eyes glowing softly in the darkness. "May I show you something?" At my nod, he stepped back and began to change. His form shifted and grew, scales rippling across his skin like liquid metal. Within moments, where the man had stood, there was now a magnificent dragon with scales the color of storm clouds and eyes that burned like blue fire. I should have been terrified. Instead, I felt an overwhelming urge to reach out and touch him. As if in a trance, I stepped forward and placed my marked hand on his snout. The connection between us blazed to life, and suddenly I could feel everything he was feeling, his hope, his fear of the curse, and something deeper, something that made my heart race. "I can hear you," I whispered, amazed. In my mind, this is the bond between dragon and rider. His voice resonated in my thoughts. "It's been 1,000 years since anyone bore the mark. 1,000 years since a human could communicate with us in our true form." He transformed back, and we stood face to face, much closer than before. The mark on my hand was glowing brightly now, casting silvery light between us. 7 days, he said softly. 7 days to decide if you want to stay, to learn about your powers, to see if we can break this curse together. And if I choose to stay, what then? Then I'll spend every day showing you the wonders of Aerilon, teaching you about dragon magic, and proving that what brought you here wasn't just prophecy or fate, it was destiny. The way he said it made my heart skip a beat. Part of me wanted to run, to find the portal and go back to my safe, normal life. But a stronger part, the part that was already changing, already adapting to this magical world, wanted to stay. 7 days, I agreed. Show me everything. Chapter 2. The dragon's lair was more magnificent than anything I could have imagined. Carved into the face of a mountain, the castle seemed to grow from the rock itself, its spires reaching toward the clouds like crystalline fingers. Dragons of various sizes and colors soared between the towers, their scales glinting in the morning light. Your quarters are in the eastern wing, Lysander said as we walked through corridors of polished stone, near the children's rooms. I stopped in my tracks. I'm sorry, the what? My children, he replied, turning to face me. Did the council not mention that part of your role here would be caring for them? No, they seemed more focused on the whole curse-breaking, prophesied wife situation. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps they thought 5 children might frighten you away. 5? I squeaked. Would you like to meet them? Before I could answer, the sound of running feet echoed through the corridor. A small girl with Lysander's storm blue eyes came barreling around the corner, her dark curls flying behind her. Papa, she cried, launching herself into Lysander's arms. Finn turned into a dragon in the library again and knocked over all the scrolls. Did he now? Lysander's entire demeanor softened as he held his daughter. And where's your brother now, Luna? Hiding in the garden fountain. Aria's trying to get him out, but he's being stubborn. Lysander sighed, but I could see the affection in his eyes. Luna, this is Lady Kaia. She'll be staying with us and helping to look after you and your siblings. Luna's eyes widened as she noticed me for the first time. You're the one with the mark. Can you really talk to dragons? Can you do magic? Will you teach me? Luna, Lysander warned gently, but I found myself charming by her enthusiasm. I'm still learning about all of this myself, I told her honestly. Maybe we can learn together? Her face lit up with a smile that melted away any reservations I had about this new role. Come on, you have to meet everyone else. She grabbed my hand, and I felt a tiny spark of magic pass between us. Luna gasped in delight. Papa, did you see? She has dragon magic, just like us. Luna led me through winding corridors until we reached a sunlit courtyard. There, amidst blooming flowers and crystal fountains, I found the other children. A boy about 7 was indeed sitting in the fountain, his dark hair dripping wet, while an older girl with Lysander's striking features was trying to coax him out. Everyone, Luna announced proudly. This is Lady Kaia. She has the mark. 4 pairs of eyes turned to me with varying degrees of interest. The wet boy in the fountain, Finn, I presumed, immediately transformed back into his human form, sending a splash of water everywhere. Can you really talk to dragons? He asked, climbing out of the fountain. Finn, you're soaking wet, the older girl sighed, waving her hand. Steam rose from his clothes as they dried instantly. She turned to me with an apologetic smile. I'm Arya. I'm the eldest. 2 more children emerged from behind a flowering bush, twins, by the look of them, both with their father's storm blue eyes and their mother's golden hair. I'm Seth, the boy said. And I'm Sarah, his sister added. 5 children, I murmured, looking at each of their eager faces. All with dragon blood. Half dragon, Arya corrected gently. Our mother was human. The way she said was made my heart ache. These children had lost their mother, and now here I was, supposedly destined to. Can you show us some magic? Finn interrupted my thoughts, bouncing with excitement. I'm not sure I know how, I admitted. It's easy, Luna said, taking my marked hand. Just feel the magic inside you and let it out. I closed my eyes, focusing on the warmth that seemed to pulse beneath my skin. To my surprise, I could feel it, like a current of electricity running through my veins. When I opened my eyes, small orbs of silvery light were dancing around us, making the children gasp in delight. Just like Mother's magic, Sarah whispered, reaching out to touch one of the orbs. Better than hiding in fountains, isn't it, Finn? Lysander's voice came from behind us. He'd been watching the whole time, a soft smile on his face. Looking at him surrounded by his children, I began to understand why the prophecy had chosen me. These weren't just the Dragon King's heirs, they were children who needed love, guidance, and someone to help them understand both their human and dragon natures. And somehow, impossibly, I already felt myself falling in love with all of them. The afternoon sun streamed through the courtyard as I watched the children demonstrate their abilities. Arya, being the eldest at 15, had remarkable control over her powers. She could shift between forms as easily as breathing and manipulate the elements with grace. "Lady Kaia," she said, "creating intricate patterns of fire in the air. Would you like to try?" "I'm not sure I can do that," I admitted. "I don't even know how to access these powers properly." "It's like breathing," Seth chimed in, his twin sister Sarah nodding in agreement. "You just have to feel it inside you." "Our mother used to say that magic isn't about control," Sarah added softly. "It's about trust." The mention of their mother created a momentary silence. I could feel their collective grief, raw and real, even after all this time. "Tell us about your world," Luna requested, breaking the tension. "Do you have dragons there?" "Only in stories," I replied, settling onto a stone bench. The children gathered around me eagerly. "We have books and movies about them, but they're not real." "What's a movie?" Finn asked, finally fully dry and sitting cross-legged at my feet. As I tried to explain the concept of cinema to 5 dragon children, I caught Lysander watching us from the shadows of an archway. The look in his eyes made my heart skip a beat. Pride, hope, and something deeper that I wasn't ready to name yet. "Can you show us more of your magic?" Luna pleaded, bringing my attention back to the children. "I'll try," I said, closing my eyes and focusing on that warm current beneath my skin. This time, instead of just letting it flow, I tried to shape it, guide it. When I opened my eyes, silvery butterflies were dancing around us, their wings leaving trails of starlight in the air. The children gasped in delight, reaching out to touch them. "That's Mother's magic," Arya whispered, her eyes wide. "She used to make butterflies for us too." "Tell me about your mother," I said softly, watching the silvery butterflies dance around us. The children grew quiet, exchanging glances. "Mother was beautiful," Arya began, her voice steady but filled with emotion. "She could control wind and water, and she used to make it snow inside during summer just to make us laugh. She taught us how to control our shifting," Seth added. "Said we had to understand both sides of ourselves, human and dragon." "The curse took her 3 years ago," Finn said quietly, no longer the playful boy from the fountain. "She got sick, and nothing could save her. Not even dragon magic." "Father hasn't been the same since," Sarah whispered. "Until you came." Luna crawled into my lap, her small hand touching my marked one. "Your magic feels like hers. Warm and safe." I felt tears prick at my eyes. These children had lost so much, and here they were, opening their hearts to a stranger from another world. I noticed Lysander had moved closer, his expression unreadable as he watched us. "The curse," I said carefully, "does it affect all of you too?" "No," Arya answered. "It only affects the ruling dragon lord and their mate. That's why he's been alone," Lysander finished, joining us. I couldn't risk loving again, knowing the curse would claim another life. "Until the prophecy spoke of you, Kaia." The weight of his words hung in the air. 5 pairs of children's eyes and 1 pair of storm blue ones watched me, filled with hope and fear in equal measure. "But you're different," Luna said suddenly, her hand still on my marked one. "The mark protects you." "I can feel it." "She's right," Lysander confirmed. "The mark of the Dragon Queen is the only magic powerful enough to potentially break the curse. That's why we've waited so long for someone like you." I looked at each of their faces, these children who needed a mother, this man who'd lost so much, this family that was offering me a place among them. The mark on my hand pulsed warmly, as if responding to my thoughts. "Then we'll find a way," I heard myself say. "Together." The smile that broke across Lysander's face was worth every moment of uncertainty I'd felt since arriving in this world. And when Luna hugged me tightly, followed by the other children, I knew I'd made the right choice. The sun was setting over the dragon's lair when Lysander suggested we move inside for dinner. The great dining hall was a marvel of architecture, with ceiling-high windows that caught the last rays of sunlight, making the crystal chandeliers sparkle like captured stars. "Children, show Lady Kaia her place," Lysander instructed as servants began bringing in platters of food I'd never seen before. "You sit here, next to Father," Arya said, leading me to a high-backed chair adorned with dragon motifs. "It's where Mother used to sit." The weight of those words settled over the table as we all took our seats. I noticed how the children watched me, their eyes full of hope and curiosity. Even the servants seemed to pause in their duties, studying me with careful interest. "Try the moonberry tarts," Luna whispered from my left. "They're magical, literally. They glow when you're happy." As if to demonstrate, she took a bite of the iridescent pastry, and it began to emit a soft blue light. One by one, the other children followed suit, until the table was illuminated by different colored glows, each representing their unique emotions. "The color reflects your true feelings," Lysander explained, passing me a tart. "It's an old dragon magic, meant to teach children about emotional honesty." With all eyes on me, I took a bite. The pastry melted on my tongue, tasting like starlight and summer storms. To everyone's amazement, my tart began to glow with a brilliant silver light, the same color as my mark. "I've never seen that color before," Finn gasped. "It's the color of the Dragon Queen's magic," Lysander said softly. "The same magic that flows through your veins now, Kaia." As we ate, the children shared stories about their daily lives, their lessons in dragon lore, their adventures in the castle grounds, their magical mishaps. I learned that Arya was studying to be a healer, while the twins were fascinated by battle magic. Finn, despite his mischievous nature, had a gift for understanding ancient languages, and Luna was showing signs of being a natural empath. "Will you teach us about your world?" Seth asked between bites. "Yes, tell us about the places without dragons," Sarah added eagerly. "And will you stay?" Luna's question cut through the chatter, silencing everyone. "Forever." I felt Lysander tense beside me, though he remained silent, waiting for my answer. Looking at these 5 beautiful, hopeful faces, I realized that my decision to stay wasn't just about breaking a curse or fulfilling a prophecy anymore. It was about healing a family that had been broken by loss and fear. "I have 5 days left before the portal reopens," I said carefully. "But right now, I can't imagine wanting to leave." The children's tarts glowed brighter at my words, and I felt Lysander's hand find mine under the table, our marks pulsing in unison. Chapter 3. Dawn broke over the dragon's lair, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. I stood on my balcony, watching the morning patrol of dragons soaring between the towers. My marked hand tingled, responding to their presence. "Ready for your first magic lesson?" I turned to find Lysander in the doorway, dressed more casually than I'd seen him before. Without his formal robes, he looked younger, more approachable. "I'm not sure I'll be any good at it," I admitted. "Yesterday with the butterflies was mostly accident." "Magic responds to intention and emotion," he said, joining me on the balcony. "Your mark proves you have the ability. Now you just need to learn control." We made our way to a private courtyard I hadn't seen before. Ancient stones formed a perfect circle, each carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change as I looked at them. "This is the training ground," Lysander explained. "It's protected by old magic, perfect for beginners who might lose control." "Lose control?" That's not very reassuring. He smiled, positioning himself behind me. "Hold out your marked hand." I did as instructed, trying to ignore how my pulse quickened when he placed his hand under mine, supporting it. "Close your eyes," his voice was soft near my ear. "Feel the magic flowing through you. It's like a river of light beneath your skin." I closed my eyes, focusing on the warmth of my mark. There it was, that familiar current of energy, stronger now with Lysander's proximity. "Now," he continued, "direct that energy through your palm. Imagine it taking shape." The magic responded eagerly, too eagerly. Instead of the gentle stream I'd intended, a burst of silver light exploded from my hand, ricocheting off the protective barriers around us. "Well," Lysander chuckled, "you certainly don't lack power." The morning sun climbed higher as Lysander continued to guide me through basic magical exercises. Each attempt at controlling my power resulted in varying degrees of success and destruction. Magic responds to emotion, Lysander explained, helping me up after a particularly explosive attempt had knocked me off my feet. Your feelings amplify your power. That's why untrained magic often manifests during moments of strong emotion. Like when I created those butterflies for the children, I realized. I was feeling connected to them, wanting to make them happy. Exactly. He positioned himself behind me again, his hands gently adjusting my stance. Try focusing on a specific emotion while channeling the magic. Something calm and controlled. I closed my eyes, thinking of the peace I'd felt watching the sunrise from my balcony. The mark warmed beneath my skin, but this time the energy flowed more smoothly. When I opened my eyes, a small sphere of silver light hovered above my palm. Better, Lysander smiled. Now, try to move it. I concentrated on the sphere, willing it to float higher. It responded, rising slowly into the air. But as I tried to guide it in a circle, my concentration wavered, and the sphere exploded in a shower of sparks. That's normal, Lysander assured me, noting my frustration. Even dragon children take years to master full control. But I don't have years, I reminded him. The portal reopens in 5 days. His expression grew serious. Kaia, about that, there's something you should know about the mark. Before he could continue, we were interrupted by the arrival of Arya, looking worried. Father, Lady Kaia, Luna's having one of her episodes. Lysander tensed immediately. Where? The library. She was practicing her empathy skills and got overwhelmed again. Without hesitation, Lysander took my hand. Come. This is something you need to see. We rushed through the castle corridors, my mark pulsing with increasing intensity as we approached the library. Inside, we found Luna curled in a corner, surrounded by books that were floating in the air, caught in the storm of her distressed magic. She's an empath, Lysander explained quickly. Sometimes she absorbs too many emotions at once and loses control. I moved toward Luna instinctively, my mark glowing brighter with each step. The floating books began to shake violently. Be careful, Arya warned. Last time she accidentally threw Father across the room. But something was pulling me forward, and connection I couldn't explain. As I knelt beside Luna, my mark began to resonate with her distress. I could feel everything she was feeling, fear, confusion, and an overwhelming flood of others' emotions. Without thinking, I gathered her into my arms. The moment we touched, my mark flared with brilliant light, and I felt myself creating a barrier between Luna and the chaos of emotions overwhelming her. It's okay, I whispered, stroking her hair. Focus on my emotions only. Let the others go. Gradually, the books settled back onto their shelves. Luna's breathing steadied, and she looked up at me with tear-stained cheeks. How did you do that? She asked in wonder. The noise, it's quiet now. I looked at my still glowing mark, then at Lysander, who was watching us with an expression of profound realization. The mark of the Dragon Queen, he said softly. It's not just about breaking curses. It's about healing. As afternoon approached, Lysander suggested we move our training to the castle gardens, where the other children were practicing their own magical abilities. The sight that greeted us was both chaotic and beautiful. Arya was creating intricate patterns of water in the air, while the twins practiced transformation exercises under the watchful eye of their tutor. Your mark responded instinctively to Luna's distress, Lysander explained as we walked. The Dragon Queen was known for her ability to heal not just physical wounds, but emotional ones as well. It seems you've inherited that gift. But I don't know how I did it, I admitted, watching my mark continue to pulse softly. It just happened. The best magic often does. It comes from the heart rather than the mind. We were interrupted by Finn, who came running up with excitement written all over his face. Lady Kaia, watch this. He concentrated hard, his face scrunching up with effort, and suddenly transformed into a small dragon about the size of a horse. His scales were a beautiful midnight blue, and his eyes retained their human intelligence. Well done, Finn, Lysander praised. much smoother than this morning's transformation. The young dragon preened under his father's praise before changing back to his human form. "Can Lady Kaia transform too?" he asked eagerly. "The mark of the Dragon Queen grants many abilities," Lysander said carefully, "but transformation isn't typically one of them. However," he turned to me with a thoughtful expression, "there are stories of the first Dragon Queen being able to share her consciousness with dragons, to see through their eyes and feel what they feel. Is that what happened when you showed me your dragon form?" I asked, remembering the connection we'd shared. "Perhaps. Shall we try something more advanced?" Before I could respond, a commotion from the other side of the garden caught our attention. Seth and Sarah had somehow managed to tangle their transformations, resulting in a confused mess of limbs and scales. "Father," Arya called, trying not to laugh. "They need help." "Never a dull moment," Lysander sighed, though his eyes sparkled with amusement. "Kaia, would you like to observe how we handle magical accidents? It might be useful for your training." I followed him to where the twins were struggling. Half transformed, they looked like a bizarre artwork. Seth's left side was human while his right was covered in scales, and Sarah was stuck with dragon wings but human arms. "Remember what I taught you about emotional control," Lysander said calmly. "Focus on your human form, one part at a time." As he guided the twins through their reverse transformation, I felt my mark responding to their distress. Without thinking, I placed my hands on their shoulders. Silver light flowed from my mark, enveloping them in a gentle glow. Almost immediately, their transformations began to smooth out, scales melting back into skin, wings folding away into nothing. "That was amazing!" Seth exclaimed once he was fully human again. "How did you do that?" Sarah asked, touching her now normal arms in wonder. I'm not sure," I admitted, looking at my still glowing mark. "It just felt right." Lysander was watching me with an intensity that made my heart skip. "You're a natural healer," he said softly. "The mark isn't just responding to your intentions, it's responding to your heart." The way he said it made me wonder if he was still talking about magic. Before I could ask, Luna came running up, her eyes bright with excitement. "Can we show Lady Kaia the dragon caves?" she pleaded. "Please, father? She needs to see where the dragons sleep." Lysander hesitated, glancing at the setting sun. "The caves can be dangerous for those unused to dragon magic." "I'll be careful," I promised, surprising myself with how much I wanted to see this part of their world. "Besides, I have my own magic now, right?" He studied me for a moment before nodding. "Very well. Children, would you like to show Lady Kaia your favorite place in the entire castle?" Their enthusiastic cheers echoed through the garden as they led me toward what promised to be another adventure in this magical world I was slowly beginning to call home. The dragon caves were unlike anything I had ever imagined. Carved deep into the mountain beneath the castle, they were a vast network of crystalline chambers, each one home to different dragon families. The walls themselves seemed alive, pulsing with an inner light that responded to our presence. "The caves are alive with ancient magic," Lysander explained as we descended the winding crystal staircase. "They were created by the first dragons thousands of years ago, using their flame to melt and shape the very mountain itself." Luna skipped ahead, her excitement palpable. "The crystals sing when dragons are near. Listen." Sure enough, as we passed through a particularly large chamber, I heard it, a haunting melody that seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves. My mark responded, glowing in harmony with the crystal song. "The singing crystals are connected to dragon magic," Arya explained, noticing my fascination. "They help young dragons learn to control their powers. Watch this." She approached one of the larger crystals and placed her hand upon it. The crystal's glow intensified, and suddenly the chamber was filled with ethereal music. The twins joined in, each touching different crystals, creating a symphony of magical resonance. "Try it," Lysander encouraged, guiding me toward a particularly large crystal formation. "Let your mark guide you." I hesitated for only a moment before placing my marked hand against the cool crystal surface. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. The mark flared with brilliant light, and the crystal beneath my palm began to pulse with matching silver energy. The song that emerged was unlike anything the children had produced. Ancient and powerful, it seemed to call to something deep within my soul. "That's the song of the Dragon Queen," Lysander whispered, his voice filled with awe. "No one has heard it in 1,000 years." As the song continued to build, dragons began appearing in the chamber's entrances, drawn by the music. They were magnificent creatures of various sizes and colors, their scales gleaming in the crystal light. To my amazement, they began to bow their heads in my direction. "They recognize the mark's power," Finn explained excitedly. "They're pledging their allegiance to you." "But I'm not their queen," I protested, though my mark continued to pulse in rhythm with the crystal song. "You bear her mark," Lysander said softly, coming to stand beside me. "In their eyes, you carry her legacy. The dragons of Aerilon have waited centuries for someone worthy of her power to return." The implications of his words were staggering. I wasn't just here to break a curse or care for 5 children. I was being called to something far greater. The mark on my hand wasn't just a sign of prophecy. It was a responsibility, a sacred trust passed down through generations. As if sensing my thoughts, Luna slipped her small hand into mine. "Don't worry," she said with a smile. "We'll help you. That's what family does." Family. The word echoed in my heart as I looked around at the children, at Lysander, at the gathered dragons. In just a few days, they had become more than just my charges or my hosts. They had become my home. The crystal song reached a crescendo, and in that moment, I made my decision. When the portal reopened in 5 days, I wouldn't be going through it. My place was here, in this world of magic and dragons, with these people who had claimed my heart so completely. As evening descended over the dragon caves, the crystal song gradually faded, but the magic in the air remained palpable. The gathered dragons had dispersed, leaving our small family alone in the vast chamber. The children were exploring nearby crystals, each one producing different musical notes as they touched them. "There's something else you should know about the mark," Lysander said quietly, drawing me aside. "Something that might affect your decision about the portal." I looked down at my hand, where the mark still pulsed with a gentle silver light. "What is it?" "The mark, it's not just a symbol or a source of power. It's a binding force. Once it fully awakens, it creates an unbreakable connection between the bearer and Aerilon itself. If you stay past the portal's opening, the mark will become permanent. You'll be bound to this world forever." The weight of his words settled over me like a physical thing. "Is that why you've given me 7 days?" "To make sure I understand what I'm choosing." "Yes," he admitted. "I couldn't bear to trap you here without giving you a real choice. The prophecy may have chosen you, but you must choose us in return." Before I could respond, Luna's voice echoed through the chamber. "Look what we found." We turned to see the children gathered around a particular crystal formation that seemed different from the others. Instead of the usual clear or blue-tinted crystal, this one was a deep amber color, and within it, something seemed to move. "It's a memory crystal," Arya explained as we approached. "They store important moments from dragon history. This one." She touched it gently, and the crystal began to glow. Suddenly, the chamber was filled with a projection, like a movie made of light and magic. In it, we saw a woman with long silver hair and a mark identical to mine. She stood before an army of dragons, her power radiating from her invisible waves. "The first dragon queen," Lysander breathed. "This must be from the Great War." We watched in awe as the ancient queen raised her marked hand, and the very earth seemed to respond to her command. Mountains rose and fell at her will, and dragons moved in perfect synchronization with her movements. She wasn't just powerful, I realized, watching the scene unfold. She was one with the land itself. The mark didn't just give her magic, it made her part of Aerilon. "Yes," Lysander confirmed. "And now you understand what staying would truly mean. You wouldn't just be choosing a family or a role. You'd be choosing to become part of this world in the most fundamental way possible." The projection faded, leaving us in the crystal-lit chamber. The children were watching me with hopeful eyes, but they remained silent, understanding the gravity of the moment. I looked at each of them, at Luna's empathic heart, at Finn's mischievous spirit, at the twins' quiet strength, at Aria's wise soul. Then I looked at Lysander, who had given me the truth even though it might mean losing me. I think, I said slowly, my mark glowing brighter with each word, that becoming part of this world stopped being a choice the moment I met all of you. I'm already bound to Aerilon, not by magic or prophecy, but by love. The crystals around us began to sing again, a joyous melody that seemed to celebrate my decision. Luna threw herself into my arms, and soon all the children were hugging me, their own dragon magic harmonizing with my mark's glow. Lysander's eyes met mine over their heads, and in them I saw everything I needed to know about my future. The portal might open in 5 days, but my path was already chosen. I was home. Chapter 4. Dawn broke over the dragon's lair, bringing with it an unexpected visitor. A messenger arrived, bearing the royal seal of the Dragon Council. I watched from my balcony as Lysander received the scroll, his expression growing more serious with each line he read. "What is it?" I asked when he joined me for breakfast in the private family dining room. "The council has heard of your mark," he said, setting the scroll aside. "They want to test your abilities and your worthiness to bear the Dragon Queen's power." The children, who had been chattering over their morning meal, fell silent. "Test me? How?" "The trial of 3, Arya answered before her father could. "It's an ancient ceremony. Every potential dragon queen had to pass it." "But she's already proven herself," Luna protested. "She helped me with my empathy, and she can hear the crystal songs." Lysander smiled gently at his youngest. "The council must follow tradition, little one. Besides," he turned to me, "this might help you understand more about your own powers." "What exactly does this trial involve?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady despite the nervousness building in my chest. 3 challenges, Lysander explained. Mind, heart, and soul. Each designed to test different aspects of your connection to dragon magic. The council will arrive at sunset to begin the preparations. Sunset? I squeaked. "That's so soon." "We'll help you prepare," Seth offered eagerly. "Yes," Sarah agreed. "We can teach you everything we know about dragon magic. And I can show you the secret passages in case you need to escape," Finn added, earning a stern look from his father. "There will be no need for escape routes," Lysander said firmly. "Kaia will pass these trials because she is already everything a dragon queen should be." The confidence in his voice made my mark tingle warmly, but doubt still gnawed at my heart. "And if I fail?" "You won't," Luna said with absolute certainty, taking my marked hand in hers. "We believe in you." The hours before sunset passed in a blur of preparation. The children insisted on helping me train, each sharing their unique knowledge of dragon magic. We gathered in the private courtyard where I'd first learned to control my powers. "The trial of mind tests your knowledge and wisdom," Arya explained, pacing before me like a seasoned teacher. "You'll need to understand dragon history, laws, and magic theory." "Here," Seth said, handing me an ancient tome. "This contains the basic principles of dragon magic. The council loves to ask about the founding of Aerilon. And the crystal songs," Luna added excitedly. "Don't forget about those. They're important for the soul trial." Lysander watched from the sidelines, occasionally offering guidance, but mostly letting his children take the lead. I could sense both pride and concern in his expression. "The heart trial is the most unpredictable," he finally said, stepping forward. "It tests not just your emotional control, but your capacity for leadership and sacrifice." "How exactly do they test that?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's different for each candidate," Sarah explained. "Sometimes they create illusions of danger, forcing you to choose between saving yourself or others. Sometimes they make you face your deepest fears. Or they might make you choose between 2 impossible options," Finn added helpfully, earning another stern look from his father. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, servants arrived with formal attire for the ceremony. The dress they brought was unlike anything I'd seen before, flowing silver fabric that seemed to capture and reflect the light, embroidered with dragon scales that shifted color as I moved. "This was worn by the last Dragon Queen candidate," Lysander said softly as I touched the fabric. "No one has passed the trial since." How many have tried? 17, Arya answered solemnly. The last attempt was 50 years ago. She didn't survive the heart trial. My own heart skipped a beat at her words. Lysander must have sensed my fear because he quickly moved to my side. You're different, he said firmly. The mark chose you for a reason. Trust in that. And trust in us, Luna added, taking my marked hand. The moment she touched it, the mark began to glow, and I felt a surge of calm wash over me. The council approaches, a guard's voice called from above. We hurried to the castle's main balcony. In the dying light of day, 7 enormous dragons were approaching, their scales gleaming like jewels against the sunset sky. They moved in perfect formation, led by a dragon whose scales seemed to be made of pure gold. The Dragon Council, Lysander explained as we watched them approach. The golden one is Aurelius, the High Elder. The others represent the 7 great dragon families of Aerilon. As the dragons landed in the massive courtyard below, they transformed into their human forms. Even in the shape, they radiated power and ancient wisdom. Aurelius, now a tall man with golden hair and eyes like molten metal, looked up at our balcony and met my gaze. The mark on my hand flared brilliantly in response, and I heard the crystal song from the caves begin to echo through the castle. The council members exchanged significant looks. The trials begin at midnight, Aurelius announced, his voice carrying easily to where we stood. Prepare yourself, bearer of the mark. Tonight, we shall see if you are truly worthy of the Dragon Queen's legacy. The children pressed closer to me, offering silent support. Lysander's hand found mine, our marks pulsing in unison. Remember, he whispered, you're not just fighting for yourself. You're fighting for all of us. Looking at the faces of my newfound family, then down at the imposing council members, I knew he was right. This wasn't just about proving myself. It was about protecting the future I wanted with these people I had grown to love. The sun disappeared below the horizon, and the first stars began to appear. In a few hours, my trials would begin. As midnight approached, the castle transformed. Ancient torches blazed to life along the corridors, their flames burning in unusual colors, blue, purple, and silver. The crystal songs from deep within the mountain grew stronger, creating an otherworldly symphony that made my mark pulse in response. I stood before a mirror in my chambers, wearing the silver dress of the last Dragon Queen candidate. The fabric seemed alive, shifting and rippling with every movement, the embedded scales catching the light like stars. Arya had helped arrange my hair in an intricate style, weaving crystal beads that sang softly when they touched each other. The trial of mind will be first, Lysander explained, entering my chambers. He stopped short when he saw me, his eyes widening. You look exactly like her. Like who? The first Dragon Queen. There's a portrait of her in the council chambers. The resemblance is uncanny. Before I could respond, Luna burst into the room, followed by her siblings. They had all been dressed formally for the occasion, their clothes bearing the colors of their dragon forms. We brought you something, Luna said, holding out a small wooden box. Inside was a delicate silver circlet, set with crystals that seemed to contain living flame. It was our mother's, Arya explained softly. She wore it during her ceremonies. We thought you should have it. My throat tightened with emotion as Lysander carefully placed the circlet on my head. The moment it touched my brow, the crystals began to glow, harmonizing with my mark. The council awaits, a servant announced from the doorway. The great ceremonial chamber was unlike anything I'd seen before. The ceiling opened to the star-filled sky, and the walls were lined with crystals that pulsed with inner light. The 7 council members stood in a semicircle, their human forms no less imposing than their dragon ones. Aurelius stepped forward, his golden eyes seeming to look straight into my soul. Kaia of Earth, bearer of the mark, you stand before the Dragon Council to prove your worthiness. Are you prepared to face the trial of 3? My mark flared brilliantly as I answered, I am. Then let the trial of mine begin. He gestured, and the chamber transformed. The crystal's light dimmed except for one section of wall, which began to shimmer like water. Step through, Aurelius commanded. I looked back at my family one last time. Lysander's eyes met mine, filled with confidence and something deeper. The children stood close together, their faces a mixture of worry and hope. Luna gave me a small wave, and I saw her mouth the words, "We believe in you." Taking a deep breath, I stepped through the shimmering wall. The world around me dissolved and reformed into a vast library unlike any I'd ever seen. Books floated through the air, their pages turning by themselves. Ghostly figures moved between the shelves, discussing matters in ancient languages I somehow understood. "Welcome to the Archive of Ages," a voice echoed around me. "Here, all knowledge of dragons and magic is preserved. Your trial begins now." The mark on my hand began to glow brighter, and I felt knowledge flowing into my mind. Histories, laws, magical theories, all intertwining with what the children had taught me. I realized this wasn't just a test of memorization. It was a test of understanding, of seeing the connections between all things in this magical world. As questions began to form in the air before me, written in glowing script, I squared my shoulders and prepared to face my first challenge. The mark pulsed steadily, like a heartbeat, reminding me that I wasn't alone. Somewhere beyond this magical space, my family was waiting for me. I would not let them down. The trial of mind proved more challenging than I could have imagined. Questions materialized in the air before me, each more complex than the last. The ghostly figures in the library watched silently as I navigated through centuries of dragon history and magical theory. What was the name of the first dragon queen's mate, and how did their union change the laws of succession? One question blazed in silver script. My mark pulsed and knowledge flowed through me. "Selim the Stormborn," I answered. "Their union established that dragon queens and kings must rule as equals, sharing both power and responsibility. This changed the previous patriarchal system." "Correct," the library whispered. "And what price did Selim pay for this change?" "His life," I said softly. "He sacrificed himself to protect his queen during the Great Dragon War, proving that true leadership requires sacrifice." Question after question came, testing not just my knowledge, but my understanding of dragon culture and values. I spoke of ancient treaties, magical principles, and the delicate balance between human and dragon nature. The mark guided me, but I realized it wasn't simply feeding me answers. It was helping me connect deeper truths I somehow already knew. Hours seemed to pass, though time felt different in this magical space. Finally, the questions ceased, and Aurelius's voice echoed through the library. "The trial of mind is complete. You have shown wisdom beyond your years, bearer of the mark. But knowledge alone does not make a queen. Prepare yourself for the trial of heart." The library dissolved around me, reforming into a vast chamber of mirrors. Each reflection showed a different scene, the children playing, Lysander in both human and dragon form, moments from my time in Aerilon. The heart sees truth that the mind cannot comprehend. Aurelius's voice continued. "Show us what lies in yours." The mirrors began to spin, their images blurring together. When they stopped, I found myself in what appeared to be the dragon's lair, but something was wrong. The castle was under attack, dark magic seeping through its walls. "Choose," the voice commanded. Before me, 3 scenes played out simultaneously. Luna trapped in a collapsing tower, her empathy overwhelming her. Lysander fighting a losing battle against shadow creatures, and the portal to Earth, glowing with its last moments of power. Save one. The others will be lost forever. My heart pounded as I understood the test. This wasn't just about making a choice. It was about understanding what truly mattered to me. The mark on my hand blazed brighter than ever before, and suddenly I understood. This wasn't about choosing between the people I loved. It was about finding the strength to save them all. "No," I said firmly, my voice ringing with power. "A true dragon queen doesn't choose between her people. She finds a way to protect them all." I raised my marked hand, and silver light exploded from it. The light split into 3 streams, reaching for each scene. As it touched them, the illusions shattered, revealing the council members watching with intense interest. "Interesting," Aurelius mused. "You reject the premise of the test itself. Bold or foolish?" "Neither," I replied, my mark still glowing. just true to what I've learned here. The first dragon queen united dragons and humans because she refused to choose between them. She found a third path. That's what real leadership means, not making impossible choices, but finding ways to protect everyone under your care. A murmur went through the council members. Aurelius's golden eyes studied me carefully before he nodded. The trial of heart is complete. You have shown courage and wisdom beyond what we expected. But the final test remains, the trial of soul. Are you prepared? I thought of my family waiting outside, of Luna's faith in me, of the children's love, of Lysander's unwavering support. I am. The trial of soul was unlike anything I could have imagined. The chamber transformed once more, but this time into an endless void filled with swirling stars and cosmic energy. My mark blazed like a beacon in the darkness. The trial of soul tests not just your magic, but your very essence. Aurelius's voice echoed through the void. Show us the song of your soul. I remembered the crystal caves, how the dragons had bowed to the ancient melody my mark had produced. But this was different. They weren't asking me to recreate that song. They wanted something deeper, more personal. The mark pulsed rhythmically, and I closed my eyes, letting myself feel everything that had brought me to this moment. The fear and confusion of first arriving in Aerilon, the wonder of discovering magic, the love that had grown in my heart for 5 remarkable children, and the deep, unshakable connection I felt to Lysander. As these emotions flowed through me, music began to emanate from my mark, not just a single melody, but an intricate symphony. Each note represented a different aspect of my journey, the bright, clear tones of hope, the deep resonance of love, the sharp edges of fear transformed into courage. The void around me responded. Stars began to move in rhythm with my soul song, creating patterns of light that told my story. I saw myself stepping through the portal, meeting the children, learning magic, choosing to stay. But there was more, images I didn't recognize, possibilities that hadn't yet come to pass. Your soul song speaks of both past and future, Aurelius observed. You see beyond what is to what could be. This is rare, even among those who bear the mark. The other council members moved closer, their forms shifting between human and dragon as they circled me. Each added their own note to my song, testing how it would blend with mine. Some harmonized perfectly, while others created intentional discord. A dragon queen must be able to maintain her own song while harmonizing with others, one of the council members explained. Show us how you adapt. I let my soul song flow freely, neither fighting against nor surrendering to their additions. Instead, I wove them all together into something new, a melody that honored both unity and individuality. The mark on my hand grew warmer, and suddenly I could feel every dragon in Aerilon, their songs joining with mine in a vast celestial chorus. Enough, Aurelius commanded, and the music faded though the mark continued to glow. The trials are complete. The void dissolved, returning us to the ceremonial chamber. Lysander and the children were exactly where I'd left them, though their expressions suggested they'd witnessed something extraordinary. Kaia of Earth, Aurelius announced formally, you have faced the trial of 3. In mind, you showed wisdom and understanding. In heart, you demonstrated courage and compassion. In soul, you revealed harmony and vision. The council members formed a circle around me, their golden eyes gleaming. We hereby acknowledge you as true bearer of the mark, worthy successor to the Dragon Queen's legacy. From this day forward, you shall be known as Kaia Dragonheart, guardian of Aerilon. My mark flared one final time, and I felt something settle into place within me, a sense of belonging, of rightness, of home. Luna broke protocol first, running to embrace me with tears of joy in her eyes. The other children followed, and then Lysander was there too, his arms encircling all of us. I told you, Luna whispered. We believed in you. Looking at my family, feeling the power of the mark thrumming through me, I knew that every trial had been worth it. This was where I belonged, not just as a nanny or a friend, but as a true protector of this magical realm and its people. The crystal song echoed through the castle once more, but this time it was different. This was my song, our song, the melody of a future yet to be written. Chapter 5. The morning after my trials, the castle was abuzz with preparations for a celebration. Word of my success had spread quickly through Aerilon, and dragons from all corners of the realm were arriving to pay their respects to the newly acknowledged Dragon Queen. But while the servants bustled about hanging crystal lanterns and preparing feast tables, Lysander drew me aside into his private study. His expression was serious, despite the joyous atmosphere. "There's something we need to discuss," he said, closing the door behind us. "Something about the curse." My mark tingled at the word, responding to the dark magic that still lingered around him. "What about it?" "The council's acknowledgement of your power changes things. With your full abilities awakened, we might have a chance to break it. But—" he hesitated, running a hand through his hair. "It would be dangerous." "Tell me," I insisted, taking his marked hand in mine. Our marks pulsed in unison, creating a soft harmony. "There's an artifact called the Dragon's Tear," he explained. "It's said to have been created from the first Dragon Queen's final tear when she died protecting Aerilon. Legend says it has the power to absorb and purify dark magic." "And you think it could absorb your curse?" "Possibly. But finding it won't be easy." The last known location was in the Shadowmount Mountains, guarded by creatures that even dragons fear. Before I could respond, Luna burst into the study, her face flushed with excitement. "Father, Lady Kaia, you have to come quickly. Zephyr is here." Lysander's eyes widened. "Zephyr? But he hasn't left his cave in decades." "Who's Zephyr?" I asked as we followed Luna through the corridors. "The oldest and wisest of all dragons," Lysander explained. "He was ancient when my grandfather was young. If he's here—" He trailed off, looking troubled. In the grand courtyard, an enormous silver dragon awaited us. Even in dragon form, Zephyr's age was apparent. His scales had a pearlescent quality that only came with centuries of life, and his eyes held wisdom that seemed as ancient as Aerilon itself. As we approached, he transformed into his human form, an elderly man with flowing silver hair and eyes that retained their dragon-like iridescence. The children bowed deeply, but Luna couldn't contain her excitement. "Great Elder Zephyr, did you come to see Lady Kaia? She passed all the trials." Zephyr smiled gently at Luna before turning his penetrating gaze to me. "Indeed, young one." I felt the awakening of the mark's full power. It has been a very long time since such magic stirred in Aerilon. My mark tingled under his scrutiny. There was something about his presence that made it react differently than it had with other dragons. "You seek the Dragon's Tear," he stated simply, causing Lysander to stiffen beside me. "How did you dash?" "I was there when it was created," Zephyr interrupted. "I watched the first Dragon Queen shed that final tear as she gave her life to protect our realm. I helped forge it into the artifact of power it became." His ancient eyes fixed on Lysander's cursed mark. "And I know it is your only hope of breaking this darkness that plagues you." The children gathered closer, their faces a mixture of hope and concern. They have lived their entire lives under the shadow of their father's curse. "Can you tell us where to find it?" Arya asked carefully. Zephyr's expression grew grave. "The tear lies in the heart of Shadowmount, guarded by creatures born of the same darkness that cursed your father. But retrieving it," he looked directly at me, "will require more than just power. It will test the very bonds you have formed here." "What do you mean?" I asked, though something in my heart already knew the answer. "The tear responds only to true love sacrifice," Zephyr explained. "It must be freely given, not taken. And the price." He paused, his ancient eyes full of sorrow. "The price is always high." Lysander moved protectively closer to me, but I stood my ground. "Tell us what we need to know," I said firmly. "Whatever the price, we'll face it together." A slight smile crossed Zephyr's weathered face. "Perhaps you truly are worthy of the Dragon Queen's legacy after all." He raised his hand, and an image appeared in the air, a map of the Shadowmount Range, with a specific peak marked in glowing light. "The path of shadows leads to the Tier's sanctuary," he explained. "But be warned, the creatures that guard it feed on fear and doubt. They will try to turn you against each other, to make you question everything you believe." "When should we leave?" I asked, already mentally preparing for the journey. The new moon approaches in 3 days, Zephyr said. That is when the shadows are strongest, but also when the tier's power will be at its peak. You must reach the sanctuary before then. Luna suddenly grabbed my hand, her eyes filling with tears. You'll come back, won't you? Both of you. I knelt down to her level, gathering her close. We'll do everything in our power to return to you, I promised, though I could feel the weight of Zephyr's warning about sacrifice hanging in the air. Looking up at Lysander, I saw my own determination reflected in his eyes. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever price we had to pay, we would face it together. The curse had controlled his life for too long, and I had not come this far, crossed worlds, and found this family only to lose them now. The preparations for our journey to Shadow Mount began immediately. While the children were safely escorted to stay with their aunt in the Crystal City, Lysander and I spent hours in the castle's ancient armory, selecting equipment that might help us survive the challenges ahead. These were forged in dragon fire, Lysander explained, helping me into a lightweight armor made of silvery scales. They'll protect you from both physical and magical attacks. The armor seemed to adapt to my body, the scales shifting and settling until they felt like a second skin. My mark glowed softly where it touched the metal, creating a harmonic resonance that made the scales shimmer. There's something else you should have, he said, opening an ornate chest. Inside lay a sword unlike any I'd seen before. Its blade was crystal clear, like frozen light, and its hilt was wrapped in silver wire that matched my mark's glow. This is Star Weaver, Lysander said softly. It belonged to the first Dragon Queen. Legend says she used it to cut through shadow itself. As my hand closed around the hilt, the crystal blade came alive with silver fire. The mark on my hand pulsed in response, and suddenly I knew exactly how to wield it, as if the sword's memories were flowing into me through our connection. It remembers her, I whispered in awe. All these centuries later, it still remembers. Just as the mark remembers, Zephyr's voice came from the doorway. The ancient dragon entered, carrying what appeared to be a map made of living light. The old magics never truly fade. They wait for the right soul to awaken them again. He spread the map across a table, and we watched as it shifted and changed, showing us the treacherous path through Shadow Mount. The creatures that guard the tier are not merely beasts, he warned. They are manifestations of doubt, fear, and regret. They will try to turn you against each other by showing you your deepest fears and darkest memories. How do we fight something like that? I asked, though part of me already knew the answer. With truth, Zephyr replied simply. The shadows cannot exist where there is light, and there is no greater light than love freely given. His ancient eyes met mine. But remember, the price must be paid. The tier demands sacrifice. What kind of sacrifice? Lysander demanded, moving protectively closer to me. Zephyr's expression was grave. That is not for me to say. The tier will choose its price when the moment comes. You must be prepared to pay it, whatever it may be. As if in response to his words, my mark flared brightly, casting silver light throughout the armory. In that moment, I saw a vision, brief but crystal clear, of myself standing before some great darkness, Star Weaver raised high, making a choice that would change everything. We leave at dawn, Lysander declared, breaking through my thoughts. The new moon is in 3 days, and we must reach the sanctuary before then. That night, as we made our final preparations, I wrote letters to each of the children, just in case. I told them how much I loved them, how proud I was of them, how they had made me feel like I belonged in this magical world. I sealed each letter with a drop of magic from my mark, ensuring they would only open if the worst happened. As I finished the last letter, Lysander found me in the library. Without words, he pulled me into his arms, and we stood there in silence, both understanding the magnitude of what lay ahead. Whatever happens, he whispered against my hair, know that you have given me more than I ever dreamed possible. You brought light back into my life, into my children's lives. I looked up at him, seeing the mixture of love and fear in his eyes. We're going to break this curse, I promised. Together. The mark on my hand pulsed in agreement, its silver light mingling with the soft glow of the crystal lamps. Tomorrow we would face whatever shadows awaited us in Shadow Mount, but tonight we had this moment, this certainty, this love. Dawn broke over the dragon's lair, painting the sky in shades of purple and gold. Lysander and I stood at the castle gates, dressed in our dragon-forged armor, Starweaver gleaming at my hip. The mark on my hand pulsed steadily, as if sensing the challenges that lay ahead. Zephyr approached us, his ancient form seeming to shimmer in the early morning light. "Before you depart," he said, producing a small crystal vial, "take this. It contains the essence of starlight, collected during the first Dragon Queen's reign. Use it only in your darkest moment. It may be the difference between success and failure." As I took the vial, my mark reacted strongly, causing the liquid inside to glow with silver light. "How will we know when to use it?" "The mark will guide you," Zephyr replied cryptically, "just as it has guided you thus far." Lysander's cursed mark was particularly dark this morning, the shadow magic within it seeming to writhe beneath his skin. I knew the closer we got to the dragon's tier, the more active the curse would become. "The journey to Shadow Mount will take a full day, even on dragon wing," Lysander explained, transforming into his magnificent dragon form. His scales gleamed like polished obsidian, though the curse had left dark patches that refused to reflect light. I mounted carefully, securing our supplies and ensuring Starweaver was within easy reach. The crystal blade hummed against my hip, responding to the ancient magic that surrounded us. "Remember," Zephyr called as we prepared to take flight, "the shadows in Shadow Mount are not mere darkness. They are living things, born of ancient fears and forgotten sorrows. They will try to separate you, to make you doubt everything you believe. Stay together, trust in your bond, and above all," his ancient eyes fixed on me, "remember that sometimes the greatest sacrifices are not what we expect them to be." With a powerful beat of his wings, Lysander launched us into the air. The dragon's lair fell away beneath us, and I caught one last glimpse of Zephyr standing at the gates, his silver form growing smaller until it disappeared entirely. As we flew, I could feel Lysander's dragon form trembling slightly. The curse was already affecting him more strongly than usual. "Are you all right?" I called over the wind. His dragon voice rumbled in my mind, an ability I had only recently discovered I possessed. "The curse, it grows stronger as we approach Shadow Mount. It knows what we intend." I placed my marked hand on his scales and immediately felt our magic connecting, my light helping to push back his darkness. We flew like this for hours, crossing vast forests and rolling plains, until finally the jagged peaks of Shadow Mount appeared on the horizon. Even from a distance, there was something wrong about those mountains. They seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, and dark clouds swirled perpetually around their peaks. As we drew closer, I could hear something, a whispered chorus of voices carried on the wind, speaking in languages I didn't understand, but somehow filled me with dread. "We'll need to land soon," Lysander communicated. "The shadow magic is too strong for me to fly safely any closer." We found a small clearing at the base of the mountains, just before the territory where normal light seemed to stop existing. As Lysander transformed back to his human form, I could see the toll the journey had taken on him. The cursed mark had spread further up his arm, and his normally bright eyes were dulled with pain. I immediately pressed my marked hand to his cursed one, letting our magic flow together. The silver light pushed back the darkness slightly, but we both knew it was only temporary. "The sanctuary lies there," Lysander said, pointing to a particularly dark peak. "According to Zephyr's map, we'll need to traverse the shadow path, a narrow trail that winds through the heart of the mountain's darkness." Looking at the forbidding peaks, I felt a chill run down my spine. But then I felt Lysander's hand squeeze mine, and my mark pulsed with renewed determination. "Whatever waits in there," I said firmly, "we face it together." As we ventured deeper into Shadow Mount, the darkness became almost tangible. Our marks provided the only reliable light, creating a silver bubble of protection around us. Starweaver pulsed at my hip, its crystal blade seeming to cut through the shadows themselves. "Listen," Lysander whispered suddenly, grabbing my arm. In the distance, we could hear voices, whispers that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Your children will never forgive you for abandoning them," the shadows hissed in Lysander's voice. They'll grow up just as cursed as their father. Don't listen, I said firmly, gripping his marked hand tighter. They're trying to turn us against each other. But the shadows weren't finished. They shifted and swirled around us, taking forms from our memories and fears. I saw Luna crying, Arya turning away in disappointment, Finn's usual smile twisted into a sneer of hatred. You'll fail them all, the shadows whispered in my voice now. Just like you failed everyone in your old world. Running away to Aerilon won't change who you really are. I drew Starweaver, and its crystal light blazed through the darkness, temporarily dispersing the shadow forms. But they reformed quickly, more substantial than before. The curse will consume you both, they taunted. Love isn't enough. It never has been. Lysander's cursed mark was spreading rapidly now, the darkness creeping up his arm toward his heart. His face was contorted in pain, but he refused to let go of my hand. The vial, he gasped. Zephyr's starlight. I reached for the crystal vial with trembling fingers, but as I did, the shadows struck. They materialized into solid forms, dark creatures with glowing red eyes and claws made of pure shadow. They lunged for us, trying to separate us. Together, I shouted, uncorking the vial with my teeth while maintaining my grip on both Starweaver and Lysander's hand. As the shadow creatures reached us, I poured the starlight essence over our joined hands where our marks touched. The effect was immediate and extraordinary. Our marks flared with blinding intensity, and the starlight essence seemed to flow into them, amplifying their power. The silver light exploded outward, creating a shockwave that sent the shadow creatures reeling. But something else was happening too. Through our joined hands, I could feel Lysander's memories, his fears, his love for his children and for me. And I knew he could feel mine too. All my doubts about belonging in Aerilon, all my fears of not being enough, and the deep, unshakable love I felt for him and our family. The sanctuary, he breathed, pointing ahead with our joined hands. Through the receding shadows, we could see a doorway carved into the mountain itself, glowing with a faint blue light. As we approached, the shadows made one final attempt to stop us. They swirled together into a massive form, a dragon made of pure darkness, its eyes burning with malevolent intelligence. You cannot pass, it growled in a voice that seemed to shake the mountain itself. The tear is not for those who carry such darkness in their hearts. I raised Starweaver, its crystal blade singing with power. You're wrong, I declared. It's precisely because we know darkness that we can appreciate the light. Our love isn't perfect, it's real. And that makes it stronger than any shadow. The mark on my hand blazed brighter than ever before, and Lysander's cursed mark seemed to respond, the darkness within it wavering for the first time since I'd known him. Together, we stepped forward to face whatever waited in the sanctuary, knowing that our greatest test still lay ahead. But we were ready. Whatever price the dragon's tear demanded, we would face it together. Chapter 6. Inside the sanctuary, the dragon's tear floated in a column of pale blue light. It was smaller than I had imagined, no larger than a robin's egg, but its power was undeniable. The mark on my hand resonated with it immediately, creating a harmonious melody that filled the chamber. It's beautiful, I whispered, taking a step forward. The tear seemed to pulse in response, its crystalline surface shifting with colors I had no names for. Wait, Lysander grabbed my arm, his cursed mark darker than ever. Remember what Zephyr said about the price. We need to be certain. The sanctuary itself was a perfect circular chamber carved from the living rock of the mountain. Ancient runes covered the walls, glowing faintly with their own inner light. As we watched, they began to shift and change, forming words we could read. To claim the tear of the first queen, a price of love must here be seen. What's freely given cannot be taken. What's deeply bound cannot be shaken. Choose wisely, seekers of the light. For what is lost in endless night can only be reclaimed through sacrifice. When true love pays the highest price. What does it mean? I asked, though something in my heart already knew. Before Lysander could respond, the shadows we had fought outside began seeping into the sanctuary. But here they were different. Instead of attacking, they formed images, memories. I saw Lysander with his wife, before the curse. I saw their happiness, their love, the moment the curse struck. I saw his years of isolation, watching his children grow from a distance, afraid to love them fully lest the curse harm them too. Then the shadows showed me my own memories, my loneliness on Earth, my fear of never belonging, the moment I stepped through the portal and found a new home with Lysander and his children. The shadows continued to weave their story around us, showing more memories. I saw each of the children's births, felt Lysander's agony at having to keep his distance to protect them from the curse. I witnessed the moment he first saw me in the dragon's lair, the spark of hope that had ignited in his heart. Then the shadows shifted, showing possible futures. I saw myself and Lysander, happy and curse-free, surrounded by our children. But I also saw darker possibilities, Lysander consumed by the curse, the children grieving, Aerilon falling into darkness. The dragon's tear pulsed brighter, and suddenly I understood what Zephyr had meant about the price. The sacrifice, I whispered, looking at Lysander. It's not about giving up something we have. It's about choosing which future to sacrifice. The runes on the walls shifted again. 2 paths before you now must lie. 1 future lives, 1 must die. Choose with heart and soul combined. Which thread of fate shall be enshrined? Lysander's cursed mark was almost black now, the darkness creeping ever closer to his heart. Kaia, he gasped, I can't. The curse is too strong. I stepped forward, Starweaver in one hand, my other hand still joined with his. The dragon's tear responded to our proximity, its light intensifying. The price, I said clearly, understanding flooding through me, is certainty. To break the curse, we have to be willing to give up knowing our future together. We have to choose to face whatever comes, without any guarantees. The tear pulsed in agreement, and the shadows around us began to sing, not in darkness now, but in harmony with the crystal song that had been with us since the beginning. But how can we? Lysander struggled against the curse's grip. How can we choose without knowing? I turned to face him fully, keeping our marked hands joined. That's what love is, I said softly. It's choosing each other every day without knowing what tomorrow brings. It's having faith that whatever comes, we'll face it together. The dragon's tear began to float toward us, its light growing almost blindingly bright. The shadows retreated to the edges of the sanctuary, no longer threatening but waiting, watching. Are you willing? I asked Lysander. To give up knowing our future for the chance to create one together? His eyes, though pained, met mine with absolute certainty. With you, he said, I'd face any future. Together, we reached for the tear with our joined hands. The moment we touched it, everything changed. Light exploded through the sanctuary as the dragon's tear merged with our joined marks. The sensation was indescribable, like being filled with liquid starlight, like having every moment of love we'd ever experienced concentrated into a single breath. The curse mark on Lysander's arm began to change. The darkness that had plagued him for so long started to crack, revealing silver light beneath. But as the curse began to break, the shadows in the sanctuary took one final, desperate form. They coalesced into the image of Lysander's father, the one who had cast the curse in the first place. His ghostly form reached out with claws of darkness, trying to maintain his hold on his son. You cannot escape what you are, the Shadow Father hissed. The darkness is your inheritance, your destiny. But I stood firm beside Lysander, our marks blazing with combined power. You're wrong, I declared. His destiny is what he chooses it to be. And he chooses love. The dragon's tear pulsed between our joined hands, and suddenly we were both overwhelmed with visions, not of possible futures, but of all the moments that had led us here. Luna's first smile at me, trusting despite her fears. Arya teaching me about dragon lore in the library, the twins playing their crystal instruments while we watched. Finn's proud grin when he managed his first transformation. Lysander's face when he first saw me with the children, hope dawning in his eyes. Each memory strengthened our resolve, adding to the power flowing through us. The Shadow Father's form began to waver. The price, the sanctuary whispered around us. Name what you offer freely. Lysander and I spoke as one, our voices joining in perfect harmony. We give up certainty. We choose faith in each other, in love, in the future we'll build together, whatever it may be. The The dragon's tear flared blindingly bright, and the Shadow Father's form shattered into 1,000 points of light. The curse mark on Lysander's arm cracked completely, darkness giving way to silver that matched my mark perfectly. But something else was happening too. The tear wasn't just breaking the curse, it was transforming it. The darkness that had plagued Lysander for so long was being transmuted into something new, something beautiful. "Look," I gasped, as patterns of silver and gold began to spread from our joined hands, creating intricate designs that twined around both our arms like living vines. The marks are joining, Lysander realized, creating something new. The sanctuary's runes shifted one final time. What darkness sought to tear apart, love's light has mended heart to heart. Two souls now bound in sacred trust, till time itself returns to dust. As the last of the curse's darkness transformed into light, we felt the price we'd paid settle into reality. The future was no longer a set path, no longer something we could see or predict. But in exchange, we had something far more precious, the freedom to create that future together, one choice at a time. The dragon's tear, its purpose fulfilled, dissolved into pure light that merged with our joined marks. The sanctuary began to brighten, shadows retreating to reveal ancient murals depicting the first dragon queen's own journey of love and sacrifice. "It's done," I whispered, looking at our transformed marks. "The curse is broken." Lysander pulled me close, his eyes shining with tears of joy. "No," he said softly. "It's just beginning." The journey back to the dragon's lair was different from our arrival. The shadows of Shadow Mount seemed to part before us, our transformed marks creating a path of light through the darkness. Where before there had been oppressive silence, now we could hear the ancient song of the dragons echoing through the mountains. "Listen," Lysander said softly, his eyes bright with wonder. I haven't heard the song this clearly since before the curse. Our joined marks created intricate patterns of light that danced around us as we walked. The new markings that had formed when the dragon's tear merged with us told a story, our story, in ancient dragon script that somehow we both could read. "It speaks of choices," I translated, watching the symbol shift. "Of darkness transformed by love, of two paths becoming one." "And of the price we paid," Lysander added, his fingers tracing the golden lines that now intertwined with the silver. "The uncertainty of our future." But there was peace in that uncertainty now. Without the burden of prophecy or predetermined fate, each moment felt more precious, more real. We could choose our path together, step by step, day by day. As we emerged from the mountains, the sun was rising, painting the sky in colors that seemed more vibrant than before. Perhaps it was the lifting of the curse, or maybe our own perception had changed, but everything looked different, clearer, more alive. "The children," Lysander suddenly said, his pace quickening. "They'll be able to feel it. The curse breaking, they'll know." He was right. Even from a distance, we could sense the surge of magic that must have rippled through Aerilon when the curse shattered. Our marks pulsed in response to the waves of power still echoing through the realm. "What will this mean for them?" I asked, thinking of each child's unique gifts. "For their magic?" Without the curse's shadow hanging over them. Lysander's voice was thick with emotion. "They'll be free to develop their abilities fully. Luna's empathy won't be tainted by darkness. The twins' music will reach its full potential. Aria's connection to dragon lore will deepen. And Finn." He smiled. "Finn will finally be able to transform without fear." As we walked, we began to see signs of celebration in the villages we passed. Word had spread somehow, perhaps carried on the same magical currents that had announced the curse's breaking. People came out to greet us, offering blessings and small gifts. "The Dragon Lord is free," they called. "The curse is broken." But it was more than that. They weren't just celebrating the end of the curse, they were celebrating the beginning of something new. In breaking the curse, we had created a new kind of magic, one born of choice and trust rather than prophecy and fate. Our transformed marks were proof of that. Where once there had been darkness and simple silver, now there was an intricate dance of gold and silver, telling not just our story, but the story of all those who choose love over fear, faith over certainty. As we approached the crystal city where the children were staying with their aunt, We could feel their excitement through our newly transformed marks. The connection between us all had grown stronger, deeper, more intricate with the breaking of the curse. Luna sensed us first, of course. We heard her joyful cry even before we rounded the final bend in the road. They're here. The curse is broken. All 5 children came running out to meet us, their faces glowing with happiness. But they stopped short when they saw our transformed marks, the intricate patterns of gold and silver that now decorated both our arms. You're different, Arya said softly, her scholar's mind already analyzing the changes. The magic, it's changed you both. Luna stepped forward first, reaching out to touch the new markings. As her fingers brushed the patterns, she gasped, I can feel it, all of it. The choice you made, the price you paid. One by one, the children touched the marks, and through our connection, they understood what had happened in the sanctuary. They felt the weight of the choice we'd made, giving up certainty for faith, prophecy for possibility. But how will we know what's going to happen now? Finn asked, his young face troubled, without being able to see the future. I knelt down to his level, taking his small hands in mine. That's the beauty of it, dear one. We get to create our future together, day by day. Every choice we make, every moment we share, it's all more precious because we don't know what comes next. Like writing our own story, Marcus added thoughtfully, his twin nodding in agreement. Exactly, Lysander said, gathering us all into a group embrace. And the best stories are the ones where you don't know the ending until you get there. The marks on our arms pulsed warmly, creating a gentle harmony that spread to encompass all 7 of us. In that moment, I felt the truth of what we'd gained by giving up certainty, a family bound not by fate or prophecy, but by choice and love. Later that evening, as we prepared to return to the dragon's lair, Zephyr appeared one final time. His ancient eyes studied our transformed marks with satisfaction. You have done what no others have managed, he said. You chose faith over certainty, love over destiny. The price you paid has transformed not just the curse, but the very nature of magic in Aerilon. What do you mean? I asked, watching as our marks created dancing patterns of light in the gathering dusk. Magic has always been bound by rules, by prophecies, by predetermined paths, Zephyr explained. But you have shown that there is power in uncertainty, in choosing each moment anew. Your love has created a new kind of magic, one born of free will and trust. As if to confirm his words, our marks blazed brightly, sending ripples of silver and gold light across the evening sky. The children gasped in wonder as the lights took shape, forming images of possible futures, not predictions, but possibilities, each one beautiful in its uncertainty. The future is yours to write, Zephyr said softly, beginning to fade away. Make it a story worth telling. Looking at my family, at Lysander, at our children, at the marks that bound us together in love rather than fate, I knew we would do exactly that. Our story was just beginning, and though we couldn't see the ending, we would write each chapter together, with love and faith lighting our way. Chapter 7. Life at the Dragon's Lair settled into a new rhythm after the breaking of the curse. The transformed marks on Lysander's and my arms became a source of wonder for everyone in the castle, creating beautiful patterns of light that seemed to dance with our emotions. But peace, as we were learning, often carried its own challenges. One morning, as I was helping Luna practice her newly strengthened empathy powers in the garden, a messenger arrived with troubling news. Reports had come from the northern borders of strange disturbances, shadows moving against the wind, whispers in ancient tongues, and an unsettling darkness that seemed to consume light itself. It reminds me of the curse, Lysander said later that evening, as we discussed the reports in his study. Our marks pulsed in harmony, creating intricate patterns on the walls. But that's impossible. The curse was broken. Not impossible, came a familiar voice. We turned to find Zephyr materializing from the shadows, his ancient eyes grave. The curse may be broken, but its origin remains. What do you mean? I asked, though something in my heart already knew the answer. Your father, Zephyr said to Lysander, the one who cast the curse. His spirit was never laid to rest. The study fell silent as Zephyr's words sank in. Through our joined marks, I could feel Lysander's turmoil, memories of his father, of the day the curse was cast, surfacing like dark waters. My father. Lysander's voice was tight with emotion. He was consumed by darkness long before he cast the curse. His obsession with power, with controlling the dragon magic, it destroyed everything he touched. Our transformed marks created shifting patterns on the walls, reflecting the turbulent emotions in the room. The gold and silver light seemed to battle with the encroaching shadows. The disturbances in the north are his doing, Zephyr continued gravely. When the curse was broken, his spirit was freed from its binding. Now he seeks to reclaim what he believes is his birthright, the power of the dragon lords. But how? I asked, unconsciously moving closer to Lysander. He's dead. In body, yes, Zephyr replied. But his spirit has been gathering strength in the shadow realm all these years. The breaking of the curse provided the surge of power he needed to begin manifesting in our world again. Luna appeared in the doorway then, her young face troubled. I can feel him, she whispered. In my dreams. He's so angry, so cold. Lysander moved immediately to embrace his daughter, and I felt our marks pulse with protective energy. The other children appeared behind her, Arya with her books of dragon lore, the twins holding their crystal instruments, and Finn trying to look brave despite his obvious fear. We won't let him hurt you, I promise them, our transformed marks blazing brighter. Any of you. But that's not what he wants, Arya said softly, opening one of her ancient texts. According to the old stories, a spirit can only fully return to the physical world through a vessel, someone of their own bloodline. The implication hit us all at once. Lysander's father wasn't just seeking revenge, he was hunting for a host. And in this room were 6 possible vessels, all carrying his blood. The children need to be protected, Lysander said firmly, his arms tightening around Luna. We need to dash. But before he could finish, our marks suddenly flared with warning. The shadows in the corners of the study began to move, taking on a familiar shape, the figure of a man we had seen in the sanctuary when the curse was broken. My son, the shadow voice whispered, sending chills through the room. Did you think breaking the curse would free you from me? Did you think love could protect you from your destiny? The shadow of Lysander's father grew more substantial, filling the study with an unnatural chill. Our transformed marks blazed in response, creating a protective barrier of gold and silver light around the children. You cannot protect them forever, the shadow voice taunted. The dragon blood in their veins calls to me. One by one, they will hear my voice in their dreams, feel my power in their souls. Never, Lysander growled, his voice carrying the power of his dragon form. Our marks pulsed in unison, strengthening the barrier of light. Arya stepped forward, clutching one of her ancient books. There's something here, she said urgently, flipping through the pages. About binding spirits, if we can find the anchor that's allowing him to manifest. The shadow laughed, a sound like breaking glass. Clever child. But do you think your books can save you from your own blood? The curse may be broken, but the darkness that created it lives in all of you. The twins, Marcus and Michael, suddenly raised their crystal instruments. The music they began to play was unlike anything I'd heard before, a harmony that seemed to make the shadow form waver and distort. The music, Luna whispered, her empathic abilities sensing something. It's disrupting his connection to our world. Finn, the youngest, moved closer to his siblings, and I felt his nascent dragon magic adding strength to our protective barrier. The children's combined powers, free from the curse's taint, were creating something new, a defense born of love and unity rather than fear. Through our transformed marks, I could feel Lysander's struggle, not just against his father's spirit, but against the memories of pain and betrayal that threatened to overwhelm him. I pressed my marked hand to his, letting our combined magic flow freely. You're wrong about the darkness, I said to the shadow. What lives in them isn't your legacy of hatred and fear. It's love, courage, and the strength to choose their own path. Their blood is my blood, the shadow snarled, but there was uncertainty in its voice now. Their power is my power. No, Lysander said firmly, standing tall. Our blood may be yours, but our hearts and souls belong to ourselves. You lost the right to claim us when you chose darkness over love, power over family. The transformed marks on our arms blazed brighter than ever, their light seeming to draw strength from the children's music and magic. The patterns they created told a new story, not of curses and destiny, but of choices and love freely given. As the shadow of Lysander's father grew more menacing, Aria's fingers flew through the pages of her ancient text. "Here," she exclaimed. "The anchor, it has to be something personal, something that held great meaning to him in life." The shadow laughed again, but there was an edge of unease in its voice. "Clever girl, but there are so many anchors. Every drop of dragon blood, every memory of pain." Suddenly, Luna gasped. "The ring," she cried. "In my dreams, he always wears a ring, black stone with dragon runes." Through our transformed marks, I felt Lysander's recognition surge. "Father's signet ring," he breathed. "The symbol of his power as Dragon Lord. We buried it with him in the family crypt." The shadow form wavered violently at the mention of the ring. "You know nothing of its power," it snarled. "The ring is mine, as are all of you." The twins' music grew stronger, their crystal instruments creating harmonies that seemed to pierce through the shadow's defenses. Finn, drawing on his growing dragon magic, added his own power to their song. "The crypt," I said urgently to Lysander. "We need to destroy the ring." "You'll never reach it," the shadow taunted, its forms spreading across the ceiling like dark water. "The crypt is protected by ancient magic, magic that answers to me alone." But something was happening to our transformed marks. The gold and silver patterns were shifting, forming new configurations we'd never seen before. Through our connection, I could feel knowledge flowing, ancient secrets about the nature of dragon magic and blood ties. "You're wrong," Lysander said, his voice carrying the weight of generations. "The magic answers to the blood of the dragon lords, and my blood is purified by love, not corrupted by darkness like yours." Our marks blazed suddenly, creating a dome of light that pushed the shadow back. In that moment of clarity, I saw what we needed to do. "Children," I called, "join hands." They formed a circle around us, their young faces determined. Even as the shadow howled and tried to break through our defenses, I could feel their power joining with ours. Not just magic, but love, trust, and the unshakable bonds of family. "The ring may be your anchor," I declared to the shadow, "but these children are your legacy, not of darkness, but of light. Not of fear, but of love. And love is stronger than any curse, any shadow, any death." Our transformed marks pulsed with blinding intensity, and through them, I could feel the location of the ring as clearly as if it were being shown on a map. The children's combined power strengthened our protective barrier, giving us the chance we needed. "We need to go now," Lysander said urgently, "while the children's magic holds him back." Zephyr stepped forward, his ancient form glowing with power. "I will protect them," he promised. "Go. And this." As we rushed from the study, I caught one last glimpse of our children, standing brave and united, their combined magic holding back the shadow of their grandfather. Through our marks, I could feel their love and trust following us like a beacon of light. The time had come to face the darkness in its own domain. The family crypt lay deep beneath the dragon's lair, carved into the living rock of the mountain itself. As Lysander and I descended the ancient stairs, our transformed marks cast dancing patterns of gold and silver light on the stone walls. "I haven't been here since his funeral," Lysander said softly, his voice echoing in the darkness. I couldn't. The memories were too painful. Through our joined marks, I could feel the weight of those memories. A young Lysander standing beside his father's tomb, the curse already beginning to take hold, forcing him to distance himself from everyone he loved. The crypt itself was vast, with rows of ornate stone sarcophagi stretching into the darkness. Each bore the mark of a dragon lord, their stories carved in ancient runes that glowed faintly in the light of our marks. There, Lysander pointed to a black marble tomb near the center. "Father's resting place." As we approached, the shadows around us began to thicken and writhe. The voice of Lysander's father echoed through the chamber, stronger here in the presence of his mortal remains. "You dare disturb my rest?" the shadow voice boomed. "You, who betrayed everything I built, everything I sacrificed for?" "Sacrificed?" Lysander's voice cracked with emotion. "You murdered Mother for power. You cursed your own son out of spite. What kind of sacrifice is that?" Our transformed marks blazed brighter as the shadows tried to take physical form. Through our connection, I could feel the children's magic still protecting us from above, their love and trust giving us strength. "The ring," I said urgently, spotting the black stone glinting on the skeletal hand visible through the partially open tomb. "We need to destroy it now." But as we reached for the ring, the shadows coalesced into a solid barrier. The spirit of Lysander's father appeared before us, more substantial than ever. "You think breaking a ring will end this?" he sneered. "My power comes from the very blood in your veins. Every drop carries my legacy, my darkness." "No," I said firmly, gripping Lysander's marked hand tighter. "Their blood carries something stronger, the legacy of choice, of love freely given. You never understood that true power comes not from control, but from trust." Our transformed marks suddenly pulsed with new energy. Through them, I could feel not just our own power, but the strength of generations, every dragon lord who had chosen light over darkness, love over fear. Together, Lysander whispered, and we reached through the shadow barrier, our joined marks creating a path of light. The moment our hands touched the ring, everything changed. The shadows screamed, the spirit of Lysander's father trying desperately to maintain his hold on the physical world. But our combined power, strengthened by the children's magic, by our transformed marks, by the very love you had tried to curse, was stronger. The ring cracked, then shattered, releasing a wave of dark energy that threatened to overwhelm us. But our marks blazed brighter than ever, transforming the darkness just as they had transformed the curse. "No," the shadow voice howled, but it was already fading. "You cannot. I am your blood, your destiny." "You're wrong," Lysander said softly, watching his father's spirit dissolve. "Our destiny is what we choose it to be, and we choose love." As the last of the shadows faded, our transformed marks created a final pattern of light, a story of healing, of choices, of love strong enough to transform even the darkest legacy into light. The crypt was quiet now, peaceful. Through our marks, we could feel the children's joy and relief above. The last shadow of the past had finally been laid to rest, leaving us free to write our own story, together. Chapter 8. The morning after our confrontation in the crypt dawned bright and clear, as if the world itself was celebrating the final banishment of the shadows. Our transformed marks created gentle patterns of light across the breakfast table as the children gathered around, eager to hear the full story of what had happened below. "So grandfather's really gone?" Luna asked softly, her empathic abilities sensing the lingering emotions from the night before. "Forever this time?" Lysander reached across the table to take her hand. "Yes, little one. The last shadow of his darkness has been laid to rest. The ring that anchored his spirit is destroyed. Through our joined marks, I could feel the complex mix of relief and sadness flowing through the family. Despite everything Lysander's father had done, he was still their blood, still part of their story." "But what about the dragon magic?" Arya asked, already surrounded by her books of lore. "Grandfather always said it was tied to the bloodline, to his power." "The magic remains," I explained, watching our marks create intricate patterns that seemed to illustrate my words. "But it's different now. Cleaner. Free from the taint of darkness he tried to impose on it." The twins exchanged glances before Marcus spoke. "We felt it change last night," he said. "When we were playing our crystal music. It was like the notes could finally reach their true pitch." "Exactly," Lysander smiled. "The magic was never meant to be controlled through fear and dominance. It's meant to flow freely, guided by love and choice." Finn, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly spoke up. Can I try something?" He stood from the table, his young face determined. Our marks pulsed with encouragement as we all watched him. Taking a deep breath, Finn closed his eyes. For the first time since he was born, he attempted his dragon transformation without fear or hesitation. The change was immediate and beautiful. Unlike the painful, forced transformations of the past, this one flowed naturally, his small form shifting into that of a silver-scaled dragon cub. "Oh, Finn!" Luna cried with delight, rushing to hug her transformed brother. The other children followed, surrounding him with love and excitement. Through our marks, Lysander and I could feel the pure joy radiating from our youngest son. There was no trace of the darkness that had previously tainted his transformations, no echo of his grandfather's curse. "The magic feels different," Arya observed, watching her brother with scholarly interest. "Cleaner somehow, like a river after a storm has passed." "That's exactly what it is," Lysander explained, his voice thick with emotion. "For generations, our family's magic was corrupted by fear and the desire for power. But now it flows as it was meant to." I finished, watching our transformed marks create patterns that seemed to dance with Finn's dragon scales. Guided by love and choice rather than control and destiny. The morning light streaming through the windows caught our marks, sending ribbons of gold and silver light dancing across the breakfast table. Each pattern told a story, not just of our victory over the shadows, but of the new legacy we were creating together. "But what does this mean for Aerilon?" Marcus asked, always thinking of the bigger picture. "For the other dragon families?" Lysander considered this carefully. "It means change," he said finally. "For centuries, dragon magic has been seen as something to be controlled, contained. But what we've discovered, what our family has proven, is that true power comes from trust and love." "The transformation has already begun," I added, watching our marks create images of spreading light. "Can't you feel it? The very magic of Aerilon is changing, becoming more harmonious." Through our connection, we could sense the truth of these words. The land itself seemed to be responding to the shift in dragon magic, becoming more vibrant, more alive. The ancient barriers between human and dragon magic were dissolving, creating something new and beautiful. Luna, ever sensitive to emotions, smiled softly. "It's like the whole world is healing," she said. "Not just our family, but everything the darkness touched." "And that," Lysander said, pulling her close, "is the greatest legacy we could leave, not power maintained through fear, but strength grown through love." Our transformed marks pulsed in agreement, their lights spreading to encompass the whole family. In that moment, surrounded by our children and the morning light, we knew that the true story was just beginning, not a tale of curses and shadows, but of healing, growth, and the endless possibilities that come with choosing love. As the morning progressed, visitors began arriving at the dragon's lair, representatives from other dragon families who had felt the shift in magic throughout Aerilon. Our transformed marks created intricate patterns of welcome as we greeted them in the Great Hall. "We felt it," said Lady Celestia of the Silver Wing clan, her eyes fixed on our marks. "The change in the very fabric of dragon magic. It's as if a veil has been lifted." Lord Theron of the Storm Dragons nodded in agreement. "For generations, we've been taught that our power must be contained, controlled through rigid traditions and bloodlines. But what you've discovered," he gestured to our transformed marks, "this is something entirely new." Through our connection, Lysander and I could feel the hope and curiosity radiating from our visitors. The children watched from the gallery above, their own magic responding to the gathering power below. "It's not just new," Lysander explained, our marks creating illustrations of what we'd learned. "It's actually the oldest form of dragon magic, the way it was meant to be before fear and the desire for control corrupted it." I stepped forward, feeling the truth of his words. The magic doesn't need to be controlled or contained. It needs to be understood, respected, and allowed to flow naturally, guided by love and choice rather than fear and dominance. As if in response to my words, our transformed marks created a display of light that filled the Great Hall. The patterns told the story of dragon magic's original purpose, not as a weapon or tool of power, but as a bridge between hearts, between species, between worlds. "Look," Luna called from above, pointing to where the light from our marks was interacting with the ancient dragon runes carved into the hall's walls. The runes were changing, their meanings shifting to reveal long-hidden truths about the nature of dragon magic. Arya was already frantically taking notes, her scholar's mind racing to capture every detail. The original texts, they weren't about controlling the magic at all. They were about harmony, about balance between all forms of power. The twins' crystal instruments began to play on their own, creating harmonies that seemed to resonate with the changing runes. Finn, still in his dragon form, let out a small roar of joy that echoed through the hall. Through our marks, Lysander and I could feel the ripple effect of these revelations spreading throughout Aerilon. Other dragon families would need time to adjust, to unlearn generations of rigid control and learn to trust in love and choice. But the change had begun, and there would be no turning back. "We would learn from you," Lady Celestia said finally, bowing her head. "Both of you. Help us understand this new way, this true way of working with dragon magic." Lord Theron and the other representatives nodded in agreement. "Our children especially need to know there's another path, that they don't have to fear their own power." Looking at our family, at Lysander, at our children, at the transformed marks that bound us all together in love, I knew that this was our true legacy. Not just breaking a curse or banishing shadows, but showing the world that there was always another way. That love, trust, and choice were stronger than any power won through fear and control. Our marks pulsed with warm light, creating a final pattern that spread throughout the hall, a promise of the future we would build together, one choice, one act of love at a time. The transformation of dragon magic throughout Aerilon continued in unexpected ways. As word spread of what had happened at the dragon's lair, more families began arriving, each bringing their own stories and discoveries. The crystal caves in the northern mountains reported one dragon lord, his eyes wide with wonder. "They're singing again. For centuries they've been silent, but now." The twins perked up at this news. "The crystal music," Marcus exclaimed. "That's what we've been hearing in our dreams." Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could sense the truth of it. The ancient connection between dragon magic and the natural world was reawakening, healing centuries of forced separation and control. "And it's not just the crystals," added Lady Celestia. "The ancient groves, the sacred springs, everywhere the old magic touched, new life is blooming. It's as if the land itself is remembering," I finished softly, watching our marks create patterns that mimicked the spreading renewal. Arya was practically vibrating with excitement, her books forgotten as she listened to the reports. This is exactly what the oldest texts described. The age of harmony, when dragon magic flowed freely through all things. Luna, ever sensitive to emotions, moved closer to her father. "But some are afraid," she whispered, her empathic abilities picking up the undercurrent of tension in the room. "They don't know how to live without the old rules." Lysander nodded, understanding in his eyes. "Change is never easy," he said, addressing the gathered dragon lords. "For generations, we've believed that power must be contained, controlled, passed down through rigid bloodlines. But look at what that belief cost us. Look at what it almost cost my own children." Our transformed marks pulsed with emotion as he spoke, creating images of the past, the curse, the shadows, the price of fear and control. But then the patterns shifted, showing something new. Children playing freely with their magic, dragons flying without fear, humans and dragons working together in harmony. "This is not just about breaking free from the old ways," I added, feeling the truth of the words as our marks created new patterns. "It's about remembering who we truly are, all of us, dragons and humans alike. It's about choosing love over fear, trust over control, unity over division." Finn, still in his dragon form, let out another joyful roar that seemed to resonate with the very stones of the castle. The other children joined in, the twins with their crystal music, Arya with her ancient chants, Luna with her empathic harmonies. Their combined magic created something beautiful and new, yet somehow as old as Aerilon itself. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel the moment when understanding began to spread through the gathered dragon lords. One by one, their own magic responded to the children's song, creating a symphony of power that filled the great hall with light and hope. This, Lysander said softly, this is our true legacy. Not power held through fear, but strength grown through love. Not magic controlled by blood, but power guided by choice. Our marks blazed with approval, their patterns telling the story of what was to come, a new age of harmony, where dragon magic would flow freely once more, guided by love and trust rather than fear and control. As evening fell over the dragon's lair, the great hall was transformed into a place of celebration. The dragon lords and their families gathered to witness something that hadn't been seen in generations, a ceremony of unified magic, where the old barriers between different forms of power would finally be dissolved. Our transformed marks created a canopy of light above the assembled crowd, their patterns telling the story of Aerilon's past, present, and possible future. The children took their places around us, each representing a different aspect of the new harmony we were creating. In the past, Lysander began, his voice carrying to every corner of the hall. We believed that power must be earned through pain, maintained through fear, and passed down through rigid bloodlines. But our family's journey has shown us a different truth. Through our marks, I could feel the weight of history in his words, generations of dragon lords who had suffered under the weight of their own power, children who had been taught to fear their own magic rather than embrace it. The true power of dragon magic, I continued, watching our marks create illustrations of what we'd learned, lies not in control, but in connection. Not in dominance, but in harmony. Not in fear, but in love. The twins began to play their crystal instruments, their music weaving through the patterns of light created by our marks. Luna added her empathic harmonies, while Aria's voice rose in ancient chants that seemed to wake something deep within the castle's foundations. Finn, still in his dragon form, took flight above the crowd, his silver scales reflecting the light of our marks. As he flew, other young dragons joined him, their movements creating a dance of joy and freedom that brought tears to many eyes. This is what magic was always meant to be, Lysander said softly, watching our children lead the way into a new era. Not a weapon to be wielded, but a gift to be shared. Not a burden to be borne, but a joy to be celebrated. Through our transformed marks, we could feel the moment when understanding truly dawned throughout the hall. One by one, the dragon lords and their families began to let go of the old ways, allowing their magic to flow freely for perhaps the first time in their lives. The result was breathtaking. The great hall filled with light and music as different forms of magic combined and harmonized. Dragon fire danced with crystal songs, empathic waves merged with ancient chants, and the very stones of the castle seemed to hum with renewed life. This, I said, feeling the truth of it in my heart, this is our true legacy. Not the breaking of a curse or the banishing of shadows, but the creation of something new, a way of living with magic that honors both its power and its beauty. Our marks blazed with approval, their patterns merging with the magical symphony around us to create something that hadn't been seen in Aerilon since the Age of Harmony, a perfect balance between all forms of power, guided by love and trust rather than fear and control. As the celebration continued into the night, Lysander and I held each other close, watching our children lead their generation into a new era. Through our transformed marks, we could feel the ripples of change spreading throughout Aerilon, bringing healing and renewal to everything the old darkness had touched. This was just the beginning of our story, not an ending, but a new chapter in the tale of Aerilon. A story of healing, of growth, and of the endless possibilities that come with choosing love over fear, trust over control, and harmony over division. Chapter 9. Dawn broke over Aerilon differently now. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel the land itself responding to the new harmony of dragon magic. The very air seemed lighter, filled with possibilities that hadn't existed before. Mother, father, Luna burst into our chambers, her empathic abilities practically radiating excitement. The sacred grove, it's blooming. We followed her to the castle gardens, where an ancient collection of trees had stood dormant for generations. Now, in the early morning light, we could see what had caused Luna's excitement. The grove was alive with color. Flowers that hadn't bloomed in centuries were opening their petals, their magic responding to the new balance in Aerilon. Our transformed marks created patterns that seemed to dance with the awakening magic of the grove. Through our connection, Lysander and I could feel the deep roots of change spreading throughout the land. The old texts speak of this, Arya said, appearing with her ever-present books. When dragon magic flows freely, nature itself responds. The sacred groves were meant to be places of connection between all forms of magic. The twins arrived next, their crystal instruments humming with new harmonies. The music, Marcus said in wonder. It's different now. Like the very stones are singing. They are, Michael added, placing his hand against one of the ancient trees. Everything is awakening. As the morning progressed, more discoveries emerged throughout Aerilon. Reports arrived from every corner of the realm, ancient wells springing back to life, dormant crystal caves resonating with new harmonies, and forgotten pathways between the human and dragon worlds reopening. Finn, who had been exploring the awakening grove in his dragon form, suddenly called out, "Look what I found!" Beneath an ancient oak tree, a patch of luminescent flowers was blooming, dragon's breath blossoms which hadn't been seen in Aerilon for centuries. Our transformed marks created intricate patterns around the flowers, revealing their true nature. These aren't just ordinary flowers, Lysander explained, kneeling beside them. They're physical manifestations of pure dragon magic, born from the harmony between different forms of power. Through our connection, I could feel the deep significance of this discovery. Dragon's breath blossoms had once been crucial to the most sacred ceremonies in Aerilon, their essence helping to bridge the gap between human and dragon magic. The old texts mention these, Arya said excitedly, carefully turning the pages of her oldest book. They were used in the ceremony of unity when human and dragon magic were first joined. But after the age of division, they vanished. I finished, watching our marks create patterns that told the story. When fear and control replaced trust and harmony, the flowers could no longer survive. The twins moved closer to the blossoms, their crystal instruments humming with new melodies. "Listen," Marcus whispered. "The flowers, they're singing." Indeed, the dragon's breath blossoms were emitting a subtle harmony that seemed to resonate with the twins' music. Through our marks, we could feel the ancient magic awakening, responding to the new balance in Aerilon. Luna, her empathic abilities heightened by the grove's renewal, suddenly gasped. "I can feel them all," she said wonderingly. "Every awakening place in Aerilon, they're all connected, all part of the same song." Our transformed marks blazed with confirmation, creating a map of light that showed the spreading renewal. Sacred groves, crystal caves, ancient springs, all were awakening, their magic flowing freely once more. "This is more than just renewal," Lysander said softly, pulling me close. "This is redemption. The land itself is healing from centuries of forced division and control." Through our marks, we could feel the truth of his words. The awakening wasn't just affecting the physical world, it was healing the very fabric of magic in Aerilon, restoring the natural harmony that had been lost for so long. As midday approached, more visitors arrived at the dragon's lair, drawn by the news of the awakening. Dragon lords and their families came to witness the transformation of the sacred grove, each bringing reports of similar renewals in their own territories. "The Crystal Mountains are singing again," reported Lady Aurora of the Crystal Wing Clan. "The caves that have been silent for generations are now filled with music that rivals the twins' harmonies." Through our transformed marks, we could feel the truth of her words. The ancient network of crystal caves had once been the heart of Aerilon's musical magic, their natural resonance amplifying and purifying dragon power. "And the moon well in the eastern forests," added Lord Theron. "The waters are glowing again, just as they did in the old stories. My youngest daughter saw water spirits dancing on its surface last night." Arya was frantically documenting everything in her journal, her scholar's mind trying to capture every detail of this historic awakening. The texts speak of a time when all these places were connected, she explained, forming a network of magical nodes that helped maintain the balance between different forms of power. The twins had begun playing a new melody, one that seemed to emerge from the very stones beneath our feet. Through our marks, we could feel how their music was interacting with the awakening magic, helping to strengthen and guide its flow. It's like... Luna paused, her empathic abilities stretching to encompass the growing power, like everything is remembering how to dance together. The dragon magic, the crystal songs, the earth magic, they're all finding their old rhythms. Finn, who had been exploring the grove in his dragon form, suddenly landed beside us with excitement. The dragon's breath blossoms are spreading, he announced. They're following the ley lines. I can see them from above. Our transformed marks created a map of light, showing how the magical renewal was indeed following the ancient paths of power that crisscrossed Aerilon. The dragon's breath blossoms were blooming along these lines, their luminescent petals marking the paths of awakening magic. This is more than just renewal, Lysander said thoughtfully, watching the patterns our marks were creating. It's like the land itself is helping us restore the balance. As if it's been waiting all these centuries for us to remember the true way. Through our connection, I could feel the deep truth of his words. The awakening wasn't just affecting the physical world, it was healing centuries of division and fear, restoring the natural harmony between all forms of magic. But some of the old places are still dormant, Lord Theron noted with concern. The great nexus in the northern mountains, the spirit wells in the western plains. They will awaken in their own time, I said, feeling the certainty through our marks. This isn't something we can force or control. We have to trust in the natural flow of magic, just as we've learned to trust in love. Our transformed marks pulsed with approval, creating patterns that showed the gradual spread of awakening power throughout Aerilon. This was just the beginning of a much larger transformation, one that would require patience, understanding, and, above all, trust in the power of harmony over control. As afternoon drew near, our transformed marks revealed something even more extraordinary. The awakening magic wasn't just affecting the physical world, it was changing the very nature of dragon transformation itself. Father, look. Finn called excitedly from where he was still exploring in his dragon form. As we watched, his transformation became fluid, almost musical. The painful, forced changes of the past were replaced by something natural and beautiful. Through our marks, Lysander and I could feel the deeper significance of this change. The transformation was never meant to be controlled or forced, he explained to the gathered dragon lords. It was meant to be a dance between forms as natural as breathing. Lady Aurora's youngest daughter, inspired by Finn's example, attempted her own transformation. Instead of the usual struggle, she shifted into her dragon form with graceful ease, her scales shimmering with joy. The old texts speak of this too, Arya said, her voice trembling with excitement. They call it the Song of Forms, when the transformation between human and dragon was guided by harmony rather than will. Our transformed marks created patterns that illustrated the ancient knowledge, showing how dragon magic had originally flowed between forms like music between notes. The twins' crystal harmonies seemed to strengthen this natural flow, their music helping others understand the new way. But what about those who can't transform yet? Lord Theron asked, thinking of his own children. Those who haven't come into their dragon nature? Luna stepped forward, her empathic abilities sensing his concern. The magic feels different now, she explained. It's not about forcing the change or proving yourself worthy. It's about finding your own harmony, your own song. Through our connection, Lysander and I could feel the truth of her words. The awakening wasn't just restoring ancient places and powers, it was healing the very relationship between dragons and their magic. Watch, I said softly as our marks created a demonstration. The patterns showed how transformation had originally worked, not through force or control, but through understanding and acceptance of both forms as equally natural expressions of self. Young dragons throughout the grove began experimenting with this new understanding. Some found their dragon forms for the first time, their transformations flowing as naturally as water. Others who had struggled with partial or painful changes discovered a new ease in their shifting. "This is what Father never understood," Lysander said, his voice thick with emotion. "Dragon magic isn't about domination or control. It's about harmony, within ourselves, with each other, with the very land itself." Our transformed marks pulsed with approval, creating patterns that showed the spreading change. Throughout Aerilon, dragons young and old were discovering this new truth, this ancient wisdom that had been lost for so long. The awakening isn't just about restoring places or powers, I realized aloud. It's about remembering who we truly are, all of us in all our forms. It's about finding the harmony that was always meant to be. As evening approached, our transformed marks revealed something even more profound about the awakening. The dragon's breath blossoms had begun to form intricate patterns across the sacred grove, creating what the ancient texts called a nexus of harmony. "Look at how they're arranging themselves," Arya breathed, consulting her oldest tome. "The flowers are recreating the original pattern from the first awakening, when dragon and human magic first merged. Through our marks, Lysander and I could feel the deep significance of this formation. The blossoms weren't just growing randomly, they were forming an ancient magical circuit, one that could help restore the balance throughout all of Aerilon. The patterns," Luna whispered, her empathic abilities stretched to their limits. "They're like a map of how magic is supposed to flow. Not just dragon magic, but all kinds of power." The twins had positioned themselves at key points within the flower pattern, their crystal instruments resonating with the natural harmonies of the grove. As they played, the dragon's breath blossoms began to pulse with light, each flower adding its own note to the growing symphony. "This is what the ancient ceremonies must have been like," Lysander said softly, watching our marks create illustrations of long-forgotten rituals. "When all forms of magic dance together in perfect harmony." Finn, still in his dragon form, landed in the center of the pattern. To everyone's amazement, his scales began to resonate with the same luminescent quality as the flowers, creating a bridge between dragon nature and the awakening magic. "The texts speak of this too," Arya said excitedly, carefully turning the pages of her book. "They call it the Dragon Symphony, when transformed dragons could act as conduits for the natural flow of magic." Through our connection, Lysander and I could feel how this ancient knowledge was spreading throughout Aerilon. Other young dragons were discovering their own resonance with the awakening magic, learning to flow between forms as naturally as music flows between notes. "But it's more than just transformation," Lady Aurora observed, watching her daughter dance between her human and dragon forms with newfound grace. "It's like we're remembering how to be whole. How to be both dragon and human without conflict or fear." Our transformed marks pulsed with approval, creating patterns that showed the deeper truth. The awakening wasn't just about restoring lost magic or ancient places. It was about healing the artificial divisions that fear and control had created within the very souls of dragonkind. "This is what Father could never understand," Lysander said, his voice thick with emotion. "True power doesn't come from controlling or dividing. It comes from embracing all that we are, all that we can be." As night began to fall, the dragon's breath blossoms reached their full luminescence, their light combining with our marks to create a spectacular display. The sacred grove was transformed into a cathedral of living light, each flower a note in the grand symphony of awakening magic. Through our marks, we could feel how this renewal was spreading beyond the grove, beyond even Aerilon itself. The awakening was touching something fundamental in the relationship between all forms of magic, all forms of life. "This," I said softly, holding Lysander close as we watched our children dance in the flower light, "this is our true legacy. Not just breaking a curse or banishing shadows, but helping to restore the natural harmony that was always meant to be." Chapter 10. The days following the awakening brought profound changes to Aerilon. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel the land itself shifting, responding to the restored harmony of dragon magic. "Mother, Father," Arya burst into our chambers early one morning, clutching an ancient text. "The archives, they're changing. The words on the pages, they're revealing new meanings. We followed her to the castle library, where an extraordinary sight awaited us. The ancient dragon texts were literally transforming before our eyes, their runes shifting and rearranging to reveal deeper truths that had been hidden for centuries. It's as if the awakening is affecting even written knowledge, Lysander marveled, watching our marks create patterns that matched the changing texts. The true history of Aerilon is revealing itself. Through our connection, we could feel how this transformation was affecting not just the library, but all repositories of dragon knowledge throughout the realm. The awakening was restoring not just magic, but memory itself. "Look at this passage," Arya said excitedly, pointing to a shifting page. "It speaks of the original bond between dragons and humans, not as rulers and subjects, but as equal partners in maintaining the balance of magic." The twins arrived next, their crystal instruments humming with new harmonies that seemed to resonate with the changing texts. "The music," Marcus said wonderingly. "It's in the words themselves." As morning turned to afternoon, more discoveries emerged throughout the castle. The changing texts in the library had triggered a cascade of transformations throughout Aerilon's repositories of knowledge. The star maps. Luna called from the astronomy tower. "They're showing constellations we've never seen before, ancient dragon flight paths that were hidden for centuries." Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could see how these revelations were connected. The awakening wasn't just restoring magic, it was unveiling the true history of our world, layer by layer. "According to these new readings," Arya said, carefully translating the shifting runes, "the original dragon lords weren't rulers at all. They were guardians of harmony, chosen not by blood, but by their ability to maintain balance between all forms of magic." The twins had positioned themselves at key points in the library, their crystal instruments resonating with the changing texts. As they played, the very air seemed to shimmer with ancient memories. "Listen," Marcus whispered. "The books are singing." Indeed, each transforming text seemed to emit its own subtle harmony, creating a complex symphony of knowledge. Through our marks, we could feel how this music was helping to guide the changes, ensuring that no crucial information was lost in the transformation. "But what does this mean for the dragon families?" Lord Theron asked, watching as generations of carefully maintained bloodline records began to shift and change. "Our entire society is built on inherited power and position." Lysander stepped forward, our marks creating patterns that illustrated his words. "Perhaps that's exactly what needs to change," he said softly. "We've been so focused on controlling and containing dragon magic through bloodlines that we forgot its true purpose, to maintain harmony between all forms of power." Through our connection, I could feel the profound truth of his words. The awakening wasn't just revealing forgotten history, it was showing us a new way forward, or rather, an ancient way that had been lost to fear and control. As afternoon deepened into evening, the transformation of knowledge continued to spread throughout Aerilon. Our transformed marks revealed how the changing texts were affecting not just written records, but the very foundations of dragon society. "Look at this," Arya called excitedly, pointing to a newly revealed passage. The original dragon ceremonies weren't about demonstrating power or establishing dominance. They were celebrations of harmony, ways to maintain balance between all forms of magic. The twins had begun playing a complex melody that seemed to emerge from the changing texts themselves. Through our marks, we could feel how their music was helping to guide the transformation, ensuring that crucial knowledge wasn't lost, but rather enhanced. "The star maps are showing something extraordinary," Luna reported from the astronomy tower. "The ancient dragon flight paths, they weren't just routes through the sky. They were part of a vast network of magical channels that helped maintain balance throughout all of Aerilon." Lysander moved to examine the changing maps, our marks creating patterns that matched the revealed pathways. "These channels," he said thoughtfully, "they connect all the sacred sites we've discovered, the crystal caves, the moon wells, the ancient groves. And look at how they intersect," I added, watching our marks illustrate the complex network. "Each crossing point corresponds to a place where different forms of magic naturally meet and blend." Through our connection, we could feel the deeper significance of these revelations. The awakening wasn't just restoring lost knowledge, it was showing us how dragon society had originally functioned, before fear and the desire for control had corrupted its purpose. But what does this mean for the dragon families? Lord Theron asked again, his voice troubled. If bloodline and inheritance weren't meant to determine power, perhaps it means we need to remember what true power is, Lysander responded, our marks creating patterns that illustrated his words. Not the ability to control or dominate, but the wisdom to maintain harmony between all forms of magic. The library itself seemed to respond to his words, the changing texts glowing with increased intensity. Through our marks, we could feel how this transformation was spreading beyond the castle, affecting archives and repositories throughout Aerilon. The awakening isn't just about restoring what was lost, I realized aloud. It's about helping us understand why it was lost in the first place and how to prevent that loss from ever happening again. As evening descended upon the dragon's lair, the transformation of knowledge continued to reveal even deeper truths. The library had become a living repository of memory, each changing text contributing to a greater understanding of Aerilon's true history. These passages about the original dragon ceremonies, Arya said, her voice filled with wonder, they're showing us something remarkable. The transformations weren't just about changing form, they were about maintaining balance between all aspects of existence. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could see the truth of her words illustrated in shifting patterns of light. The ancient ceremonies had been complex dances of power, where human and dragon nature flowed together in perfect harmony. And look at this, Luna called, pointing to a newly revealed section of text. The dragon lords weren't chosen just for their power or bloodline. They were selected based on their ability to understand and maintain these delicate balances. The twins' crystal music had taken on a new quality, seeming to resonate with the very essence of the changing knowledge. Through our marks, we could feel how their harmonies were helping to preserve and integrate the newly revealed truths. The star maps are showing something else now, Finn reported from his position near the astronomy charts. The ancient flight paths, they weren't just routes through the sky. They were part of a vast network that connected all forms of magic throughout Aerilon. Lysander moved to examine the evolving maps, our marks creating patterns that matched the revealed pathways. These connections, he said thoughtfully, they show how everything was meant to work together. The crystal caves, the moon wells, the sacred groves, they're all part of a single, living system. Through our connection, we could feel the profound implications of these revelations. The awakening wasn't just restoring lost knowledge, it was showing us how dragon society had originally functioned, before fear and the desire for control had corrupted its purpose. But what does this mean for our future? Lord Theron asked, watching as centuries of carefully maintained traditions began to shift and change before his eyes. How can we rebuild our society based on these ancient truths? Perhaps that's exactly what we're meant to do, I responded, feeling the certainty through our marks. Not just restore what was lost, but understand why it was lost in the first place and ensure it never happens again. Our transformed marks pulsed with approval, creating patterns that showed the way forward. The awakening wasn't just about recovering ancient knowledge, it was about using that knowledge to create a new future, one built on harmony rather than control. As night fell over the dragon's lair, the transformation of knowledge reached its crescendo. Our transformed marks revealed one final, profound truth that would forever change our understanding of Aerilon's destiny. The prophecies, Arya whispered, her hands trembling as she held an ancient scroll whose text was actively shifting. They weren't just about breaking curses or restoring lost magic. They were about something far more fundamental. Through our marks, Lysander and I watched as the true meaning of the ancient prophecies emerged. The patterns showed how the awakening was meant to be not just a restoration, but a complete rebirth of dragon society. Look at this, Luna called, her empathic abilities stretched to their limits as she studied the changing texts. The original dragon lords weren't just guardians of power, they were guardians of balance itself. Each family was responsible for maintaining a different aspect of harmony. The twins' crystal music had reached a new level of complexity, seeming to weave together all the threads of revealed knowledge into a single, coherent symphony. Through our marks, we could feel how their harmonies were helping to integrate these ancient truths into the present moment. The star maps are showing the final pattern, Finn announced from his position near the astronomy charts. All the flight paths, all the sacred sites, they form a perfect mandala of balance. It's not just about power or control, it's about maintaining the flow of life itself. Lysander moved to examine the completed pattern, our marks creating illustrations that matched the celestial design. "This is why the old ways failed," he said softly. "We forgot that our true purpose wasn't to rule or dominate, but to serve as guardians of harmony." Through our connection, we could feel the profound implications of these revelations. The awakening wasn't just restoring lost knowledge, it was showing us how to rebuild our entire society on a foundation of balance and mutual support rather than hierarchy and control. But how do we implement such profound changes? Lord Theron asked, his voice both hopeful and uncertain. Our entire way of life would need to be transformed. "Perhaps that's exactly what's meant to happen," I responded, feeling the certainty through our marks. The awakening isn't just about recovering what was lost, it's about creating something new, something better. Our transformed marks pulsed with approval, creating patterns that showed the way forward. The changing texts had revealed not just our past, but our potential future, a future where dragon magic could once again flow freely, guided by wisdom rather than fear. "This is our true inheritance," Lysander said, pulling me close as we watched our children absorb these new truths. Not power or position, but the responsibility to maintain harmony between all aspects of life. As night settled over the dragon's lair, the library glowed with the light of transformed knowledge. Through our marks, we could feel how these revelations were already beginning to change Aerilon, preparing our world for a new era of balance and understanding. Chapter 11. The weeks following the breaking of the curse brought profound changes to the dragon's lair. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel the castle itself responding to the new harmony, its ancient stones seeming to breathe with renewed life. "Mother, father," Luna burst into our chambers early one morning, her empathic abilities practically glowing with excitement. "The nursery, it's changing." We followed her to what would become the baby's room, and indeed, the very walls seemed to be transforming. Ancient dragon murals, long hidden beneath layers of paint, were emerging on their own, their colors fresh and vibrant as if newly painted. "The castle is preparing itself," Lysander said wonderingly, watching our marks create patterns that matched the emerging artwork. "It's responding to the new life growing within its walls." Through our connection, we could feel how this transformation was affecting not just the nursery, but the entire castle. The breaking of the curse had awakened something deep within the ancient structure, something that resonated with the promise of new beginnings. "Look at these scenes," Arya said excitedly, studying the murals with her scholar's eye. "They're showing the ancient ceremonies of dragon birth, rituals we haven't practiced in centuries." The twins arrived next, their crystal instruments humming with new harmonies that seemed to match the rhythm of the castle's transformation. As they played, the murals appeared to dance with light, telling stories of dragon children born in times of peace and harmony. As morning progressed, the transformation of the nursery continued to reveal more wonders. The emerging murals told stories not just of dragon births, but of the ancient ceremonies that once celebrated the union of dragon and human magic in newborn children. These images, Arya explained, carefully documenting each new revelation, they show how dragon children were once welcomed into the world. The entire community would gather, not just to celebrate, but to help anchor the child's dual nature in harmony. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could see the deeper meaning in the ancient artwork. The ceremonies weren't just celebrations, they were sophisticated magical rituals designed to help newborn dragons find balance between their human and dragon aspects from the very beginning. "Look at how the light moves through the room," Luna observed, her empathic abilities sensing the subtle changes. "It's creating patterns that match the moon's phases, just like the original birthing chambers used to do." The twins had positioned themselves at key points in the nursery, their crystal instruments resonating with the room's transformation. As they played, the murals seemed to dance with life, showing scenes of joyous celebrations and peaceful transitions between forms. "The castle remembers," Lysander said softly, watching our marks create patterns that matched the emerging artwork. "It's preparing itself not just for a birth, but for a renewal of the old ways, the true ways." Through our connection, we could feel how this transformation was affecting not just the nursery, but the entire castle. The breaking of the curse had awakened something deep within the ancient structure, something that resonated with the promise of new beginnings and restored harmony. "But what does this mean for our child?" I asked, placing a hand on my growing belly. "To be born into a world that's remembering its true nature? It means," Lysander replied, pulling me close, "that our child will know harmony from the very beginning. No forced transformations, no struggle between forms, just the natural flow of both natures as it was always meant to be." As afternoon approached, the nursery's transformation continued to reveal even deeper mysteries. The murals now showed intricate patterns of dragon magic specifically designed to protect and nurture newborn children with dual natures. These symbols, Arya explained, carefully documenting each new revelation, they're part of an ancient protection ritual. The dragons would weave their magic into the very walls of the birthing chamber, creating a sacred space where both human and dragon nature could flourish in harmony. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I watched as the castle itself seemed to remember these ancient practices. Golden lines of power began to trace themselves across the ceiling and floors, forming protective circles and blessing runes that hadn't been seen in centuries. "The energy in here," Luna whispered, her empathic abilities stretched wide. "It's like nothing I've ever felt before. It's both dragon and human, but perfectly balanced. Like it's creating a cocoon of harmony." The twins had begun playing a new melody that seemed to emerge from the very stones themselves. Through our marks, we could feel how their music was helping to activate the ancient protections, bringing life to magic that had lain dormant for generations. "Look at how the light moves," Finn observed from his position near the window. "It's not just following the moon's phases, it's creating patterns that match the dragon flight paths we discovered in the library." Lysander moved to examine the phenomenon, our marks creating illustrations that matched the moving light. "These patterns," he said thoughtfully, "they're not just for protection. They're meant to help the child understand both aspects of their nature from the very beginning." Through our connection, we could feel the profound significance of these revelations. The castle wasn't just preparing a room, it was recreating an ancient sacred space designed to welcome and nurture dragon children in perfect harmony with both sides of their heritage. "But what does this mean for our baby?" I asked again, feeling the child move within me as if responding to the magic around us. "To be born in a place with such ancient power? It means," Lysander replied, his voice full of wonder and love, "that our child will never know the struggle we faced. They'll be born into harmony, protected by both ancient magic and our love." As evening approached, the nursery's transformation revealed even more extraordinary developments. The ancient magic awakened within the castle walls began to create something unprecedented, a perfect fusion of old and new protective enchantments. "These patterns," Arya exclaimed, frantically documenting everything in her journal, "they're not just recreating the ancient protections, they're evolving them. The castle is combining traditional dragon magic with modern safeguards in ways I've never seen described in any text." Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I watched in amazement as golden threads of magic continued to weave themselves through the room, creating intricate layers of protection that seemed to pulse with life. Each new pattern built upon the last, forming a complex tapestry of magical safeguards. "The energy signatures are fascinating," Luna observed, her empathic abilities fully engaged. "It's like the castle is learning from every generation that's lived within its walls, taking the best of each era's protective magic and weaving it into something entirely new." The twins had positioned themselves at opposite corners of the room, their crystal instruments creating harmonies that seemed to guide and strengthen the magical transformations. Through our marks, we could feel how their music was helping to stabilize the new enchantments, ensuring they would endure for generations to come. Look at how the protective circles are arranging themselves, Finn called out, pointing to where the golden lines were forming concentric rings around what would be the baby's cradle. They're creating layers of protection that respond to different types of threats: physical, magical, even emotional. Lysander moved closer to examine the phenomenon, our marks creating detailed illustrations of the magical structure. These aren't just defensive measures, he said thoughtfully. They're nurturing enchantments too. See how they're designed to support both the dragon and human aspects of our child's nature. Through our connection, we could feel the profound significance of what we were witnessing. The castle wasn't just preparing a safe space for our baby, it was creating an environment where both aspects of our child's dual nature could develop in perfect harmony from the very beginning. But there's more, I realized, watching as new patterns emerged along the walls. These markings, they're not just for protection and nurturing. They're meant to teach as well. Indeed, the murals were now showing scenes that seemed to shift and change, designed to help a young dragon child understand their dual nature. Images of peaceful transformations, successful first flights, and harmonious interactions between dragons and humans played across the walls like living memories. The castle is creating a complete learning environment, Lysander agreed, his voice filled with wonder. Everything in this room will help our child understand and embrace both sides of their heritage naturally, without the struggles we faced. Our transformed marks pulsed with approval, creating patterns that showed how all these elements would work together. The protective circles, the nurturing enchantments, the teaching murals, all of it was designed to create the perfect environment for a new generation of dragons, one that would never know the pain of forced transformations or the struggle between forms. As night fell over the dragon's lair, the nursery's transformation reached its magnificent conclusion. The room had become a perfect sanctuary, combining ancient dragon magic with modern protections in ways that would nurture both aspects of our child's heritage. The final patterns are emerging, Arya announced, her quill flying across the pages of her journal. Look at how the protective circles are linking together. They're creating a complete magical ecosystem that will grow and adapt with the child. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I watched in awe as the last elements fell into place. Golden threads of magic wove themselves into intricate mandalas across the ceiling, while the walls pulsed with living images that seemed to breathe with their own life force. The energy balance is perfect, Luna whispered, her empathic abilities fully attuned to the room's magic. It's like a heartbeat, that made of pure harmony. Dragon magic and human essence perfectly intertwined. The twins had begun playing a final melody that seemed to emerge from the very foundation of the castle itself. Through our marks, we could feel how their music was helping to seal and stabilize all the magical elements, binding them together into a lasting enchantment that would protect and nurture our child for years to come. The star patterns are completing themselves, Finn observed from his position near the window. They're aligning with the ancient dragon flight paths we discovered, creating channels for natural magic to flow through the room. Lysander moved to examine the finished work, our marks creating detailed illustrations of the complete magical structure. This goes beyond anything I've ever seen, he said in wonder. The castle hasn't just recreated the ancient protections, it's evolved them into something entirely new. Through our connection, we could feel the profound significance of what had been created. The nursery had become more than just a room. It was a living testament to the new era we were building, where dragon and human nature could exist in perfect harmony from the very beginning. And look at this, I said softly, watching as the last mural took shape above what would be the cradle. The images aren't just showing the past anymore, they're showing possibilities for the future. Indeed, the final mural depicted scenes of hope and promise. Young dragons learning to fly with joy rather than fear, families celebrating transformations as natural milestones, and communities coming together to support each other in harmony. This room, Lysander said, pulling me close as we watched the last magical threads settle into place, it's everything we hoped for a child. A place where both natures can flourish naturally, where transformation is celebrated rather than feared, and where love and understanding are woven into the very walls. Our transformed marks pulsed with approval, creating patterns that showed how all the elements would work together over time. The protective circles would adapt as our child grew, the teaching murals would reveal new lessons at appropriate times, and the nurturing enchantments would provide exactly what was needed at each stage of development. As night settled fully over the dragon's lair, the nursery glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to come from within the walls themselves. Through our marks, we could feel how this transformation had affected not just this room, but the entire castle. Our home had truly become a place where new beginnings were possible, where ancient wisdom and modern love could combine to create something beautiful and new. Our child, I whispered, placing both hands on my growing belly, will never know the struggle between forms that we faced. They'll grow up understanding that both aspects of their nature are equally precious, equally celebrated. And they'll never be alone, Lysander added, covering my hands with his own. They'll have us, their siblings, and an entire community that understands and supports their journey. Chapter 12. The morning of my labor arrived with the first rays of dawn breaking over the dragon's lair. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel how the castle itself seemed to pulse with anticipation, the protective enchantments in the nursery humming with renewed energy. "It's time," I whispered, feeling the first contractions begin. The magical preparations we'd made over the past months suddenly felt very real and immediate. Luna burst into our chambers moments later, her empathic abilities already attuned to what was happening. "Mother, the baby, I can feel the changes beginning." Through our connection, Lysander and I could sense how our child's dual nature was already manifesting, even before birth. The dragon magic within the castle responded, protective enchantments activating automatically as they sensed the impending arrival. "The midwives are on their way," Arya announced, rushing in with an armful of ancient texts. "And look what I found in the library, the traditional birth blessings used for dragon children." The twins arrived next, their crystal instruments already humming with harmonies designed to ease the birthing process. Through our marks, we could feel how their music was helping to stabilize both my human form and the baby's emerging dragon essence. "Everything is ready in the birthing chamber," Lysander said softly, helping me to my feet. "The protective circles are at full strength, and the healing enchantments are active." The journey to the birthing chamber seemed to take forever, though it was merely down the corridor from our rooms. Through our transformed marks, we could feel how the entire castle was responding to the impending birth, ancient magic stirring in the very stones. "The protective circles are pulsing with power," Arya observed, consulting her ancient texts as we entered the chamber. Just like the old records described, the castle itself is preparing to welcome a dragon child. The room had transformed even further since our last visit. The golden threads of magic weed woven into the walls now shimmered with an intense light, creating patterns that seemed to match the rhythm of my contractions. The murals on the walls moved with increased animation, showing scenes of joyous dragon births throughout history. "The energy is perfect," Luna whispered, her empathic abilities fully engaged. "I can feel both the baby's dragon essence and human nature, already in perfect harmony. The protective enchantments are helping to maintain the balance." The twins took their positions at opposite corners of the room, their crystal instruments beginning a complex melody that seemed to emerge from the very foundations of the castle. Through our marks, Lysander and I could feel how their music was helping to stabilize the magical environment, creating the perfect conditions for a safe birth. "Look at the ceiling," Finn called out excitedly. The star patterns are aligning themselves with the dragon flight paths. They're creating channels for natural magic to flow directly into the room. Indeed, the magical pathways we'd discovered in the library were now visible above us, glowing lines of power that converged directly over the birthing bed. Through our connection, Lysander and I could feel how these ancient channels were helping to guide and protect both mother and child during this crucial transition. "The midwives are here," Lysander announced as 3 elderly women entered the chamber, their own magical abilities evident in the way they immediately began working with the room's enchantments. These were not ordinary midwives, but specialists in dragon births, their knowledge passed down through generations. Everything is proceeding perfectly, the chief midwife assured us, her experienced eyes taking in both the physical and magical aspects of the situation. The castle's protections are stronger than I've ever seen them, and the baby's dual nature is perfectly balanced. The labor intensified as afternoon approached. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel how the castle's ancient magic was working in harmony with the natural process, supporting both mother and child through each contraction. The protective circles are responding perfectly, the chief midwife observed, her experienced hands guiding me through each wave of pain. The baby's dual nature is manifesting exactly as it should, neither form dominating, both in perfect balance. The twins' crystal music had taken on a new quality, their harmonies seeming to pulse with the rhythm of the contractions. Through our marks, we could feel how their music was helping to maintain the delicate balance of energies in the room, ensuring that both human and dragon essence remained stable. "Look at the murals," Arya exclaimed, momentarily looking up from her ancient texts. "They're showing the exact progression of a dragon birth. See how the images are changing with each stage?" Indeed, the living artwork on the walls seemed to be following the progress of my labor, showing scenes of dragon mothers throughout history experiencing the same journey. Through our connection, Lysander and I could see how these images were not just decorative, but instructive, helping to guide the process through ancient wisdom. "The energy patterns are extraordinary," Luna whispered, her empathic abilities fully engaged. "I can feel both natures of the baby shifting and blending, finding their natural balance even before birth. The castle's protections are helping to guide this process perfectly." Finn had positioned himself near the window, where the star patterns continued to align with the ancient dragon flight paths. "The magical channels are growing stronger," he reported. "They're creating a perfect flow of natural power directly into the birthing space." Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel the truth of his words. The ancient pathways we'd discovered in the library were now fully activated, bringing healing energy and protective magic from all corners of Aerilon directly into the chamber. "You're doing beautifully," Lysander murmured, supporting me through another contraction. Our marks pulsed in unison, creating patterns that showed how close we were to meeting our child. The castle's magic is with us, and all the ancient protections are in place. The midwives moved with practiced efficiency, working in harmony with both the natural process and the magical elements surrounding us. Their knowledge of dragon births, passed down through generations, proved invaluable as they guided us through each stage. "The baby's dragon essence is strong," the chief midwife noted with approval, "but perfectly balanced with their human nature. This is exactly what we hope to see in a healthy dragon birth." The birthing chamber pulsed with magical energy as my labor reached its peak. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel the ancient power of the dragon's lair converging around us, supporting both mother and child through these final moments. "The protective circles are at maximum strength," the chief midwife announced, her experienced hands steady and sure. "I've never seen such perfect alignment of dragon and human essence during a birth. Your child truly is blessed." The twins' crystal music had reached a crescendo, their harmonies weaving together with the castle's own magic to create a protective cocoon of sound and power. Through our marks, we could feel how their music was helping to guide the final stages of labor, ensuring that both aspects of our child's nature remained in perfect balance. "The murals," Arya exclaimed from her position near the walls. "They're showing the exact moment of birth from all the great dragon families throughout history. Look, there's the first transformation of the Dragon King's heir and the birth of the Crystal Twins." Indeed, the living artwork had become increasingly animated, scenes flowing one into another as they depicted the most powerful and significant dragon births in Aerilon's history. Through our connection, Lysander and I could see how these images were not just recording our child's birth, but placing it within the greater context of dragon history. "The energy patterns are incredible," Luna whispered, her empathic abilities stretched to their limits. "I can feel both natures of the baby perfectly balanced, ready to emerge into the world. The castle's protections are creating the ideal environment for this transition." Finn maintained his position near the window, where the star patterns had aligned themselves into an intricate mandala of power. "The magical channels are at full strength," he reported, his voice filled with wonder. "Every sacred site in Aerilon is contributing its energy to this moment." Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel the truth of his words. The ancient pathways we'd discovered in the library were now fully activated, bringing healing energy and protective magic from every corner of our realm directly into the birthing chamber. The moon wells, crystal caves, and sacred groves were all lending their power to ensure a safe and harmonious birth. "You're almost there," Lysander murmured, supporting me through the final contractions. Our marks pulsed in perfect synchronization, creating patterns that showed the imminent arrival of our child. "The castle's magic is with us, and all of Aerilon stands ready to welcome our little one." The midwives moved with practiced grace, their ancient knowledge working in perfect harmony with the magical protections surrounding us. Their expertise in dragon births, passed down through countless generations, proved invaluable as they guided us through these final moments. "The baby's dragon essence is perfectly balanced with their human nature," the chief midwife observed with satisfaction. "This is truly remarkable. I've never seen such harmony in a newborn dragon child." The final moments of labor arrived with an intensity that seemed to shake the very foundations of the dragon's lair. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel the convergence of all the magical forces we'd gathered, creating the perfect environment for our child's arrival. "Now," the chief midwife commanded, her voice carrying the weight of centuries of dragon birthing wisdom. "Push with all your strength, my lady." The baby's dual nature is perfectly aligned. The twins' crystal music reached its ultimate crescendo, their harmonies weaving together with the castle's ancient magic in a symphony of power and protection. Through our marks, we could feel how their music was helping to guide these final moments, ensuring that both aspects of our child's nature would emerge in perfect balance. "The murals are glowing," Arya exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. "They're showing every significant dragon birth in history simultaneously. This hasn't been recorded since the time of the first dragons." Indeed, the living artwork had transformed into a brilliant display of magical energy, scenes from thousands of years of dragon history flowing together in a magnificent tapestry of light and color. Through our connection, Lysander and I could see how our child's birth was being woven into the very fabric of Aerilon's history. "The energy patterns are beyond anything I've ever sensed," Luna whispered, her empathic abilities stretched to their absolute limits. "Both natures are emerging together, perfectly balanced, perfectly harmonious. It's beautiful." Finn maintained his vigilant position by the window, where the star patterns had formed into an intricate mandala of unprecedented complexity. "Every sacred site in Aerilon is connected now," he reported with awe. "The moon wells, the crystal caves, the ancient groves, they're all lending their power to this moment." Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel the truth of his words. The ancient pathways we discovered had become channels of pure magical energy, bringing the combined power of all Aerilon's sacred places into the birthing chamber. The very land itself seemed to be blessing this birth. "One more push," Lysander murmured, his voice thick with emotion as he supported me through these final moments. Our marks pulsed in perfect synchronization, creating patterns that showed the imminent miracle we were about to witness. "Our child is almost here, my love." The midwives moved with the practiced grace of generations, their ancient knowledge working in harmony with the magical protections surrounding us. Their expertise in dragon births, passed down through countless years, guided us through these precious final moments with steady hands and calm voices. And then, with one final surge of effort, our child entered the world. The baby's first cry rang out through the chamber, and in that moment, something extraordinary happened. The castle's magic surged, the protective circles flared with golden light, and our child's dual nature manifested in the most beautiful way imaginable, their tiny form briefly shimming with dragon scales before settling into human form, both aspects perfectly balanced from the very first breath. "A perfect birth," the chief midwife announced with joy, tears in her eyes as she placed our newborn in my arms. "Both natures in complete harmony. I've never seen anything like it." Lysander leaned close, his own eyes wet with tears as we gazed at our child together. Through our marks, we could feel the perfect balance of dragon and human essence within our baby, a harmony that we had fought so hard to achieve in ourselves, now naturally present in our child from the very beginning. "Welcome to the world, little one," I whispered, feeling the profound truth of this moment deep in my soul. "You're already more perfect than we could have ever dreamed." Chapter 13. The first weeks after Kale's birth transformed life in the dragon's lair in ways none of us could have anticipated. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel how our newborn son's perfectly balanced dual nature was affecting the very fabric of the castle's magic. "It's extraordinary," Arya remarked one morning, her scholarly eyes bright with fascination as she documented yet another unprecedented magical occurrence. "The castle's protective enchantments are actually evolving to match Kale's natural harmony. I've never seen anything like it in any of the ancient texts." The nursery had become a focal point of this transformation. The murals that had appeared during my pregnancy now shifted and changed in response to Kale's moods, creating soothing patterns when he was restless and playful scenes when he was alert. Through our marks, Lysander and I could see how these changes were helping our son instinctively understand and embrace both aspects of his heritage. "The energy signatures are remarkable," Luna observed, her empathic abilities constantly attuned to our growing family. "Kale's dragon and human natures flow together so naturally, it's as if he's teaching the castle itself a new way of being." The twins had taken to playing special lullabies for their new brother, their crystal instruments creating harmonies that seemed to resonate with both his human and dragon essence. Through our connection, we could feel how their music was helping to strengthen the natural balance within him. "Look at how he responds to the different melodies," Finn noted with excitement one evening. "When we play the dragon flight songs, his dragon nature brightens, but it never overshadows his human side. And when we play traditional lullabies, both aspects remain in perfect harmony." Lysander spent countless hours in the nursery, holding our son and marveling at the miracle of his existence. Through our marks, I could feel the profound joy and wonder he experienced every time Kale's tiny form would shimmer with dragon scales before settling back into human form, all without the slightest distress or discomfort. "He'll never know the struggle we faced," Lysander whispered one night as we watched our son sleep peacefully in his cradle. "No forced transformations, no internal battle between forms. He is simply and beautifully himself, both dragon and human in perfect balance." The other children had adapted to their new sibling with remarkable ease, each finding their own special way to bond with their brother. Luna's empathic abilities helped her understand and respond to his needs even before he cried, while Arya delighted in reading him ancient dragon tales from her beloved books. The castle itself seemed to have taken on a new vitality since Kale's birth. The protective enchantments we'd woven throughout its walls had evolved into something more nurturing, creating an environment where all forms of magic, both dragon and human, could flourish naturally. As the weeks passed, Kale's unique harmony between his dragon and human natures began to influence everyone around him. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I watched in amazement as our youngest child effortlessly demonstrated what we had struggled so hard to achieve. "The ancient texts never mentioned anything like this," Arya announced one afternoon, surrounded by her beloved books in the library. "A dragon child born with such perfect balance. It's unprecedented. Every record shows that even in the oldest families, children needed time and training to achieve harmony between their forms." The castle's magic continued to evolve in response to Kale's presence. The protective enchantments we'd woven throughout the walls had taken on new properties, creating an environment that naturally supported the balance between dragon and human magic. Through our marks, we could feel how these changes were spreading beyond the nursery, affecting the entire dragon's lair. "It's as if he's teaching the very stones a new way of being," Luna observed, her empathic abilities constantly detecting new patterns in the castle's magical fabric. The way his energy flows, it's changing how magic itself works within these walls. The twins had developed a fascinating new method of playing their crystal instruments, inspired by Kale's natural harmony. They discovered that by weaving together traditional dragon melodies with human folk songs, they could create music that resonated perfectly with both aspects of their brother's nature. Watch this, Finn called out excitedly one evening as he and his sister played their latest composition. When we combine the dragon flight theme with the old lullaby, Kale's scales shimmer in perfect rhythm with the music, but he remains completely peaceful in his human form. Lysander spent countless hours observing our son, marveling at the miracle of his existence. Through our marks, I could feel the profound joy and wonder he experienced every time Kale demonstrated his natural ability to exist in both forms simultaneously, something that had once seemed impossible. "He's showing us what could have been," Lysander whispered one night as we watched our son sleeping peacefully, tiny dragon scales occasionally shimmering across his skin like starlight. If the ancient ways hadn't been lost, if the curse hadn't twisted our understanding of our dual nature, this is how it was always meant to be. The transformation of the dragon's lair continued as Kale grew stronger each day. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I watched in amazement as our son's natural harmony began to influence not just the castle, but the very way magic manifested throughout Aerilon. The ancient scrolls speak of such potential, Arya explained one evening, surrounded by her precious texts in the Grand Library. But they always described it as theoretical, a perfect balance between forms that could only be achieved through years of training and dedication. Yet here's Kale, doing it naturally from birth. The castle's magic had evolved beyond anything we could have imagined. What began as protective enchantments in the nursery had spread throughout the entire structure, creating an environment where both dragon and human magic flowed together seamlessly. Through our marks, we could feel how these changes were affecting everyone who lived within the castle walls. "It's like watching two streams merge into a perfect river," Luna observed, her empathic abilities detecting new patterns daily. The way Kale's energy flows, it's teaching all of us a new way to understand our dual nature. Even those who struggled most with their transformations are finding it easier to maintain harmony between their forms. The twins had discovered something remarkable while playing their crystal instruments near Kale. They found that when they combined certain melodies, ancient dragon songs with traditional human lullabies, the resulting harmony could actually help others achieve the same kind of balance that came so naturally to their baby brother. "Watch this," Finn called out excitedly during one of their practice sessions. "When we play these specific combinations, you can actually see how it affects the castle's magic." The walls themselves seem to pulse in rhythm with both aspects of our nature. Lysander spent countless hours documenting every new development, his scholar's mind fascinated by the implications of what we were witnessing. Through our marks, I could feel his joy and wonder as he observed how Kale's natural harmony was influencing not just our family, but potentially the future of all dragonkind. "He's showing us what we lost," Lysander whispered one evening as we watched our son playing with his siblings. Not just the ancient knowledge of transformation, but the fundamental truth about our nature. We were never meant to struggle between forms, we were meant to exist in harmony, just as he does. The other children had begun to show signs of being influenced by their baby brother's natural balance. Luna's empathic abilities had grown stronger, but also more nuanced. She could now sense not just emotions, but the delicate interplay between dragon and human nature in those around her. Arya's scholarly pursuits had taken on new depth as she discovered ways to integrate ancient dragon knowledge with modern human understanding. As the months passed, Kale's unique influence on the dragon's lair continued to grow in unexpected ways. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I witnessed how our son's natural harmony was reshaping not just the castle's magic, but the very understanding of what it meant to be both dragon and human. The ancient prophecies spoke of a child who would bridge the worlds, Arya announced one afternoon, surrounded by dusty tomes in the castle library. But they always described it as a distant possibility, a theoretical perfect union of dragon and human nature. Yet here's Kale, achieving what generations of scholars thought impossible, and doing it without any effort at all. The castle's transformation had reached new heights. What began as protective enchantments in the nursery had evolved into a complex network of harmonious magic that spread throughout every corner of the dragon's lair. Through our marks, we could feel how these changes were affecting everyone who dwelled within its walls, from the youngest child to the most senior dragon elder. It's fascinating to watch the patterns shift, Luna observed, her empathic abilities growing more refined with each passing day. When Kale sleeps, his dreams actually influence the castle's magic. The walls pulse with both dragon and human essence, creating new forms of protection we've never seen before. The twins had made an extraordinary discovery while practicing their music near their baby brother. They found that certain combinations of melodies, particularly when weaving together ancient dragon songs with traditional human lullabies, could actually help others achieve a similar kind of balance to what Kale possessed naturally. "Look at this!" Finn exclaimed during one of their experimental sessions. When we play these specific harmonies while Kale is present, you can actually see how it affects everyone in the room. The dragon essence and human nature begin to flow together more smoothly, almost like they're learning from him. Lysander spent countless hours documenting every new development, his scholar's mind fascinated by the implications of what we were witnessing. Through our marks, I could feel his growing excitement as he realized that Kale's natural harmony might hold the key to helping all dragonkind achieve what we had struggled so hard to find. "He's not just showing us what we lost," Lysander whispered one evening as we watched our son playing with his siblings. "He's showing us what we could become. Every time he shifts between forms without effort, every time he maintains both aspects of his nature in perfect balance, he's teaching us all how to be whole." The most remarkable changes became evident as Kale reached his first milestone moments. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I witnessed how our son's natural harmony was creating ripples of transformation that extended far beyond the castle walls. The ancient records speak of a time when all dragon children were born this way, Arya explained one evening, her eyes bright with excitement as she pored over a newly discovered text. "Before the Great Divide, before the curse that separated our forms, this was how we were meant to be." Kale isn't just showing us something new, he's helping us remember something very old and very precious. The castle's magical evolution had reached unprecedented levels. The harmonious energy that began in the nursery had spread throughout the dragon's lair and was now reaching into the surrounding lands. Through our marks, we could feel how the very foundation of Aerilon's magic was being gently reshaped by our son's natural balance. "The patterns have become self-sustaining," Luna observed, her empathic abilities now able to trace the complex web of energies that flowed through the castle. "It's as if Kale's presence has awakened something that was always meant to be here, a kind of magical ecosystem where both dragon and human nature can flourish together." The twins had made perhaps the most significant breakthrough yet in their musical experiments. They discovered that by combining specific sequences of dragon harmonies with human melodies while in Kale's presence, they could create a kind of magical resonance that helped others achieve moments of perfect balance between their forms. "Watch this carefully," Finn called out during one particularly successful session. "When we play these specific combinations while focusing on Kale's natural harmony, you can actually see how it affects the castle's very structure." The stones themselves seem to remember their original purpose, to house both aspects of our nature in perfect balance. Lysander had begun documenting everything in a new kind of chronicle, one that combined traditional dragon lore with the fresh insights we were gaining through Kale's influence. Through our marks, I could feel his growing certainty that our son's natural harmony wasn't just a unique gift, it was a glimpse of what all dragonkind could become. "He's showing us the way forward by showing us our past," Lysander whispered one evening as we watched our son sleeping peacefully, his tiny form occasionally shimmering with scales that seemed to dance in the moonlight. Every effortless transformation, every moment of perfect balance, it's not just his gift. It's our heritage, our birthright. We just forgot how to access it. The other children had begun showing signs of similar harmony, though not as complete as Kale's. Luna's empathic abilities now extended to understanding the subtle interplay between dragon and human essence in those around her. Aria's scholarly pursuits had evolved to include practical applications of harmonious magic. Even the twins' music had taken on new dimensions, incorporating elements of both natures in ways that seemed to strengthen rather than divide. Through our transformed marks, we could feel how these changes were becoming permanent features of life in the dragon's lair. What had begun as the miracle of one child's natural harmony was gradually becoming a new way of being for all of us, a return to what dragonkind had always been meant to be. Chapter 14. The peace we had found in the dragon's lair was shattered one stormy night, when the first attack came without warning. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I sensed the dark magic before it even breached the castle walls, a twisted echo of Morgana's power wielded by her most devoted followers. "They've been waiting," Arya announced grimly, her ancient texts spread before her in the library. According to these records, Morgana's inner circle always maintained a blood oath. If she fell, they would seek vengeance, no matter how long it took. They've been gathering strength all this time, learning to channel her dark magic in new ways. The castle's protective enchantments, though strengthened by Kael's natural harmony, were being tested in ways we hadn't anticipated. Through our marks, we could feel how the attackers were targeting specific weaknesses, using knowledge that could only have come from deep within Morgana's own teachings. "The energy patterns are unlike anything I've ever felt," Luna warned, her empathic abilities stretched to their limits as she monitored the castle's defenses. "They're not just using dark magic, they're somehow corrupting the natural flow of power within Aerilon itself. It's as if they've learned to twist the very essence of what makes our world magical." The twins had positioned themselves strategically throughout the castle, their crystal instruments ready to help maintain our defensive harmonies. Through their music, they could strengthen the protective barriers that kept our family safe, but even they were struggling against this new threat. "They're targeting the convergence points," Finn called out during one particularly fierce assault. "The places where dragon and human magic naturally meet. They're trying to create discord in the very foundations of our power." Lysander worked tirelessly to reinforce the castle's defenses, his scholar's mind racing to understand this new threat while his warrior's instincts prepared for battle. Through our marks, I could feel his growing concern not just for our immediate safety, but for the larger implications of what these attacks meant. "This isn't just about revenge," he whispered one night as we watched over our sleeping children. "They're trying to undo everything we've achieved, the harmony we've found, the balance we've created. They want to return us to the old ways, when dragon and human nature were at war within us." The attacks grew more sophisticated with each passing day. Dark magic would seep through the smallest cracks in our defenses, seeking ways to corrupt the delicate balance we had worked so hard to achieve. Through our marks, we could feel how these intrusions were affecting everyone in the castle, from the youngest child to the most experienced dragon elder. The attacks intensified with each passing night, forcing us to adapt our defenses in ways we never imagined. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I coordinated with everyone in the castle, creating new protective strategies that drew on both Kael's natural harmony and our combined experience. The ancient texts mention something similar. Arya called out during one particularly fierce assault, her voice carrying over the sound of magical bombardment. When Morgana first rose to power, her followers used a technique called shadow binding. They would corrupt the natural flow of magic by introducing discordant elements. But what they're doing now is different, more evolved. The castle's defensive enchantments, though strengthened by months of exposure to Kael's balanced energy, were being tested in unprecedented ways. Through our marks, we could feel how the attackers were specifically targeting the points where dragon and human magic naturally merged, the very foundations of the harmony we'd worked so hard to achieve. "They're trying to create fractures," Luna warned, her empathic abilities stretched to their limits as she monitored the magical assaults. "Not just in our defenses, but in the very fabric of how magic flows through Aerilon. It's as if they're trying to force a separation between dragon and human essence." The twins had developed a new way of using their crystal instruments, creating complex harmonies that helped reinforce the castle's weakening points. Through their music, they could temporarily stabilize areas where the dark magic was attempting to create discord. "Watch the pattern." Finn shouted over the sound of another attack. When they target one convergence point, they immediately follow with attacks on the opposite side of the castle. They're trying to create a resonance that will shatter our protective barriers. Lysander worked tirelessly to analyze the attack patterns, his scholar's mind racing to understand the deeper strategy behind these assaults. Through our marks, I could feel his growing concern about the larger implications of what we were facing. "This isn't random," he muttered as we reinforced another failing barrier. "They're not just trying to break in. They're trying to undo everything we've achieved. The harmony we've found, the balance we've created. They want to tear it all apart and return us to the old ways, when dragon and human nature were at war within us." The situation grew more dire as we discovered the true extent of our enemy's plans. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could sense how the dark magic was not just attacking our defenses, but attempting to corrupt the very foundation of harmony we had built. "These scrolls reveal something troubling," Arya announced during a brief respite between attacks, her voice grave as she studied ancient texts by candlelight. Morgana's followers aren't just seeking revenge, they're trying to recreate her original ritual of separation, the one that first caused the divide between dragon and human nature. But they're modifying it, making it stronger. The castle's defensive systems were evolving rapidly to counter each new threat, drawing on Kael's natural harmony to repair and strengthen compromised areas. Through our marks, we could feel how our son's unique balance was actually helping to protect against the dark magic's attempts to create discord. "The patterns are changing," Luna observed, her empathic abilities detecting subtle shifts in the enemy's strategy. "They've realized they can't break through where Kael's influence is strongest. They're targeting the older sections of the castle now, places where the original separation between dragon and human magic still lingers." The twins had developed an intricate system of musical defense, positioning themselves at key points throughout the castle where their harmonies could best reinforce our protective barriers. Their crystal instruments sang out complex melodies that seemed to physically repel the dark magic's attempts to penetrate our defenses. "We need to understand their ultimate goal," Finn called out during a particularly intense assault. "These attacks feel like tests. They're probing our defenses, yes, but they're also gathering information. It's as if they're trying to map the flow of magic within the castle itself." Lysander worked tirelessly to coordinate our defenses while also trying to anticipate our enemy's next moves. Through our marks, I could feel his growing concern about the larger implications of what we were facing. "This goes beyond simple revenge," he explained during a strategy session. "They're trying to understand how Kael's natural harmony works, not to replicate it, but to find ways to destroy it. If they succeed in corrupting the foundation of balanced magic that we've built here, it could affect all of Aerilon." The depth of our enemy's plans became clearer as we discovered ancient texts hidden in the deepest parts of the library. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could sense how the dark magic they wielded was becoming more sophisticated and targeted with each attack. "These manuscripts reveal something terrifying," Arya announced during a rare moment of quiet, her hands trembling as she held a crumbling scroll. Morgana's followers aren't just using her techniques, they're combining them with ancient dragon magic that predates the first separation. They're trying to create a permanent divide between dragon and human essence, one that would affect all of Aerilon. The castle's defenses were evolving rapidly, drawing not only on Kael's natural harmony, but also on the combined strength of everyone within its walls. Through our marks, we could feel how each person's unique balance of dragon and human nature contributed to our protective barriers in different ways. "The magical patterns are shifting again," Luna warned, her empathic abilities detecting subtle changes in the enemy's approach. "They're no longer just targeting weak points, they're trying to create resonance patterns that could shatter the very foundation of balanced magic. If they succeed, it could affect not just us, but every dragon child born in the future." The twins had developed an intricate network of musical wards throughout the castle, their crystal instruments positioned at key points where the harmonies could best reinforce our defenses. Through their music, they could create protective barriers that specifically countered the dark magic's attempts to separate dragon and human essence. "Look at these energy flows," Finn called out during a particularly intense defensive session. When we combine our music with Kael's natural harmony, it creates a kind of shield that the dark magic can't penetrate. It's as if his balance is teaching the very stones how to resist their corruption. Lysander worked tirelessly to analyze and counter each new threat, his scholar's mind racing to understand the deeper implications of what we faced. Through our marks, I could feel his growing concern about the potential consequences of our enemies' plans. This goes far beyond simple revenge or power, he explained during an emergency council meeting. They're trying to fundamentally alter the nature of magic itself in Aerilon. If they succeed in creating a permanent separation between dragon and human essence, it would undo everything we've achieved, not just here in the castle, but throughout all the dragon realms. The gravity of our situation became even clearer as we discovered more about our enemy's ultimate goal. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could sense how their attacks were becoming more precise and calculated, each one designed to test specific aspects of our defenses and Kael's natural harmony. These ancient prophecies speak of a terrible possibility, Arya announced during an emergency council meeting, her voice trembling as she translated from a weathered scroll. If Morgana's followers succeed in corrupting the balance between dragon and human essence, it won't just affect those currently living. It could create a magical barrier that prevents future generations from achieving the natural harmony that Kael possesses. They're trying to ensure that no child will ever again be born with the perfect balance we've witnessed. The castle's defensive systems had evolved into something far more complex than simple protective barriers. Through our marks, we could feel how Kael's natural harmony had influenced every aspect of our magical defenses, creating layers of protection that actively resisted attempts to separate dragon and human essence. The patterns are becoming clearer, Luna observed, her empathic abilities revealing new insights into our enemy's strategy. They're not just trying to break through our defenses, they're attempting to create a permanent resonance that would destabilize the very foundation of balanced magic throughout Aerilon. Each attack is like a piece of a larger ritual. The twins had discovered that their crystal music could do more than just strengthen our defenses. It could actually help predict where the next attack would come from. Their harmonies had become sophisticated enough to detect subtle disturbances in the magical fabric of the castle before they manifested as actual threats. We need to understand the full scope of their plan, Finn called out during a strategic planning session. These attacks aren't random, they're following an ancient pattern, something that predates even Morgana's time. It's as if they're trying to recreate a ritual that was meant to be forgotten. Lysander worked tirelessly to coordinate our defenses while also trying to uncover the deeper meaning behind our enemy's actions. Through our marks, I could feel his growing certainty that we were facing something far more dangerous than simple revenge. This goes beyond Morgana's legacy, he explained as we reinforced the nursery's protective enchantments. They're trying to undo the very foundation of what makes our world magical. If they succeed in creating a permanent separation between dragon and human essence, it won't just affect us, it could change the very nature of magic itself in Aerilon. Chapter 15. The aftermath of our battle against Morgana's followers brought unexpected changes to the dragon's lair. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could sense how Kael's natural harmony was helping to heal the magical damage caused by the dark magic attacks. The ancient texts speak of something remarkable, Arya announced one morning, her eyes bright with excitement as she studied a previously hidden section of the library. When a child possesses perfect balance between dragon and human nature, their very presence can help restore harmony to places where magic has been corrupted. Kael isn't just maintaining balance, he's actively healing the wounds in Aerilon's magical fabric. The castle's recovery was visible in ways we hadn't anticipated. Through our marks, we could feel how areas that had been damaged by dark magic were gradually being restored, the balance between dragon and human essence naturally re-establishing itself wherever Kael's influence reached. The patterns are extraordinary, Luna observed, her empathic abilities detecting the subtle changes throughout the castle. It's as if Kael's natural harmony is teaching the very stones how to resist corruption. Even areas that were damaged centuries ago are beginning to heal. The twins had discovered that their crystal music could amplify this healing effect. By playing specific harmonies while Kael was present, they could help spread his balancing influence throughout larger areas of the castle. Watch this. Finn called out during one of their experimental sessions. When we combine our music with Kale's natural harmony, the restoration happens much faster. It's like his presence is showing the magic itself how to heal. Lysander spent countless hours documenting these changes, his scholar's mind fascinated by the implications. Through our marks, I could feel his growing excitement about what this might mean for the future of all dragonkind. This goes beyond simple recovery, he explained during a council meeting. What we're witnessing could be the key to preventing future attempts to corrupt the balance between dragon and human nature. Kale's harmony isn't just healing the damage, it's making the very fabric of magic more resistant to corruption. As the days passed, the healing influence of Kale's natural harmony continued to spread throughout the dragon's lair. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I witnessed how our son's unique gift was reshaping not just the castle's magic, but the very understanding of what it meant to be both dragon and human. The ancient prophecies speak of such healing, Arya explained, surrounded by newly discovered texts in the library. When perfect balance is achieved, it doesn't just protect, it transforms. Kale's presence is actually changing how magic itself flows through Aerilon, making it more resistant to corruption and separation. The castle's magical fabric had begun to show remarkable signs of regeneration. Through our marks, we could feel how areas that had been damaged by centuries of dark magic were slowly being restored to their original state of harmony. The patterns are unlike anything recorded in our histories, Luna observed, her empathic abilities detecting the subtle changes. It's as if Kale's natural balance is teaching the very foundations of Aerilon how to heal itself. Even the oldest scars in the magical fabric are beginning to fade. The twins had discovered that their crystal music could amplify and direct this healing influence. By playing specific harmonies in different parts of the castle, they could help channel Kale's natural balance to areas that needed it most. Look at how the magic responds, Finn called out during one of their sessions. When we combine our music with Kale's presence, the healing spreads faster and reaches deeper. It's like his harmony is showing the way back to what magic should be. Lysander spent countless hours documenting these changes, his scholar's mind fascinated by the implications. Through our marks, I could feel his growing excitement about what this might mean for future generations. This goes beyond simple recovery, he explained during a council meeting. What we're witnessing could be the key to preventing future attempts to corrupt the balance between dragon and human nature. Kale's harmony isn't just healing old wounds, it's showing us what we could become. The transformation of our family and the dragon's lair continued to deepen as Kale's healing influence spread. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I witnessed how our son's natural harmony was creating lasting changes that went far beyond simple magical restoration. The ancient chronicles speak of such profound healing, Arya explained, her eyes bright with wonder as she studied newly discovered texts. When perfect balance exists between dragon and human nature, it doesn't just heal physical or magical damage, it can actually transform the very essence of how magic manifests in our world. What Kale is doing isn't just repairing what was broken, he's showing us what magic was always meant to be. The castle's evolution had reached new heights of complexity. Through our marks, we could feel how areas that had been damaged by dark magic for centuries were not just being restored, but transformed into something even more powerful and harmonious than before. The patterns are extraordinary, Luna observed, her empathic abilities detecting layers of change that went deeper than anyone had anticipated. It's as if Kale's presence is awakening something that was always meant to be part of Aerilon's magic. The very foundation of how power flows through our world is being reshaped. The twins had discovered that their crystal music could do more than just amplify Kale's healing influence. It could actually help guide and direct the transformation in specific ways. Their harmonies had become sophisticated enough to target particular aspects of the magical restoration. Watch what happens here, Finn called out during one of their experimental sessions. When we combine certain melodies with Kale's natural harmony, we can actually see how the magic is being rewoven. It's not just healing, it's evolving into something new and more resilient. Lysander spent countless hours documenting these changes, his scholar's mind racing to understand the full implications of what we were witnessing. Through our marks, I could feel his growing excitement about what this might mean for future generations. This goes far beyond what we initially thought possible, he explained during a council meeting. What we're seeing isn't just the healing of old wounds or the restoration of lost balance, it's the emergence of a new way of being. Kale's harmony is showing us what dragonkind was always meant to become. The depth of our family's transformation became more apparent with each passing day. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I witnessed how Kale's natural harmony was creating lasting changes that would affect generations to come. These ancient records reveal something remarkable, Arya announced during a quiet evening in the library. When perfect balance exists between dragon and human nature, it doesn't just affect the individual or their immediate surroundings. It can actually reshape the magical inheritance of an entire bloodline. What Kale represents isn't just a unique gift, he's the beginning of a new legacy for all dragonkind. The castle's magical fabric had evolved beyond anything we could have imagined. Through our marks, we could feel how areas that had been damaged by dark magic for centuries were not just healing, but transforming into something more resilient and harmonious than ever before. The patterns have become self-sustaining, Luna observed, her empathic abilities detecting layers of change that went deeper than anyone had anticipated. It's as if Kale's presence has awakened something dormant within the very foundation of Aerilon's magic. Each day, the balance grows stronger and more natural. The twins had made perhaps their most significant discovery yet. Their crystal music could now help other children develop similar harmonious traits to Kale's. While not as complete as his natural balance, their melodies could guide young dragons toward a more integrated relationship with their dual nature. Watch carefully, Finn called out during one of their teaching sessions. When we play these specific harmonies while focusing on Kale's natural balance, you can actually see how it affects the other children. It's like his harmony is showing them what's possible. Lysander worked tirelessly to document these changes, his scholar's mind racing to understand the full implications of what we were witnessing. Through our marks, I could feel his growing certainty that we were seeing the beginning of something revolutionary. This goes far beyond what we initially hoped for, he explained during a council meeting. What we're witnessing isn't just the healing of old wounds or the restoration of lost balance, it's the emergence of a new way of being. Kale's harmony isn't just changing our family or even the dragon's lair, it's showing us what all of dragonkind could become. The transformation of our family continued to reveal deeper layers of meaning and possibility. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I witnessed how Kale's natural harmony was creating changes that would echo through generations to come. These ancient prophecies speak of something even more profound, Arya announced during a late-night research session. When perfect balance manifests in a child of dragon blood, it doesn't just affect their immediate family, it can actually reshape the magical destiny of an entire bloodline. What we're witnessing with Kale isn't just about healing or restoration, it's about the awakening of an ancient birthright that all dragonkind once possessed. The castle's evolution had reached a level that even the oldest records couldn't have predicted. Through our marks, we could feel how areas that had been touched by Kale's harmony were not just healing, but transforming into conduits for a new kind of magic, one that naturally united dragon and human essence without effort or strain. The patterns have become self-perpetuating, Luna observed, her empathic abilities detecting changes that went far beyond the surface. It's as if Kale's presence has awakened something that was always meant to be part of our world's magic. Each day, the balance grows stronger and more natural, spreading like ripples in a pond. The twins had made their most significant breakthrough yet. They discovered that their crystal music could actually help prepare expectant mothers for the possibility of bearing children with natural harmony similar to Kale's. While not guaranteed, their melodies seemed to create an environment more conducive to balanced magic during pregnancy. This is revolutionary, Finn called out during one of their experimental sessions. When we combine specific harmonies with the residual energy from Kale's presence, we can actually see how it affects the magical essence of unborn children. It's as if his harmony is showing future generations what's possible. Lysander worked tirelessly to document every aspect of these changes, his scholar's mind racing to understand the full implications. Through our marks, I could feel his growing certainty that we were witnessing the beginning of a fundamental shift in how dragonkind would evolve. What we're seeing goes beyond anything we could have imagined, he explained during an emergency council meeting. Kale's harmony isn't just changing our family, or even the dragon's lair, it's potentially reshaping the very future of our species. Each child born under his influence carries the potential for greater balance, greater harmony between their dual natures. We're not just witnessing healing, we're seeing the rebirth of what dragonkind was always meant to be. Chapter 16. The peace we had found through Kale's healing harmony was shattered when our youngest son fell ill. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could sense that something was terribly wrong. A darkness we thought we had banished was somehow affecting our child. These ancient texts speak of something troubling, Arya announced, her voice trembling as she pored over worn manuscripts in the library. When a curse as powerful as Morgana's is broken, its remnants can linger in unexpected ways. The darkness doesn't simply disappear, it can lie dormant, waiting for a vulnerable vessel. Kale's perfect balance may have actually made him more susceptible to these lingering traces. The castle's newly harmonious magic seemed to react to Kale's illness, fluctuating in ways we hadn't seen since before his birth. Through our marks, we could feel how areas that had been healed by his presence were beginning to show signs of instability. The patterns are changing, Luna warned, her empathic abilities detecting disturbing shifts in the magical fabric around us. It's as if the illness is creating discord in the very harmony Kale helped establish. The balance between dragon and human essence is becoming unstable wherever he goes. The twins had discovered that their crystal music, which had been so effective at amplifying Kale's healing influence, now seemed to cause him pain. Their attempts to help only seemed to make the situation worse. Something's interfering with the harmonies, Finn called out during one attempted healing session. It's like the darkness is using our own music against us, turning healing frequencies into harmful ones. We need to find another way. Lysander worked tirelessly to understand what was happening to our son, his scholars mind racing to find answers in ancient texts and forgotten lore. Through our marks, I could feel his growing fear and frustration. This goes beyond a simple illness, he explained during an emergency council meeting. The remnants of Morgana's curse seem to have found a way to target Kale specifically because of his perfect balance. What made him special, his natural harmony between dragon and human nature, may now be putting him at risk. The severity of Kale's condition grew worse with each passing day. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel how the lingering darkness was spreading through our son's body, threatening to unravel the perfect harmony that made him unique. These ancient scrolls reveal something disturbing, Arya announced during an emergency council meeting. When Morgana's curse was broken, its essence didn't simply disappear, it fractured into countless smaller pieces. These fragments have been drawn to Kale precisely because of his perfect balance. Like opposite poles of a magnet, the darkness seeks to corrupt what is most pure. The castle's magical fabric continued to react to Kale's illness in increasingly worrying ways. Through our marks, we could feel how areas that had once thrived under his harmonious presence were now showing signs of instability and decay. The patterns are deteriorating faster than we anticipated, Luna warned, her empathic abilities detecting troubling changes throughout the dragon's lair. It's as if the illness is using Kale's own connection to the castle's magic to spread its influence. Every place he touched with his healing harmony is now vulnerable to corruption. The twins had made a frightening discovery. Their crystal music, which had once amplified Kale's natural balance, was now being twisted by the darkness within him. Each attempt to help seemed to cause him more pain and accelerate the spread of the illness. We have to stop using the crystals, Finn called out during their latest attempt to help. The darkness is somehow inverting the harmonies, turning them against him. Every note that should bring healing now causes harm. We need to find another way before it's too late. Lysander worked day and night in the library, searching through ancient texts for any mention of similar cases or potential cures. Through our marks, I could feel his mounting desperation and fear for our son's life. This is unlike anything recorded in our histories, he explained during a private moment. The remnants of Morgana's curse have found a way to use Kale's greatest strength against him. His perfect balance between dragon and human nature, the very thing that made him special, has become a vulnerability. The darkness is trying to tear apart that harmony from within. The search for answers about Kale's mysterious illness grew more desperate with each passing hour. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel the darkness spreading through our son's body, threatening to destroy the perfect harmony that made him unique. "I found something crucial in these ancient texts," Arya announced, her voice trembling with both hope and fear. The remnants of Morgana's curse didn't just seek out Kale randomly. They were drawn to him because his perfect balance represents everything the curse was designed to destroy. The darkness is trying to corrupt him from within, using his own harmonious nature as a weapon against him. The castle's magical fabric continued to deteriorate in ways we hadn't thought possible. Through our marks, we could feel how areas that had once flourished under Kale's presence were now showing signs of corruption that spread like a disease through the very stones. "The magical patterns are shifting in ways I've never seen before," Muna warned, her empathic abilities detecting troubling changes throughout the dragon's lair. "It's as if the illness is using Kale's connection to the castle's magic as a conduit. Every place he blessed with his healing touch is now becoming a potential pathway for the darkness to spread." The twins had made several disturbing discoveries about how their crystal music was affecting the situation. Not only were their healing harmonies being twisted, but they found that certain frequencies seemed to accelerate the spread of the darkness within Kale. "We've identified something terrifying," Finn explained during an emergency meeting. "The darkness isn't just resisting our attempts to help, it's actually learning from them. Each time we try a new harmony, the corruption adapts and becomes stronger. It's like fighting an enemy that grows more powerful with each defeat." Lysander spent countless hours in the ancient archives, searching through forbidden texts and long-forgotten scrolls for any mention of similar cases. Through our marks, I could feel his mounting fear mixed with determination to save our son. "This goes beyond anything we've encountered before," he explained during a private moment in the library. "The remnants of Morgana's curse have found a way to use everything that makes Kale special against him. His perfect balance, his connection to the castle's magic, even his ability to heal others. The darkness is turning all of it into weapons. We're not just fighting an illness, we're fighting against the very essence of what makes our son unique." The situation with Kale grew more dire as we discovered the true nature of what we were facing. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel how the remnants of Morgana's curse were not just attacking our son's body, but attempting to fundamentally alter the perfect harmony that made him unique. "I've discovered something terrifying in these forbidden texts," Arya announced during an emergency meeting in the deepest part of the library. "The fragments of Morgana's curse aren't just trying to harm Kale, they're attempting to use his perfect balance as a catalyst for something far worse. Each piece of the curse that attaches to him becomes stronger, feeding off his natural harmony and turning it into its opposite. If we don't find a way to stop this soon, the corruption could spread beyond him to affect all of Aerilon." The castle's magical fabric had begun to show signs of severe deterioration in ways that shocked even the oldest dragon lords. Through our marks, we could feel how areas that had once flourished under Kale's healing presence were now becoming nexus points for dark magic, spreading corruption through the very foundations of our home. "The magical patterns are collapsing faster than I can track them," Muna warned, her empathic abilities stretched to their limits as she tried to monitor the spreading darkness. "It's as if the illness is using Kale's connection to the castle as a blueprint for corruption. Every place he touched with his healing magic is becoming a potential gateway for the darkness to spread. The very harmony he created is being twisted into something unnatural." The twins had made their most disturbing discovery yet. Not only were their crystal harmonies being corrupted, but they found evidence that the darkness was actually learning from each attempt to help, growing stronger and more resistant to their magic with each passing day. "This is beyond anything we've ever encountered," Finn explained, his voice shaking as he showed us their latest findings. "The darkness isn't just resisting our music, it's studying it, learning from it, finding ways to turn our own harmonies against us. Each time we try a new combination of notes, the corruption adapts more quickly. It's like fighting an enemy that grows stronger with every defense we mount." Lysander had barely left the ancient archives for days, searching through the most dangerous and forbidden texts for any mention of similar cases or potential cures. Through our marks, I could feel his exhaustion warring with his desperate determination to save our son. What we're facing is unprecedented, he explained during a rare moment of rest. The remnants of Morgana's curse have found a way to weaponize everything that makes Kael special. His perfect balance, his connection to the castle's magic, even his ability to heal others. The darkness is turning all of it into tools for its own purposes. We're not just fighting to save our son anymore. We're fighting to prevent this corruption from spreading throughout all of Aerilon. The race against time to save Kael became even more desperate as we discovered the true extent of the darkness's influence. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel how the corruption was not only spreading through our son, but beginning to affect the very fabric of reality around him. These ancient prophecies contain a warning we cannot ignore, Arya announced during an emergency gathering of all the dragon lords. When Morgana's curse was first cast, it wasn't just meant to separate dragon and human essence. It was designed to create a permanent barrier between the two natures. What we're seeing in Kael isn't just an illness, it's the curse trying to complete its original purpose using his perfect balance as a catalyst. The castle's deterioration had reached critical levels, with entire sections becoming uninhabitable as the corruption spread. Through our marks, we could feel how the darkness was using Kael's connection to the castle's magic to create channels of negative energy that threatened to permanently damage the magical foundations of our home. The magical patterns are approaching a point of no return, Luna warned, her voice trembling as she shared her latest observations. The darkness isn't just spreading anymore, it's creating new patterns of corruption that actively resist any attempt at healing. Every time Kael's natural harmony tries to fight back, the darkness absorbs that energy and grows stronger. We're running out of time. The twins had made their most horrifying discovery yet. The corruption wasn't just affecting Kael and the castle, but was beginning to influence other children who had shown signs of developing similar harmonious traits. "This is worse than we imagined," Finn explained, his face pale with concern. The darkness isn't just targeting Kael, it's using him as a template to identify and corrupt any child who might develop perfect balance in the future. If we don't stop this soon, we could lose an entire generation of potential harmonious dragons. Lysander had finally uncovered something in the most forbidden section of the archives, a collection of texts so dark they had been sealed away centuries ago. Through our marks, I could feel his conflict about using such dangerous knowledge, even to save our son. "What we're facing goes beyond anything we could have predicted," he explained during a private council with the eldest dragon lords. The remnants of Morgana's curse haven't just found a way to attack Kael, they're using him as a focal point to recreate the original curse on a massive scale. His perfect balance, which should have been our greatest hope for the future, is being twisted into a weapon that could destroy everything we've built. If we don't find a way to stop this soon, we won't just lose our son, we could lose the very possibility of harmony between dragon and human nature for all future generations. Chapter 17. The journey to save Kael began at dawn, as Lysander and I prepared for what might be our most dangerous quest yet. Through our transformed marks, we could feel our son's life force growing weaker with each passing hour, making the need for haste even more urgent. "The ancient maps speak of a treacherous path," Arya explained as she spread weathered parchments across the library table. "The healing herb you seek grows only on the Isle of Whispers, a place so shrouded in ancient magic that few have ever returned from its shores. The island itself is said to be alive, constantly shifting and changing to protect its secrets." Rian and Maeva had insisted on accompanying us, their crystal magic potentially crucial for navigating the island's mysterious defenses. Through our marks, we could feel their determination to help save their young brother, despite the dangers ahead. "The magical patterns on the island are unlike anything in our records," Luna warned, her empathic abilities detecting disturbances even from a distance. "It's as if the very air is charged with ancient power, responding to the emotions and intentions of those who dare to approach. The spirits that guard the herb will test not just your strength, but the very essence of who you are." The twins had discovered something vital about the island's defenses through their research into harmonic frequencies. Their findings were both promising and troubling. "The island's magic operates on specific frequencies," Finn explained during our final preparation meeting. The good news is that we can potentially use our crystal harmonies to create safe passages through its defenses. The bad news is that any mistake in the harmonies could alert the guardian spirits to our presence. Lysander had spent the night studying every available text about the Isle of Whispers, his scholar's mind racing to understand what we might face. Through our marks, I could feel his mixture of hope and fear as we prepared for departure. This journey will test us in ways we've never faced before, he explained as we gathered our supplies. The island doesn't just challenge physical strength or magical ability, it's said to peer into the very depths of one's soul. Every step we take will be judged by forces older than Aerilon itself. Our love for Kaia must be our guide, for only the purest intentions can hope to pass the island's trials. The journey to the Isle of Whispers proved more treacherous than any of us had anticipated. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel the island's ancient magic growing stronger as our ship approached its mist-shrouded shores. The magical currents here are unlike anything I've ever encountered, Rian observed, his crystal staff pulsing with an eerie blue light. It's as if the very air is alive with centuries of accumulated power. Every wave that crashes against our ship carries echoes of ancient spells. The twins worked tirelessly at the bow of the ship, using their combined crystal harmonies to create a protective barrier against the island's defensive magic. Through our marks, we could feel how each note they played had to be perfectly balanced. One wrong frequency could alert the guardian spirits to our presence. The patterns are shifting constantly, Maeva called out, her fingers dancing across her crystal harp. We have to adjust our harmonies with each new current. It's like trying to play a duet with an opponent who keeps changing the melody. Luna's earlier warnings about the island's empathic defenses proved frighteningly accurate. As we drew closer, each of us began experiencing vivid visions, memories and fears pulled directly from our minds by the island's ancient magic. The Guardians are testing us, Lysander explained, his voice tight with concentration as he helped maintain our magical shields. They're searching our hearts, trying to determine if we're worthy of the healing herb. Every emotion, every intention must be pure. Any hint of selfishness or darkness could turn the island's power against us. Our ship finally reached a narrow inlet, hidden between towering cliffs that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. The mists parted just enough to reveal an ancient stone dock, its surface carved with symbols that glowed with an otherworldly radiance. These markings are older than Aerilon itself, Finn observed as we carefully moored the ship. Each symbol represents a different trial we'll have to face. The ancient texts weren't exaggerating. This place was designed to test not just our magical abilities, but the very essence of who we are. As we ventured deeper into the Isle of Whispers, the ancient magic grew more intense with each step. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel the island's consciousness probing our minds, testing our resolve and the purity of our intentions. The pathways are constantly shifting, Rian observed, his crystal staff pulsing with an increasingly erratic rhythm. It's as if the island itself is alive, rearranging its landscape to challenge us. Every step we take must be carefully considered. The twins maintained a continuous harmonic shield around our group, their crystal music weaving intricate patterns of protection against the island's more hostile magical currents. Through our marks, we could feel how the very air seemed to resist their harmonies, trying to find weaknesses in their defensive melodies. The resonance patterns are unlike anything we've encountered, Maeva called out, her fingers dancing across her crystal harp with increasing urgency. Each new area requires a completely different harmonic structure. One wrong note could alert the guardian spirits to our presence. Luna's warnings about the island's empathic defenses proved frighteningly accurate as we encountered our first major trial, a valley filled with mist that forced each of us to confront our deepest fears and regrets. The visions were so vivid that it became difficult to distinguish reality from illusion. Stay focused on why we're here, Lysander reminded us, his voice steady despite the strain evident on his face. The island is testing not just our courage, but the purity of our love for Kaia. Every vision, every challenge is designed to make us question our motivations. As we approached the center of the island, we discovered an ancient temple complex, its walls covered in luminescent symbols that seemed to shift and change as we watched. The architecture defied normal physics, with staircases that led in impossible directions and doorways that seemed to open into other dimensions. These markings tell a story, Finn observed, carefully studying the moving symbols. They speak of a time when the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds was thinner. The healing herb we seek isn't just a plant, it's a manifestation of that ancient power, protected by guardians who have watched over this place since the beginning of time. The temple's inner sanctum revealed itself as we progressed deeper into the ancient structure. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel the concentrated power of centuries of magic pulsing through the very stones beneath our feet. The harmonics here are reaching critical levels, Rian warned, his crystal staff now glowing with an intensity that cast dancing shadows across the weathered walls. The temple seems to be responding to our presence in ways I've never encountered before. Each step we take triggers new resonances in the magical field. The twins worked in perfect synchronization, their crystal instruments weaving an increasingly complex web of protective harmonies around our group. Through our marks, we could feel how the temple's ancient magic tested their defenses, probing for weaknesses with an almost conscious intelligence. The patterns are becoming more aggressive, Maeva observed, her fingers flying across her crystal harp with desperate precision. It's as if the temple itself is trying to determine our worthiness. Each new chamber requires an entirely different harmonic structure, and we have mere seconds to adapt. Luna's empathic abilities were stretched to their absolute limits as she helped us navigate the temple's emotional defenses. The ancient magic seemed designed to target not just our minds, but our very souls, creating illusions so perfect they threatened to trap us in our own memories. "Stay focused on your deepest truth," Lysander called out, his voice steady despite the strain evident in his features. The temple isn't just testing our magical abilities, it's judging the purity of our intentions. Every step forward must be taken with absolute clarity of purpose. As we approached what appeared to be the central chamber, we discovered an elaborate series of magical barriers, each one more complex than the last. The walls were covered in shifting symbols that seemed to write and rewrite themselves, telling stories of ancient wisdom and terrible warnings. "These markings contain layers of meaning," Finn explained, his eyes darting across the moving text. "They're not just warnings or instructions, they're actually part of the temple's defense system. Each symbol represents a different aspect of the trials we must face. The herb we seek isn't just protected by physical or magical barriers, it's guarded by the very essence of what makes us human and dragon." The final chamber of the temple revealed itself as a vast circular room, its domed ceiling adorned with constellations that seemed to move and pulse with their own inner light. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel the concentrated essence of centuries of magic flowing through this sacred space. "The harmonics here are beyond anything in recorded history," Rian breathed, his crystal staff now pulsing with such intensity that it cast rainbow-colored shadows across the ancient walls. "The magical resonance is so pure, so powerful, it's as if we're standing at the very heart of Aerilon's magic itself." The twins worked in perfect synchronization, their crystal instruments weaving the most complex protective barrier they had ever attempted. Through our marks, we could feel how the chamber's ancient magic seemed to dance with their harmonies, testing and probing their abilities with an almost playful curiosity. "The patterns here are different," Maeva observed, her fingers creating intricate melodies that seemed to echo through time itself. "It's not fighting against us anymore. It's as if the temple is finally accepting our presence. The harmonies are starting to align naturally, without resistance." Luna's empathic abilities revealed something extraordinary about the chamber's purpose. The ancient magic wasn't just testing us, it was trying to teach us something fundamental about the nature of healing itself. "This place holds secrets about the very essence of life and magic," Lysander explained, his scholar's mind racing to understand the symbols that surrounded us. "The healing herb we seek isn't just a plant, it's a physical manifestation of the chamber's power, grown from the pure magical energy that flows through this sacred space." As we approached the central altar, we discovered a garden unlike anything we had ever seen. Bathed in ethereal light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, the healing herbs grew in perfect spiral patterns, their leaves shimmering with an inner radiance that spoke of their incredible power. These markings tell the true story of the herb's purpose, Finn explained, carefully studying the altar's inscriptions. It wasn't just meant to heal physical ailments, it was created to restore balance to magic itself. The ancient guardians foresaw a time when such power would be needed to combat the corruption of curses like Morgana's. Chapter 18. The ancient chamber that held the healing herb was protected by more than just magical barriers. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could sense a powerful presence awakening, the legendary guardian beast of the Isle of Whispers. The magical resonance is reaching critical levels, Rian warned, his crystal staff pulsing with an intensity that made the very air crackle with energy. The Guardian's awakening is affecting all the harmonic patterns we established. Our protective shields might not hold much longer. The twins worked frantically to maintain their crystal harmonies as the chamber began to shift and transform around us. Through our marks, we could feel the ancient magic coalescing into a physical form, the guardian beast taking shape before our eyes. The patterns are completely destabilizing, Neva called out, her fingers flying across her crystal harp with desperate precision. The guardian's presence is disrupting every frequency we try to establish. We need to find a new way to channel the harmonies. The beast that emerged from the swirling magical energies was unlike anything described in the ancient texts. It stood taller than 3 dragons, its body a shifting mass of crystalline scales that seemed to absorb and reflect light in impossible ways. Multiple pairs of eyes glowed with ancient intelligence, and its claws left trails of pure magical energy in the air. The markings on its scales, Lysander observed, his scholar's mind racing, even in the face of danger. They're not just decorative, they're part of the island's original magical matrix. The guardian beast isn't just protecting the herb, it's physically connected to the very essence of this place. Luna's empathic abilities revealed something crucial about our adversary. The guardian beast wasn't simply a mindless defender, it was a conscious entity with its own complex motivations and understanding of its sacred duty. It's testing us, she explained, her voice tight with concentration. Every move it makes, every attack it launches, they're not just meant to stop us. The Guardian wants to know if we truly understand the power we're seeking and if we're worthy of wielding it. The Guardian Beast's challenge proved far more complex than a simple battle of strength. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could sense that the creature was testing not just our power, but our understanding of the very nature of healing itself. The resonance patterns are shifting again, Rian called out, his crystal staff now pulsing with colors we had never seen before. The Guardian isn't just attacking, it's creating harmonic puzzles. Each movement it makes corresponds to a specific magical frequency. The twins worked in perfect synchronization, their crystal instruments weaving increasingly intricate patterns of sound and light. Through our marks, we could feel how each harmony they created seemed to reveal new aspects of the Guardian's true nature. These aren't random attacks, Neva observed, her fingers dancing across her crystal harp with newfound purpose. Look at the way the beast's scales shift with our music, it's responding to specific harmonic combinations. We're not supposed to fight it, we're supposed to understand it. Luna's empathic abilities revealed something extraordinary about the Guardian's consciousness. The ancient being wasn't simply protecting the herb, it was ensuring that only those who truly understood the responsibility of wielding such powerful healing magic could access it. The Guardian is showing us memories, she explained, her voice filled with wonder. Not just its own, but the memories of everyone who has ever sought the healing herb. Most failed not because they weren't strong enough, but because they didn't understand the true purpose of healing. Lysander's scholarly mind was racing as he studied the patterns in the Guardian's movements. Through our marks, I could feel how he was connecting ancient texts he had studied with what we were witnessing. The texts weren't just metaphorical, he called out, dodging a sweep of the Guardian's crystalline tail. When they spoke of dancing with the Guardian, they meant it literally. Each of its movements is part of an ancient ritual, a test to see if we understand that true healing requires harmony, not dominance. The battle with the Guardian Beast entered a new phase as understanding dawned upon us. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel how the ancient creature's movements were becoming more deliberate, almost dance-like in their precision. The harmonic frequencies are aligning in ways I've never seen before, Rian called out, his crystal staff now emanating patterns that seem to mirror the Guardian's own crystalline scales. It's not just about matching the beast's power, we need to create a perfect resonance with its essential nature. The twins had discovered something extraordinary about the Guardian's crystalline form. Through our marks, we could feel how their combined harmonies were beginning to reveal layers of meaning within the beast's very structure. Look at how the light moves through its scales, Maeva observed, her fingers creating intricate melodies that caused the beast's crystalline body to shimmer with new colors. Each pattern we create reveals another aspect of its true nature. The Guardian isn't just testing our strength, it's teaching us about the very essence of healing magic. Luna's empathic abilities had reached unprecedented depths, allowing her to perceive the Guardian's ancient memories with startling clarity. The beast's consciousness stretched back to the very founding of Aerilon, carrying within it the accumulated wisdom of countless generations. The Guardian is showing us something profound, she explained, her voice filled with wonder and revelation. Every trial it presents is drawn from the experiences of those who came before us. It's not just protecting the herb, it's ensuring that only those who truly understand the responsibility of wielding such power can claim it. Lysander's scholarly mind was racing as he connected ancient prophecies with what we were witnessing. Through our marks, I could feel his excitement as pieces of the puzzle began falling into place. The ancient text spoke of dancing with starlight made flesh, he called out, dodging another graceful sweep of the Guardian's tail. They weren't being metaphorical. The Guardian beast is literally composed of crystallized starlight. Its entire being is a manifestation of the purest healing magic in existence. The battle with the Guardian beast entered its most crucial phase as understanding dawned upon us all. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel how the ancient creature's movements had become part of an intricate magical dance, each step laden with deeper meaning. The harmonic patterns are reaching a crescendo, Rian called out, his crystal staff now emanating waves of pure magical energy that seemed to dance with the Guardian's own aura. Every movement, every gesture, it's all part of an ancient ritual that we must complete perfectly. The twins had achieved something unprecedented in their mastery of crystal harmonies. Through our marks, we could feel how their combined music was creating a bridge between our understanding and the Guardian's ancient wisdom. The resonance is perfect now, Maeva observed, her fingers weaving melodies that seemed to come from the very heart of Aerilon itself. Look at how the Guardian's crystals are responding to our harmonies. They're not just reflecting our music, they're amplifying it, creating new patterns we've never seen before. Luna's empathic abilities had reached a level that allowed her to commune directly with the Guardian's consciousness. The ancient being was sharing not just memories, but the very essence of its purpose and the sacred duty it had carried for countless generations. This isn't just a test, she explained, her voice filled with wonder and reverence. The Guardian is showing us the true nature of healing itself. Every movement, every challenge, it's teaching us that real healing comes from understanding the perfect balance between power and compassion, between strength and gentleness. Lysander's scholarly mind was making connections that spanned centuries of dragon lore. Through our marks, I could feel his excitement as ancient prophecies suddenly gained new meaning in light of what we were witnessing. The ancient text spoke of the dance of stars and souls, he called out, moving in perfect synchronization with the Guardian's graceful movements. They weren't just being poetic. This ritual is literally connecting us to the primordial magic that created both dragons and humans. The Guardian isn't just protecting the herb, it's preserving the very essence of what makes healing possible. The final moments of our encounter with the Guardian beast revealed the deepest truth of all. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I witnessed how the ancient creature's purpose transcended mere protection of the healing herb. The harmonic convergence is complete, Rian announced, his crystal staff now pulsing with a light that matched the Guardian's own crystalline essence perfectly. The frequencies have aligned in ways I never thought possible. It's as if we're touching the very source of all healing magic. The twins had achieved something remarkable in their mastery of crystal harmonies. Through our marks, we could feel how their combined music had become one with the Guardian's own song, creating a symphony of pure magical energy that filled the entire chamber. Every note is telling a story, Maeva breathed, her fingers moving across her crystal harp with supernatural grace. The Guardian isn't just showing us how to access the herb, it's teaching us the original song of healing itself, the very melody that brought balance to Aerilon in the beginning. Luna's empathic connection with the Guardian had reached its peak, allowing her to understand the true significance of this ancient being's existence. The knowledge flowing through her was overwhelming in its scope and importance. "This is incredible," she gasped, tears streaming down her face. The Guardian isn't just a protector, it's a living repository of all healing knowledge since the dawn of time. Every healer who ever lived, every cure ever discovered, every moment of compassion and care, it's all preserved here, in this being's consciousness. Lysander's scholarly mind was racing as centuries of dragon lore suddenly aligned with perfect clarity. Through our marks, I could feel his excitement as he realized the full implications of what we were witnessing. The ancient prophecies spoke of the moment when stars dance with souls and the first song of healing is remembered anew. He called out, moving in perfect harmony with the Guardian's intricate patterns. This isn't just about getting the herb. We're being entrusted with knowledge that could transform our understanding of healing magic forever. Chapter 19. The journey back to the dragon's lair was a desperate race against time. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel Kale's life force growing weaker with each passing moment, even as our own injuries from the Guardian battle threatened to slow us down. "The harmonic frequencies from the herb are incredibly potent," Rian observed, his crystal staff now glowing with a soft green light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the precious plant we carried. "We need to maintain perfect resonance during transport, or its healing properties could diminish." The twins worked tirelessly to create a protective field around the herb, their crystal instruments weaving complex patterns of sustaining magic. Through our marks, we could feel how each note they played helped preserve the plant's extraordinary healing properties. "The patterns are incredibly delicate," Maeva called out, her fingers dancing across her crystal harp with careful precision. "One wrong frequency could destabilize the herb's essence. We have to maintain perfect harmony all the way back to the castle." Luna's empathic abilities revealed something crucial about the herb's nature. The plant wasn't just physically powerful, it contained within it echoes of the Guardian's ancient wisdom about healing itself. "The herb is more than just medicine," she explained, her voice filled with wonder despite her exhaustion. "It carries within it the very essence of healing that the Guardian showed us. Each leaf contains centuries of accumulated knowledge about balance and restoration." Lysander fought through the Guardian beast's venom, his scholar's mind still racing to understand everything we had learned. Through our marks, I could feel how he was already planning how to use this knowledge to help others in the future. The ancient text spoke of wisdom carried in green light. He managed through gritted teeth, pushing forward despite his pain. They weren't just describing the herb's appearance, they were talking about how it contains the fundamental principles of healing magic itself. The journey back to the dragon's lair became increasingly treacherous as our injuries took their toll. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could sense that time was running out, both for us and for Kale. "The herb's resonance is growing stronger," Rian observed, his crystal staff now pulsing with an intense emerald light. "It's as if it can sense Kale's need. We must maintain perfect harmonic balance or its healing properties could be compromised." The twins worked in perfect synchronization despite their exhaustion, their crystal instruments weaving protective barriers around the precious herb. Through our marks, we could feel how each note they played helped preserve the plant's extraordinary healing essence. "The patterns are becoming more complex," Maeva called out, her fingers moving across her crystal harp with desperate precision. "It's as if the herb is trying to tell us something. Each harmonic shift reveals new properties we'll need to save Kale." Luna's empathic abilities had revealed something crucial about the herb's nature that we hadn't anticipated. The plant wasn't just carrying healing power, it was actively responding to our collective desire to save Kale. "The herb is adapting to Kale's specific needs," she explained, her voice tight with concentration. "The Guardian's wisdom is allowing it to transform itself into exactly what he requires. Every moment we maintain these harmonies strengthens its healing potential." Lysander fought through his injuries, his scholar's mind still racing to understand everything we had learned. Through our marks, I could feel how he was already formulating the precise ritual we would need to perform when we reached Kael. The ancient text spoke of living medicine that dances with the heart's need. He managed through gritted teeth, pushing forward despite the guardian beast's venom coursing through his veins. We're not just carrying a cure, we're carrying hope itself. The closer we got to the dragon's lair, the more intense the herb's magic became. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel its power responding to Kael's distant presence, growing stronger with each mile we covered. The harmonic resonance is reaching unprecedented levels, Rian observed, his crystal staff now pulsing with such intensity that it cast shadows even in broad daylight. The herb seems to be drawing energy from every magical source around us. It's preparing itself for the healing ritual. The twins had discovered something extraordinary about maintaining the herb's potency during transport. Through our marks, we could feel how their combined harmonies were not just preserving the plant's power, but actually enhancing it. These patterns are evolving on their own now, Maeva called out, her fingers creating intricate melodies that seemed to dance with the very essence of life itself. It's as if the herb has memorized the guardian song and is using our harmonies to amplify it. Every note we play makes it stronger. Luna's empathic abilities revealed the deepest truth about what was happening. The herb wasn't just responding to our music, it was actively preparing itself for Kael's specific needs, using the wisdom imparted by the guardian to transform its healing properties. "This is incredible," she breathed, her voice filled with wonder despite her exhaustion. The herb isn't just carrying healing power, it's literally rewriting its own magical structure to match exactly what Kael needs. The guardian's wisdom is allowing it to become the perfect cure. Lysander fought through his pain, his scholar's mind racing to understand the implications of what we were witnessing. Through our marks, I could feel his growing excitement as he realized the true significance of what was happening. The ancient text spoke of medicine that knows the heart's need before it speaks. He managed through gritted teeth, pushing forward despite the guardian's venom still coursing through his veins. They weren't just being poetic. This herb is literally becoming what Kael needs most. It's not just carrying healing, it's carrying hope itself. The final stretch of our journey back to the dragon's lair proved to be the most challenging. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel both Kael's weakening life force and the herb's growing response to his need. "The harmonic resonance has reached its peak," Rian announced, his crystal staff now blazing with an intensity that rivaled the setting sun. "The herb's power is fully awakened. We must maintain absolute focus until we reach Kael." The twins had achieved something unprecedented in their mastery of crystal harmonies. Through our marks, we could feel how their combined music had created a perfect protective cocoon around the precious herb, preserving and amplifying its healing properties. "The patterns have become self-sustaining," Maeva called out, her fingers moving across her crystal harp with supernatural precision. It's as if the herb has learned to sing its own healing song. Every note we add makes the melody more complex, more powerful. Luna's empathic abilities revealed the full scope of what was happening within the herb itself. The plant wasn't just carrying healing power, it had become a living channel for the guardian's ancient wisdom. "This is beyond anything I've ever sensed before," she breathed, her voice filled with wonder despite her exhaustion. The herb isn't just responding to Kael's need, it's actively reaching out to him. I can feel it calling to his life force, trying to guide him back from the brink. Lysander fought through the last effects of the guardian's venom, his scholar's mind still racing to understand the miracle we were witnessing. Through our marks, I could feel his growing certainty that we would reach Kael in time. The ancient text spoke of medicine that sings to the dying soul. He managed, pushing forward with renewed determination. "Now I understand. This herb isn't just a cure, it's a bridge between life and death itself. It's going to save our son." The dragon's lair finally came into view as the sun began to set, its majestic towers glowing with the last rays of daylight. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel Kael's presence growing stronger, even as his life force continued to fade. The harmonic resonance has reached its absolute peak, Rian announced, his crystal staff now blazing with such intensity that it cast long shadows across the castle grounds. The herb's power is fully awakened and synchronized with Kale's essence. We must begin the healing ritual immediately. The twins had achieved something truly miraculous in their manipulation of the crystal harmonies. Through our marks, we could feel how their combined music had not only preserved the herb's power, but had transformed it into something far more potent than we had initially hoped. The patterns have evolved beyond anything recorded in history, Maeva called out, her fingers creating intricate melodies that seemed to weave the very fabric of reality. The herb isn't just carrying healing power anymore, it's become a conduit for pure life force itself. Every note we play strengthens its connection to Kale. Luna's empathic abilities revealed the full scope of what was about to happen. The herb had become more than just a cure. It was now a living bridge between life and death, capable of pulling Kale back from the very brink of oblivion. "This is beyond anything I've ever experienced," she breathed, tears streaming down her face. The herb isn't just reaching out to Kale anymore. It's actively fighting death itself. I can feel it gathering strength from every living thing around us, preparing for the moment when it will restore his life force. Lysander fought through the last traces of the Guardian's venom, his scholar's mind racing to prepare for the complex ritual ahead. Through our marks, I could feel his determination mixing with hope as we rushed through the castle gates. The ancient text spoke of the moment when life and death dance as one, he called out, his voice growing stronger with each step. Now I understand. This herb isn't just medicine, it's a key to the very forces that govern life itself. With it, we can bring our son back from the edge of darkness. The castle staff had prepared everything according to our instructions, creating a sacred healing space in Kale's chamber. The room was filled with crystal resonators, each one carefully tuned to amplify the herb's power. As we burst through the doors, we could see our son lying still and pale, but the herb in our hands began to pulse with an otherworldly light, ready to perform its miracle. Chapter 20. The years following Kale's recovery brought a profound transformation to the dragon's lair. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I could feel how our family's bond had grown even stronger through the trials we had faced. "The harmonic resonance of the castle has changed," Rian observed one morning, his crystal staff detecting the subtle shifts in magical energy. Ever since Kale's healing, the very stones seem to pulse with a new kind of protective magic, as if your love has become part of the foundation itself. The twins had discovered something extraordinary about the lasting effects of the healing herb. Through our marks, we could feel how its magic had permanently altered the very nature of our family's connection to each other and to Aerilon itself. "The patterns we created during Kale's healing never truly faded," Maeva explained, her fingers idly creating soft melodies on her crystal harp. "They've become woven into the fabric of the castle's magic, creating a protective symphony that grows stronger with each passing year." Luna's empathic abilities revealed the full scope of what had happened during those crucial moments of Kale's healing. The love we had poured into saving him had created something permanent and profound. "It's beautiful," she breathed, watching our children play in the courtyard. "The healing didn't just save Kale, it transformed all of us. I can feel how the magic has bound our family together in ways that transcend ordinary bonds. Every moment of joy, every challenge we face, it all adds to the strength of that connection." Lysander's scholarly mind had been busy documenting everything we had learned, ensuring that future generations would have access to this wisdom. Through our marks, I could feel his satisfaction as he worked to preserve our family's legacy. "The ancient text spoke of love that becomes foundation stone," he mused, watching our growing family with pride. They weren't just being metaphorical. Our experiences have proven that love itself can become a form of magic, one that strengthens and protects across generations. Our children had grown into remarkable individuals, each carrying a unique blend of human and dragon traits. Kale, now fully recovered, had developed an extraordinary ability to heal others, his near-death experience having awakened powerful magical abilities within him. The transformation of the dragon's lair continued to amaze all who visited. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I watched as our family's legacy took root in ways we never could have imagined. The harmonic patterns have evolved beyond anything in our historical records, Rian announced during one of his regular assessments, his crystal staff detecting layers of magical resonance that seemed to grow more complex with each passing season. The combination of dragon magic and human love has created something entirely new, a living shield that protects not just the castle, but everyone who calls it home. The twins had dedicated themselves to studying and documenting these unprecedented magical developments. Through our marks, we could feel how their research was revealing new insights about the very nature of family bonds and their connection to magical power. Each generation adds its own unique signature to the harmony, Maeva explained, her fingers drawing intricate patterns in the air as she mapped the castle's magical currents. It's like a grand symphony where every new child, every moment of joy, every triumph over adversity adds another layer of complexity to the music. The castle isn't just protecting us anymore, it's celebrating our story. Luna's empathic abilities had grown exponentially as she helped guide our growing extended family. The emotional landscape of the castle had become a rich tapestry of interconnected bonds that seemed to strengthen with each passing day. The love you two share has become a foundation for something greater than anyone could have predicted, she observed, watching as our grandchildren played in the courtyard. I can feel how it resonates through every stone, every beam, every magical barrier. It's not just protection, it's a living legacy that teaches each new generation about the true nature of love and family. Lysander's scholarly pursuits had taken on new meaning as he worked to preserve our family's unique history. Through our marks, I could feel his pride and wonder as he documented the extraordinary ways our love had transformed not just our lives, but the very nature of magic in Aerilon. The ancient prophecies spoke of love that becomes foundation stone, he mused, watching our family gather for the evening meal. But they never could have predicted this. Our love hasn't just become part of the castle, it's reshaping the very way magic works in our world. Each new generation brings new possibilities, new ways of combining human emotion with dragon power. The years continued to weave their magic through the dragon's lair, transforming it into something far more profound than just a castle. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I watched as our legacy took root in ways that surpassed even our wildest dreams. The harmonic frequencies have evolved into something entirely new, Rian observed during one of his annual assessments, his crystal staff now detecting layers of magical resonance that seemed to pulse with the very heartbeat of our family. What began as simple protection magic has become a living chronicle of your family's journey. Each room, each corridor holds echoes of the love and trials you've faced together. The twins had made an extraordinary discovery about the nature of our family's magical inheritance. Through our marks, we could feel how the very stones of the castle had become infused with generations of memories and emotions, creating a tapestry of magical energy unlike anything recorded in Aerilon's history. The patterns have developed their own consciousness, Maeva explained, her fingers tracing intricate designs in the air as she mapped the castle's evolving magical structure. It's as if every moment of joy, every tear shed, every triumph and challenge has been woven into the very fabric of this place. The castle doesn't just protect anymore, it nurtures, it teaches, it preserves the wisdom of generations. Luna's empathic abilities had revealed something even more remarkable about the transformation. The emotional landscape of the dragon's lair had become a living archive of our family's journey, accessible to those who knew how to listen. What you've created here goes beyond mere magic, she breathed, watching as our great-grandchildren played in the courtyard where their parents and grandparents had once laughed and learned. Each stone holds memories, each room tells stories. When our youngest ones play here, they're not just making new memories, they're connecting with the echoes of all those who came before them. Lysander's scholarly work had taken on new urgency as he documented these unprecedented developments. Through our marks, I could feel his wonder and excitement as he realized the full scope of what our love had created. The ancient prophecies spoke of love that transcends time, he mused, watching our extended family gather for the evening meal. But they never imagined this. Our love hasn't just created a legacy, it's fundamentally changed the nature of magic itself. Each generation adds new layers of understanding, new ways of combining human emotion with dragon power. The transformation of the dragon's lair continued to amaze and inspire all who visited, as decades of love and magic wove an ever more intricate tapestry of power through its ancient stones. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I witnessed the full flowering of what our love had created. The harmonic resonance has achieved something unprecedented in the history of Aerilon. Rian declared during a remarkable discovery, his crystal staff pulsing with patterns so complex they seemed to dance through the very air. The castle's magic has evolved beyond mere protection. It's become a living chronicle of your family's journey, teaching each new generation through the very memories stored within its walls. The twins had dedicated years to mapping and understanding the extraordinary magical evolution taking place within our home. Through our marks, we could feel how their research was revealing layers of power that defied traditional understanding of how magic worked. Each stone holds countless stories, Neva explained, her fingers weaving intricate patterns that made the very air shimmer with possibility. When our youngest ones play in the courtyard, they're not just making new memories, they're literally interacting with the echoes of every generation that came before. The castle has become a living library of love, teaching through direct experience rather than just words. Luna's empathic abilities had grown exponentially as she helped guide successive generations through their own discoveries. The emotional landscape of the dragon's lair had become so rich and complex that it took years of training for young empaths to learn to navigate its depths. "What you've created here goes far beyond ordinary magic," she observed, watching our great-great-grandchildren discover new secrets in corners we thought we knew completely. The castle doesn't just protect anymore, it actively nurtures each new generation, helping them understand their heritage and their potential. Every triumph, every tear, every moment of joy has been preserved and transformed into wisdom that can be directly experienced. Lysander's scholarly work had taken on new urgency as he realized the full scope of what our love had created. Through our marks, I could feel his wonder and excitement as he documented phenomena that challenged everything we thought we knew about the relationship between emotion and magic. The ancient prophecies spoke of love that transcends time, he mused, watching our extended family gather for yet another celebration. But they never imagined this level of transformation. Our love hasn't just created a legacy, it's fundamentally changed the nature of magic itself. Each generation adds new layers of understanding, new ways of combining human emotion with dragon power, creating possibilities that grow exponentially with time. The passing years brought an even deeper understanding of what our love had created within the dragon's lair. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I witnessed how our legacy continued to evolve in ways that defied all previous understanding of magic and family bonds. "The harmonic resonance has achieved something truly miraculous," Rian announced during a landmark discovery, his crystal staff now emanating patterns so intricate they seemed to weave through multiple dimensions at once. The castle's magic has developed its own form of consciousness. It's not just storing memories anymore, it's actively participating in the growth and development of each new generation. Every stone, every corridor has become a living teacher, sharing wisdom accumulated across centuries. The twins had made an extraordinary breakthrough in their research into the nature of our family's magical inheritance. Through our marks, we could feel how the very fabric of reality within the castle walls had been transformed by generations of love and shared experiences. "The patterns have evolved beyond anything we thought possible," Maeva explained, her fingers creating symphonies of light that dance through the great hall. Each family member who enters these walls adds their own unique signature to the magical tapestry. The castle doesn't just remember, it learns, adapts, and grows with each passing generation. It's become a living archive of not just what was, but what could be. Luna's empathic abilities had revealed something even more profound about the transformation. The emotional landscape of the dragon's lair had become so rich and complex that it had begun to influence the very nature of magic throughout Aerilon. "What you've created here transcends ordinary understanding," she breathed, watching as our great-great-grandchildren discovered new magical abilities that seemed to blend human and dragon powers in unprecedented ways. The castle has become a nexus of transformation where love and magic intertwine to create new possibilities. Each child born here carries a piece of this legacy within them, changing the very nature of what we thought was possible. Lysander's scholarly work had taken on a new dimension as he documented these extraordinary developments. Through our marks, I could feel his wonder and excitement as he realized that our love story had become something far greater than just a tale of curse-breaking and redemption. The ancient prophecies spoke of love that reshapes reality, he mused, watching our extended family gather for yet another celebration that filled the castle with joy and light. But they never imagined this level of transformation. Our love hasn't just created a legacy, it's fundamentally altered the very fabric of magic itself. Each generation brings new discoveries, new ways of combining human emotion with dragon power, creating possibilities that expand exponentially with time. Chapter 21. As the years flowed like a gentle river through the dragon's lair, Lysander and I found ourselves surrounded by the fruits of our love, children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren who carried forward our legacy in ways we never could have imagined. Through our transformed marks, we could feel how our bond had only grown stronger with the passing of time. The harmonic resonance of your love has become part of Aerilon itself, Rian observed during one of his final visits, his ancient crystal staff now glowing with patterns that seemed to echo the very rhythm of our hearts. What began as a simple curse-breaking has transformed into something that will shape this realm for generations to come. The twins, now respected elders themselves, had dedicated their lives to understanding and documenting the unprecedented magic that our love story had created. Through our marks, we could feel how the very nature of reality in Aerilon had been forever changed by the power of our bond. Your love story has rewritten the fundamental laws of magic, Neva explained, her silver hair shimmering as she created crystalline patterns that danced through the great hall. The merger of human emotion with dragon power has created new possibilities that our ancestors never dreamed possible. Each new generation carries this potential within them, expanding the boundaries of what magic can achieve. Luna's empathic abilities, refined by decades of experience, revealed the true scope of what our journey had created. The emotional landscape of Aerilon had been permanently altered, creating new pathways for love and magic to intertwine. What you two began has become something eternal, she breathed, watching our descendants play in the courtyard where so many pivotal moments of our story had unfolded. Your love hasn't just changed the dragon's lair, it's transformed the very fabric of our world. Every child born in Aerilon now carries a spark of your legacy within them. Lysander's scholarly mind remained sharp as ever, even as silver threaded through his hair and wisdom lines deepened around his eyes. Through our marks, I could feel his continued wonder at how our simple love story had grown into something so profound. The ancient prophecies spoke of love that reshapes worlds, he mused, holding my hand as we watched yet another sunset from our favorite tower. But they never imagined this. Our love hasn't just created a legacy, it's fundamentally altered the very nature of reality in Aerilon. Each generation brings new discoveries, new ways of combining human emotion with dragon power, creating possibilities that will continue to unfold long after we're gone. The legacy of our love continued to shape Aerilon in ways that grew more profound with each passing generation. Through our transformed marks, Lysander and I watched as our descendants carried forward the magical revolution we had unknowingly begun. The harmonic patterns have achieved something truly unprecedented, Rian announced during what would be his final visit to the dragon's lair. His ancient crystal staff now emanating waves of pure magical energy that seemed to dance with the very essence of creation. Your love hasn't just transformed this castle, or even Aerilon, it's fundamentally altered the way magic itself works in our world. Each new generation born with your blood carries within them the potential to reshape reality in ways our ancestors never dreamed possible. The twins had dedicated their final years to documenting the extraordinary magical evolution that continued to unfold within our family line. Through our marks, we could feel how their research was revealing entirely new dimensions of magical theory that challenged everything previously known about the relationship between human emotion and dragon power. The patterns have developed a life of their own, Maeva explained, her silver hair glowing with an inner light as she wove increasingly complex harmonies through the Great Hall. Each child born to your bloodline carries within them a unique signature that adds to the greater symphony. The castle doesn't just protect anymore, it actively participates in the development of new magical abilities, helping each generation discover powers that blend human and dragon abilities in ways we're only beginning to understand. Luna's empathic abilities, now legendary throughout Aerilon, had revealed something even more extraordinary about the transformation our love had triggered. The emotional landscape of the entire realm had been permanently altered, creating new possibilities for magical development that continued to expand with each passing year. What you've created here goes beyond anything in our recorded history, she breathed, watching our great-great-great-grandchildren discover abilities that seemed to defy the very laws of magic itself. Your love hasn't just changed how magic works, it's created an entirely new form of power that continues to evolve and grow. Each new generation brings fresh innovations, new ways of combining human emotion with dragon essence that expand the boundaries of what we thought possible. The transformation of Aerilon continued long after our physical forms had passed into legend. Through the eternal bond of our transformed marks, Lysander and I watched from the realm beyond as our legacy shaped the future in ways we never could have imagined. The harmonic resonance has achieved something truly transcendent, Rian declared during his final days, his ancient crystal staff now emanating pure light that seemed to bridge the gap between worlds. Your love hasn't just changed magic or Aerilon, it's created an entirely new form of existence. The boundary between the physical and spiritual realms has become permeable wherever your descendants gather, allowing wisdom and power to flow freely between worlds. The twins, in their final great work before joining us in the beyond, had documented an extraordinary discovery about the nature of our family's magical inheritance. Through the eternal connection of our marks, we could feel how their research had revealed the true scope of what our love had created. The patterns have evolved beyond the constraints of physical reality, Maeva explained, her spirit form weaving harmonies that danced between worlds. Each new generation carries within them not just the potential for magic, but the ability to access the collective wisdom of all who came before. The veil between life and death has become thin wherever your bloodline gathers, allowing past and present to merge in ways that continue to astound us. Luna's legendary empathic abilities, now passed down through generations of our descendants, had revealed something even more extraordinary about the transformation our love had triggered. The emotional landscape of Aerilon had become permanently intertwined with the realm of spirits, creating new possibilities for growth and understanding that transcended mortal limitations. What you've created here goes beyond anything in the history of all realms, she breathed, her spirit form shimmering as she watched our descendants discover abilities that seemed to defy the very nature of existence itself. Your love hasn't just changed how magic works, it's created an entirely new form of being. Each new generation brings fresh innovations, new ways of combining human emotion with dragon essence that expand the boundaries of what we thought possible across all planes of existence. Lysander's scholarly spirit remained ever curious, even as we watched from beyond the veil. Through our eternal bond, I could feel his continued wonder at how our simple love story had grown into something that transcended even death itself. The ancient prophecies spoke of love that bridges worlds, he mused, our spirit forms intertwined as we watched our family's legacy continue to unfold. But they never imagined this level of transformation. Our love hasn't just created a legacy, it's fundamentally altered the very nature of reality itself. Each generation brings new discoveries, new ways of combining human emotion with dragon power, creating possibilities that will continue to expand through eternity. The final transformation of our legacy in Aerilon continued to unfold in ways that transcended both time and space. Through the eternal connection of our transformed marks, Lysander and I witnessed the full flowering of what our love had created across multiple dimensions and realms of existence. The harmonic resonance has achieved something truly cosmic in scale, Rian declared in his final prophecy before passing into the spirit realm, his ancient crystal staff now emanating pure light that seemed to connect all planes of existence. Your love hasn't just transformed Aerilon or even this dimension, it's created an entirely new form of universal consciousness. The boundaries between all realms have become permeable wherever your bloodline gathers, allowing wisdom and power to flow freely across the entire cosmic tapestry. The twins, now ascended to a higher plane of existence, had made an extraordinary discovery about the ultimate nature of our family's magical inheritance. Through the eternal bond of our marks, we could feel how their research had revealed possibilities that challenged the very foundations of reality itself. The patterns have evolved beyond all known dimensions, Maeva explained, her spirit form now capable of weaving harmonies that resonated across infinite parallel worlds. Each new generation carries within them not just the potential for magic, but the ability to access and influence the very fabric of creation itself. The boundaries between all possible realities have become fluid wherever your descendants gather, allowing them to reshape existence in ways that continue to astound even the most ancient spirits. Luna's transcendent empathic abilities, now passed down through countless generations of our bloodline, had revealed something even more extraordinary about the transformation our love had triggered. The emotional landscape of not just Aerilon, but all possible worlds had become permanently intertwined with the infinite realms of spirit, creating new possibilities for growth and understanding that transcended even the limitations of divine beings. What you've created here goes beyond anything in the history of all possible universes, she breathed, her spirit form now capable of perceiving all timelines simultaneously. Your love hasn't just changed how magic works, it's created an entirely new form of cosmic existence. Each new generation brings fresh innovations, new ways of combining human emotion with dragon essence that expand the boundaries of what even the gods thought possible across all planes and dimensions of reality. As our story draws to its ultimate conclusion, the legacy of our love continued to ripple through the fabric of existence itself. Through the eternal connection of our transformed marks, Lysander, and I witnessed the final and most profound manifestation of what our simple love story had created across all dimensions of reality. The harmonic resonance has achieved something truly divine, Rian's spirit proclaimed in his final message across the veil, his essence now merged with the very fabric of creation itself. Your love hasn't just transformed reality or created new forms of existence, it has become a fundamental force of the universe itself, equal to gravity or time. The boundaries between all possible worlds, all potential timelines, and all conceivable forms of consciousness have become permanently altered by the power of what you created together. The twins, now ascended to become guardians of cosmic harmony, had made the most extraordinary discovery of all about the ultimate nature of our family's legacy. Through the eternal bond of our marks, we could feel how their final revelation had unveiled the true meaning of everything we had experienced. The patterns have evolved beyond even the concept of existence itself, Maeva's spirit form explained, now capable of weaving harmonies that shaped the very foundation of reality. Each new generation carries within them not just the power to reshape reality, but the ability to create entirely new forms of existence. The boundaries between being and non-being have become fluid wherever your bloodline gathers, allowing them to manifest new universes born from the pure power of love itself. Luna's transcendent consciousness, now existing simultaneously across all possible realities, had revealed the ultimate truth about what our love had accomplished. The transformation we had triggered had become a permanent part of the cosmic order, creating new possibilities for existence itself that would continue to unfold for eternity. What you've created here has become the very foundation of all possible futures, she breathed, her essence now intertwined with the fabric of creation itself. Your love hasn't just changed how reality works, it has become the force that binds all existence together. Each new generation brings fresh innovations, new ways of combining human emotion with dragon essence that expand the boundaries of what even the gods themselves thought possible across the infinite expanse of creation. And so our story ends, yet continues eternally, as Lysander and I watch from beyond the veil as our love continues to shape the destiny of not just Aerilon, but all possible worlds and realities. Through the power of what we created together, love itself has become an eternal force that will continue to transform existence until the end of time itself, and perhaps even beyond. Epilogue: The Eternal Tapestry. Through the mists of time and space, the story of Kaia and Lysander continues to echo across Aerilon, answering the questions that lingered in the hearts of those who heard their tale. Many wondered about the true nature of the portal that brought Kaia to Aerilon. It was later discovered that the ancient dragons had created pathways between worlds during the First Age, seeking to connect realms where magic flowed freely. Kaia's arrival was no accident. Her inherent magical abilities had resonated with one of these dormant portals, drawing her to the world that needed her most. The origin of Lysander's curse, once shrouded in mystery, became fully understood through the ancient scrolls discovered in the hidden library. His father's crime, the murder of Lysander's mother, had created a dark magic that sought to prevent any true love from taking root in the family line. But the curse had not accounted for the power of a love that could bridge worlds. The dragon's tear, that mysterious gem that played such a crucial role in their story, was revealed to be a crystallized tear from the first dragon queen, shed when she witnessed the greatest act of love in Aerilon's history. Its power to break curses came from its ability to recognize and amplify pure love, something Kaia and Lysander had in abundance. Many had questioned how their children managed to blend both human and dragon traits so perfectly. The answer lay in the unique resonance created by Kaia's earthborn magic combining with Lysander's dragon essence. Their children inherited not just physical traits, but the ability to bridge different forms of magic, creating entirely new possibilities for future generations. The healing of young Kaia became a turning point in magical understanding. The rare herb they sought wasn't just a cure, it was a catalyst that helped purify the lingering effects of dark magic throughout Aerilon. Its discovery led to new branches of healing magic that would benefit the realm for centuries to come. The transformation of the dragon's lair into a living archive of memories and emotions wasn't just a magical phenomenon, it was the physical manifestation of how love could reshape reality itself. The castle became a testament to the power of family bonds, each stone holding memories that would guide and teach future generations. Those who wondered about Morgana's ultimate fate learned that her defeat wasn't just about overcoming an enemy, it represented the triumph of selfless love over the desire for power. Her followers, seeing the profound changes wrought by Kaia and Lysander's love, gradually abandoned their dark pursuits in favor of contributing to Aerilon's growing harmony. Perhaps most significantly, many asked how their love continued to influence Aerilon even after their physical forms had passed. The answer lay in the very fabric of reality they had helped reshape. Their love had become part of Aerilon's fundamental magic, creating new possibilities for connection between all forms of life. Their descendants, carrying forward this legacy, continued to discover new aspects of what their love had created. Each generation brought fresh insights into the nature of magic, the bonds between worlds, and the infinite possibilities that arise when love is allowed to transform reality itself. And so their story lives on, not just as a tale of curse-breaking and redemption, but as a testament to the eternal truth that love, in its purest form, has the power to reshape worlds, bridge realities, and create legacies that echo through eternity. In every corner of Aerilon, in every manifestation of magic, in every act of love between its inhabitants, the essence of Kaia and Lysander's love continues to flow, an eternal reminder that the greatest power in any world is the courage to love without bounds or limitations.